I always feel that excited when I win the lottery too. Because that's what that is.
Yeah, you gotta act like you didn't almost just lose that round.
Yeah, that's the face you make when you win $14,000 on slots. Because, but at least with the smoke spam battles now, you can kind of see through them.
True.
That was a round of all time, baby.
More than one Deagle taking a glance down this ramp, but smoke's up, so nobody's gonna die tonight. Not yet. Over towards B, we get the Tess Shush combo. So again, so many moving pieces on Heroic. Questions will be, where does Xiphon slot in? Xiphon is, or was, a part of the Copenhagen Flames that were infamous for their world-class Vertigo. It's where Jabby made his name. It's where Roy made his name.
Astralis 2 at one point.
Ugh. Shush gets there, but Buzz with the quick trade. That's the B site opened, so it seems. Xiphon is the third piece further back. But again, just the Deagle, and Buzz isn't having any of it. There we go. Astralis crack into the B site to convert that pistol. 2-0 start.
What do you think about Vertigo from CSGO to C? This is our first time casting Vertigo CS2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that the biggest flaw I feel are, and this is it's this gripe I still have with Ancient as well. It's these yellow floodlights that cast huge shadows.
Big shadows.
I mean,
big
the
bad
one,
shadows.
Yeah, the one pushing through connector, like pushing through Z there. If you go for the A ramp flank, I feel like that one has less impact, but it's the one in deep CT on A site that really bothers me.
Yeah.
You're trying to retake, and every single time anybody on the bomb site can see your retake, it feels like all the retakes get forced through elevator instead. And when we're talking about a retake with only 2 entrances, why have we eliminated one? You know?
Yeah, like
So that's my gripe.
Used to have to look around corners to clear them.
But other than that, you know, jokes aside, obviously this pistol round is a case where like it's still just smoke spams on Vertigo, but I do think obviously shooting holes through smokes, blowing open smokes with nades, it does alleviate some of my.
There will be some new technology in post-plant situations.
Yep, Alexi B, big proponent of that, hanging onto your frag grenades to catch those ninja diffusers.
Maybe that'll save the map. No, but you know what? If they got a new one, I don't think we'd mind.
Vertigo out train in. That's what I'm saying. Trying to see if anybody wants to overcommit to the ramp duel. It's how we started the last round, with Heroic taking a glance downwards, but no, nobody looking to lose their lives. You know, I think there's a good conversation to have about train with the CS2 smoke mechanics. Imagine the frequency of like,
dude, outside
blowing open
with
smokes for your operas to have nice deep angles.
Yeah,
I think that'd be really fun mechanic. Really nice combination between train and the new nades.
And outside took a lot of smokes to take, and it got really chaotic. But yeah, since now you don't have to respect the smokes all the time.
You know, imagine defending B as a CT. Every time a smoke comes down that ramp, you know they're going to get their plant in, basically. Now I just made that smoke open. My job's not made impossible.
That's true. That's true. Nading smokes open will be remembered as a necessary change that we didn't even know we needed.
Device.
Old smokes already look terrible.
Dupree's got the answer. Remember, Deagles in the pocket can be a problem, especially as they upgrade to the AK. And they don't know that there's not just one, but 2 more players over here. Dupree setting it up for Cadian to come through big. But he gets caught out by Borup. Makes sure that no tomfoolery is afoot. Down to just Shush with the P250. Slides out. Good cover from Blame F to make sure 3 survive for Astralis as the 3rd round secured.
And maybe they can... well, I don't know what this is going to look like when we switch over. I just have a lot of questions in my head about what Heroic are going to be like. I think that right now, like, their big attribute in this tournament, like why they might win games, is the amount of entry fraggers they have on Heroic right now. They have Zyphon, who can entry. They have Dupree, who can entry by nature and trade. Tessus as well, Cadian as well. So I think T-side is where they can pull some stuff out. And we've seen when Cadian called on Nuke yesterday that he tried to bring it in like old Heroic, but a little bit more simple, I guess.
Sure.
And it was scary in a couple rounds, but never for rounds in a row.
Cadian's dead out of the gate with this one, and the swing out from Tessus brings it back. Good recovery here. Him and Zyphon just inside of the bomb site, deterring the Astralis ramp hit this round. For now, anyways. You can't help but feel for Heroic and their struggle at the moment, right? This is a team that we never said had a star. It was the fact that they could perform as well as they did and get as deep in tournaments as they did without a huge star player. The closest things to a star is now gone. You're left with 3 of the 5 last second stand-ins. Even technically Cadian is a stand-in for this event, so
yeah.
You have a majority stand-in roster.
It's everyone's last dance before joining Liquid, I think.
Devices managed to get to the sandbag, so good positioning here if Astralis want to keep following through, but will anybody offer him a 4v3 perhaps? Zyphon hyper passive, just waiting for the site itself to fall, but I mean, you've got Dupree towards elevator still spotting before that would happen. Flash isn't too bad for Device. Utility over the top. We've got Tessus flanking though, keep your eyes on that. He's about to arrive on ramp as Buzz has to press out and push this bomb down. 5 seconds to spare and it's planted. The elevator player doesn't get his spam until Vora does die to it, and nobody holds off for that Tessus flank. It's left Buzz stranded, but still he gets a double.
He's alive!
A triple kill, and a potential 4th with Shush right there. He knows!
Track him down!
Every single one cut down!
That's animal mode. Buzz, oh my god. He's always making Device proud. Look at that. The moments in some of the big games they have together. Crazy. This one on floor should have been impossible. There's no way Zyphon just ran backwards into that right when he was shooting down Tessus.
Those micro moments, maybe miscommunications. Sick 1v4 out of Buzz. Just keeps the pressure on Heroic at the start of this game.
And he kept playing for it, jumping up on the box for the last kill as well.
Killer instinct.
He didn't just tuck in and wait.
Gave Shush no room to make that 1v1 look doable. You know, this is an Astralis that's coming off of 14 round losses in a row versus Complexity last night. That's how they went to bed. That was on their mind as they got into their hotel beds and tried to go to sleep. All they could think about was floppy. Actually, it was JT dropping 25 kills on him. Now Tessus gets caught out just standing in the ramp, giving away grenades. So unfortunate timing, I suppose, but also a bit careless. Flame F chases. Zyphon won't retreat. And the Astralis follow-throughs inbound. But there is short control for Cadian.
That was such a dominant round, and they still lost. And Astralis, will they win again off of this? One spotted over on yellow. No repeat, no bomb plant, however, either. Dupree can get into the mix, but Cadian gets dislodged and dies.
Bus is trying to give cover here. Stare.
Oh. Dupree could just shoot him through the box right now.
Oh, but he's preoccupied with the ramp players. It really could fall down to Buzz in back-to-back rounds when you look at the health of his 2 teammates.
A second flank. Can't spot this.
Shush is going to capitalize. Clears Blame F off of the ramp. Stare still stranded as Buzz loses health before even getting a chance to fight.
Oh, they can double up on short. It's a good mid-round here from Astralis. They get to safety.
Stare wraps around all the way. Dupree tries to pressure out. There's no stick on this. Stare waiting for the peek, and tons of damage out of Stare. Sets up Buzz beautifully for the back-to-back clutch, but this time just 1 frag needed.
That's how you want them to work, like autonomously together as well, you know, just without, and I mean autonomously in the sense of without Device and Blame F having to assist them. That was a fairly strong mid-round from the 2 of them, and well played from Stare not to just run out into the swing. And a very important second round win after the 1v4 to bolster the money, because they could have lost this and been in a troubling spot and it wouldn't have mattered, and all the jubilation from before would have disappeared like that, and Cadian would have taken over the energy again. But instead, Heroic now will probably have to save.
I think in hindsight now, man, that opening kill, Tessas just standing in the middle of ramp, turns to throw a grenade back. That half second is when Blame F peeks him. But never turn your back on a wild animal. That's what they say.
Especially a big one.
Yep. Kind of like a rhinoceros.
Or just a bear.
Mm. Five straight from Astralis to kick this one off again. Really kind of sets the tone in a head-to-head where some people thought Heroic maybe had a chance. Maybe they will moving forward.
We can look back and say these rounds are close. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. That does indeed set a tone, though.
Yeah.
Back to pistols, Dupree single M4. You know, there were a couple close rounds versus Vitality as well, but in the end, that series is just super one-sided.
Yep.
Siphons Berettas. Again, all about setting up Dupree, who currently plays back A site on the white box. They go from completely silent to suddenly looking to really follow through here. M4 has already been found out. 47 health. Stare just takes the head off.
Stare at that.
Yeah. Comes wrapping around short side, reopens this bomb site for yet another round, and a 6-0 start for Astralis.
And now we're chewing through the half, right? We're at six rounds left after this to see what Heroic can do to try to come back into it. And yeah, the story could be very different, if not for the buzz one before and the round right after, and that 2v2. There are so many situations. I mean, even the pistol round in this game came down to a knife kill, spam through smoke.
That's true.
A fake defuse, another fake defuse.
I wanted to forget about it so badly that I actually had.
Yeah.
But very real ramifications. And when we think about Xiphon getting cleared off of that defuse in the pistol round, I mean, Buddy had like 0.05 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
He was so close to just robbing it away.
That's right.
Device fires magnets.
I think if, yeah. Stare's a really interesting story. He's having a great day. And I mean, I think some of the moments we've seen from Stare, like even at CAC and even before that, even when he first joined, there's just been some maps where I'm like, he is a pretty special rifler. I do see like a lot of big rounds, big plays coming out of him. And I think he's got a bright future. It doesn't seem sure if he'll be the one to stay on Astralis, you know, when everything settles. But it's still very early days for Stare.
Well, he was an investment for Astralis as well. Looking to get their money's worth today. Deep smoke ahead just as they were looking to get into position. Device is still here, sticking around with the op, taking a boost over, because that smoke won't deny all vision. Tessa sitting on the yellow tarps as Cadian looks to peek. Understandably sketched out by the silence here as Astralis have crept forward again. We've seen this where they get close to the site quietly and then there's just a pounce with Stare coming around that short side. It's unraveled the setup before. Heroic looking to hang on. SS occupied with short. They've got support in Xiphon back by Elevator, and there's only 20 seconds to spare here. So Cadian could be crucial, but his cover temporarily taken away. SS peeks, loses out to Buzz, and just like that, I mean, 3 players in position, 5 players looking to trade. It's the fact that all 3 of those duels go the way of Astralis that this 7-0 just shows no sign of stopping.
No, they're starting to grow the gravitational field right now of energy. They've just looked like more confident, and things are just getting sucked into their orbit. And now they know the rotations of Heroic. They can predict it. They feel confident about the peaks when they're going to come in. How many moons? I don't know.
How many moons? How many moons can one planet have? Is there a maximum?
There is. You can have as many, I think, as you can have an infinite, I think.
Okay, good.
If you're infinity size. But what we know is that the tides have changed because of these moons. Okay.
You got a favorite moon?
Ours.
Ours, yeah. That's fair.
Do you have a favorite moon?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to Google it
Yeah,
quietly?
Maybe. That's the pronunciation I can never remember. We talked about it before. Enceladus.
Encyclopedia?
Enceladus.
Oh, enchiladas. That's my favorite Mexican food.
It's the icy moon of Saturn, predicted to have a deep water surface.
Deep water.
Frozen outer shell with geothermal activity in an ocean underneath it. For all we know, it's another water planet, Waters.
That's hype.
Like that level from Mario. Good trade out from mid. Mario?
You can say that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay.
Trade frags on A site again. And, well, these rifles aren't getting too much. Siphon's looking for the next contact, but just as quickly as they appear, they're gone. And if they run out making sound, Devices just sat here collecting all of that. But can he close it? Because his two teammates, 42 health combined. And yeah, just by playing the waiting game, they've gotten Cadian off of the bomb site, and poor Zyphon's going to have to do this, hidden behind sandbags, waiting. So much time for Astralis to make their decision. Who plays more actively here?
At a minute, I think Astralis got full control because Heroic can't push together. Okay, but Zyphon's got a good timing to pre-clear this. He's spotting both, but they, again, aren't together, so he can get the information, but he couldn't get away. I think that was a great move from Zyphon, and he set up Cadian in a 1v2 with a pretty good gun for two players who are low. If they don't figure this out, then they might plant for him. If they do, then they plant for CT, an elevator. They're not going to take the risk. I'm going to call this 40% chance here for Cadian. Okay. He's the kind of guy that can figure this out, but the odds are still against him.
Yeah, AI's got it at 26. A bullet apiece for Buzz and Stare. They play split up. Cadian looking for the first one. You know, high likelihood he could be coming from the B site, so the flank may be less expected. So sure enough, Cadian gets the first one. Buzz, another clutch. This would be the third clutch, 8 rounds into the map. And Cadian has been sold, but missed originally. Buzz gave him the slightest of chances to shoot back. And then he decides enough's enough, takes his head off, and gives the Danes a near flawless half at the moment. 8-0, 4 to go.
I think he switched one more time. Maybe to pull out a smoke?
Perhaps.
I'm not sure what he had on the belt, but it was a good effort. He definitely made the most of that. But Buzz, I mean, credit to Buzz for playing this confidently too. I mean, he's going to clear the back of default in that situation, especially with the bomb planted that side. And I mean, you could see as well with the op spawning, it'd be weird if Buzz was kind of watching the exact same position. So I understand what Cadian was thinking right there. But at the end of the day, it's just another round for Astralis. They don't need many more. Like literally in total.
5, in fact, is how many they need. But I don't know, man. I remember a pretty recent 10-2 lead that wasn't enough to win.
Yeah, I don't think Blame's going to say anything this time.
I don't think so either. It's like the first time I've heard Blame kind of talk a little smack.
Yeah, that's what happens, right? The one guy who never does, the first time he tries.
Yep. Ooh, nice nade. Oh, perfect.
That's beautiful. Buzz even turned from that and
It ain't a flash, little bro.
This is a rickety buy from Heroic with the amount of utility they have, but they got the kill. Ooh.
Missed shot.
That's fine for Cadian, though. He's still on a very good side to rotate from. They're heavy stack towards B. Looks a little bit more perilous towards this side.
Getting a good amount of utility. Oh, what?
Oh, I call that a stair cut. Dude, goddamn.
I see what you're talking about. You said sometimes you see the flash of how special of a rifler he is. Well, that's a quick glimpse. We pull back the curtain. And Stare possibly pulling back the round from the 5v4. Blame F1 fake plant, gets the nade out. Dodges basically all the damage on that one. Makes the most of the smokes ahead and forces the CTs into a retake, but he doesn't get away alive. Shush clears him.
Now, Heroic gotta get this one. 4v3 retake, 2 smokes, 1 goes out.
Yeah, but man, you got Device on Sandbags. I love a Device post plant from Sandbags. Smoke go over, but Cadian's not going to miss that shot. And now bomb is properly blocked off. So very desperate for Astralis. Stare traded out in an instant. TeSS down to a 2.5, and they are on the board. Heroic, the 5v4 off of the mid fight. Even with the plant, I think getting Blame F and not allowing him to exit onto short, not keeping that man, you know, even 4 versus 4. It's a good frag from Shush, making sure that they don't get that plant for free.
The game planned the retake really well, and Cadian got that first kill. Like you said, Device would have been the best guy to defend the bomb, but since they took him out first and they got the crane smoke down.
Watch this.
Oh, it's disgusting. So they got that one. That's good. And it was going to be fast. Lower B control. Buzz getting his pants scorched right now, and the kill comes out. They simply try to re-aggress. Oh my, wait, he should just take this, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God.
Doesn't see anything else right now. This is kind of I mean...
Borup, don't blow this.
Yeah, you wait long enough though, they rotate out and then you can walk in. It's still a 4v4.
Shush stuck behind green, like you said, rotates out, but almost gets one for free. It's 2 behind Tetris now, Borup burning. 3 CTs behind green. This looks ridiculous. So little place to fight from. Dupree decides to go pushing outwards, and it will still be reclaimed.
Yeah, it's not.
Could have gotten weirder.
It's not a death sentence to get that kill, but you know, Borup played it right. He waited like as long as he possibly could without jeopardizing the situation or like, you know, making it awkward where he ran away or anything like that. But yeah, he would have loved to get that second kill as well because it's still a 5v4. But, you know, when it comes to B, you can play retake spots a lot more easily than other sides of the map. We can't be surprised they figured out how to win from there. There it is. I like the timeout timing from Astralis right here, right after 2 round wins.
Try to ice him out of the half, get that 10-2 again.
They definitely participated in a little bit of funny business in these last couple of rounds. And I think maybe now this is where Astralis want to slow down a bit. But the Mac 10 here for Borup because there's not that much money. Oh, it looks like fast ramp control.
All right.
I don't know. Okay, maybe not, yeah.
2 rounds they've lost do start with a death at the bottom of B. Ooh. Not quite, Device. Cadian fires once. Device now ready for the repeak.
Both watching. Device gets Cadian.
Nice nade on the smoke as well at the exact same time so that TeSS has a real chance at the trade frag. Both offers down and TeSS finds the headshot for his 2nd on the ramp. How many times have we seen Astralis set up on this ramp at the start of rounds and then not get the gunfights? This time it's a full commit, nowhere to go now. CTs continue to press out and Borup, well, that MAC-10 finds its victim, but Zyphon in the corner is going to catch them off guard, and with ease, he cleans up too.
That's nice and comfy from Zyphon. That's what you like to see, and some energy from Cadian as well, as they are back in the half.
Yeah, 3 rounds, not bad. A 4th to try and close it.
It's always nice to be at least a team without as much expectations. Then you can get more excited about the little victories. And yeah, 8-0 to 8-3 is something to be proud of. Definitely could have gotten really bad. One last round to give it a go, and they finally had broken down the money of Astralis.
Took 12 rounds, they got here. Khalil on Borup, though. See if this is his round. Nade finds 4 ever so slightly. And TeSS comfortable here with the tarp smoke up. Easy pickings as far as he's concerned. frag up next. Still a few bullets in the gun, but Borup will connect to the headshot. Deagle's got Cadian. Borup trades again. And man advantage to the T's. Weapons to be retrieved. Dupree on the push to short.
Another dink.
With a nade on the feet of Device, nearly dead. Hangs on to a measly 13 health with Blame F next to him. Device and Blame F in the clutch. We've seen it across the last 24 hours. They
Wait, he came through, they go through.
They switch, and Device gets the opening, but now Dupree's gonna do the same thing. And he has a huge health advantage plus control of that bomb. But as he looks back to the short smoke, Device could, for as hard as he knows, be pushing up towards Crane. Device waits.
Dupree playing active. He's worried about the op, and Device waiting long enough. Does he know what Dupree will do in this situation? The thing is that he's holding on to the bomb, and Device wants him to let go of control of it, make him scared. Dupree stays in an active spot, though. If he takes the timing on the peak, let's see.
Nope.
No, he's not going to. He lets it go. Device actually has enough time to get to the B site, no joke. But he doesn't need to. Bomb gets planted.
No swing. Smoke's there. Device is fast enough. Dude, the timing here.
There's no shot.
I mean, Dupree started moving the moment that bomb got picked up. At the 20-second mark, he went, and then still he doesn't swing Crane. Device is going to be thinking that for sure he has gone that way.
Dupree upside down,
goes
underwater, chest right now as Dupree comes back as Device looks forward.
Perfect play from Device. Or excuse me, Dupree. Getting outplayed by the wraparound to give Heroic that 4 rounds straight. Down 8-0 is one thing. You can't ask for much more. 4 to close and give themselves a chance.
Hello guys, this is the Priest tier list. I've never actually done a tier list in my life, so this is gonna be the first. That's also kind of interesting. I'm a big fan of Nuke, so I'm actually gonna put that up there. Yeah. And Nuke for me is just like it's always been a good map for me, and it's been a map that I've always enjoyed playing with my teams. I actually also really like Anubis. I think the reason why I like Anubis is like it's super simple. I don't know, I'm just like a big fan when it comes to like ancient Egypt, so I don't know, the theme is just really cool. I don't know why. Just how I think. I'm gonna go with Vertigo on A. I think Vertigo is pretty cool. I know a lot of people doesn't like it because it's kind of weird, especially in the new version. But I know the same thing is kind of simple. I like simple maps. Overpass goes on the B1. Can be very nice. Can be very hectic to play on both sides. Mirage goes definitely on C. I really think Mirage is like a super annoying and really not one of my favorite ones. I think it's a puck map that I've never really enjoyed playing, so it goes on that one. And then of course I put Ancient on as D1 because I think it just absolutely sucks. And then I have Inferno. It goes D as well because it sucks in C2. So the teams for this one, in this tournament specifically, I think people would kill me if I didn't put FaZe Clan on S tier right now because they won 3 tournaments in a row, and whoever doesn't put them up there, they are lying to themselves. Okay, then I'm gonna put Complexity as A because they are probably the teams out of the rest of them here that has actually proven something in a new game, so they will go on A1. Then the hard part comes because I'm gonna go Vitality B because I have expectations for them, but at the same time I don't know how they will perform. They just made some roster changes. Then I'm gonna be putting NIP and NAVI and Heroic and Cloud9 and Astralis on the C1 because I have absolutely no idea where to put them. Counter-Strike list, obviously I will put Global Offensive as S tier because that is where like I had like the best time of my career, and you know, yeah, it's just been the best game for me. I'm gonna put Counter-Strike Source and 1.6 as A. That was what brought me into Counter-Strike. First it was 1.6, playing it with my brother at home, and then of course Source was the one that I picked up with my friends and put in a lot of hours, and slowly realized that you can compete in Counter-Strike. So it's given me a lot of good friends and a lot of good opportunities, and also made me transition into the person and the career that I have today. So I guess that deserves a second place. But of course, I mean, Counter-Strike 2 is like so similar, but right now I'll put it as a B because I don't know what's gonna happen with Counter-Strike 2. I think it's a really great game. I'm really enjoying it. But of course the game still has some flaws. It has to be optimized a little bit, but at the same time I still want it to succeed, so eventually I think it'll go very high, and then I don't know, Condition Zero goes on D because I've barely played it. I've played the single player version of Condition Zero and playing like you could play really weird offline missions in Condition Zero, which I think was fun, but it was like a game that had no soul in my opinion. So thank you so much for tuning in, guys. I really hope you enjoyed my tier list. I hope you will agree with some of my decisions. If not, that's too bad.
Jeg trykker på den. En knife.
Hen og knife.
Go, 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 go.
Yeah! Let's go!
There's a team that likes to party.
Yeah, ice cold, said Stare. I don't know about ice cold, man. It looked like they were sweating. That got a little heated there as they're hiding inside of the smoke. But it was the pistol round that started off hectic and led that 8-0 charge for Astralis before the resurgence of Heroic off of the back of a Dupree half, right? Dupree ends the half, 11 frags, 9 deaths, top of the board again. If there's anybody standing in for Heroic that's looking real good, I gotta say it's Dupree as of late.
Agreed with that, yeah. He got thrown into a very sticky situation. I mean, just to help out, it feels like. And, well, he's done more than enough when it comes to helping out. He's been fantastic in a lot of these online matches that Heroic have played leading up to this point. And Vertigo is definitely a map that he's loved, so not surprised to see him doing well again. Device, oh! As soon as he jumps up, everybody appears.
You see the shake of the head, like, damn it. I knew it. That Spidey sense was tingling, and he still went for the play. And there's no follow-through here for Heroic just yet. Looking for 5-round wins in a row. They'll drop a molly sandbags and fall back, making a little sound on the departure. Our B-site looking real prime for the taking, especially with Xiphon getting the perfect timing for the mid-peak. I mean, this couldn't be freer.
They got played pretty hard right here, and that was like a very classic call. I mean, you put some pressure. You can hear the rotations above you. You can walk backwards if you want to. It's scary to flank, and and sometimes can take time. I think the T side needs to take advantage of that in the mid rounds as well. And Cadian, of course, knows how to do that, seemingly with anyone.
He's hiding in spawn, dude. Sorry, no Kevlar safe for you.
That's fresh body armor, too. I mean, you can take that and use it. Maybe in CS3.
Whoa. Give us another 20 years.
Yeah.
That's just the one. Flame F gonna hang on to the Kevlar dualies. And Heroic do indeed nab that 5th round in a row.
That's good. That gives us the best possible game because this is Heroic's map pick. And they've changed up. They didn't pick Nuke yesterday, did they? They did. They picked Nuke into Vitality. Yeah. So they don't know exactly where they're best at, which obviously unsurprising. They've got to try new things.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Yeah. Shocked to learn that Heroic don't have a map full with 3 new players.
At a week's notice, you know?
Yeah.
Tess's gonna just come flying out middle. Borb's USP actually gets one. Nearly gets a second there, but Tess's down to 15 health, but guess who? Dupree up to 14 frags. Blames Deeg, drops bomb. Xiphon over the top of middle, pushes Stare into the 1 versus 3, but look at the health here. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's doable. So it seemed. Xiphon's gonna make sure 3 stay alive, majority standing on the triple Mac 10 buy-up from Heroic. How many more rounds can they win in a row?
This is where I was like, okay, T-side? Yeah, I can see the entries. I can see the entries for sure. And I think the most fun part about T-side is like, you're not like authoritarian when it comes to defaults. You kind of are going to have lots of chances for pairs of 2 to fight on both A and B, and then a guy to fight at mid 2 for go for lurk. So you can lurk on all parts of the map. I think that's what made it such a good map for Heroic as well. Much easier to call, I'd say, than Nuke, where they tried to do some cool stuff, but it was like looked way too easy for Vitality to stop.
Ooh.
Oh, see what I mean?
Fade away.
Let him fight.
Tess on one end, Dupree on the other. Xiphon going to be doing his thing top mid. Xiphon's been given a lot of space, I feel like, to just kind of play his own in this system of Heroic.
Yeah, it's good. Might as well be free. I mean, if you're playing under a strict authoritarian regime and you can't even be comfortable at all,
yeah.
I mean, what's the point?
Freedom. Flame F. Ooh, nothing. There's the response back from Heroic. They lose Tess, but it's quickly exchanged.
And Xiphon might have felt some pressure too. Just as his debut, a lot of people have a fresh memory of him as like that 5th on Copenhagen Flames that we wondered where he was going to end up.
That other guy.
Yeah, the other guy, essentially. But this can be a resume builder, an attention grabber. And this round's now out of Astralis' hands. Heroic can go and simply plant. Wait, oh, they're going to run back because Cadian has an open other site.
That's fair. They've got the time.
Yeah, and the CTs have just...
Now,
interestingly, if they passed differently, they could have just cut this flank off entirely.
Right, imagine if
fall back.
they go top mid into T room, but had they gone top mid into ladder, that bomb's walking right by. So just enough time. They get it over the line. But we'll talk about a comeback. I mean, we were 8-0 up at one point for Astralis, and it felt like this one was going to be lickety split.
You know, even though Heroic's stand-ins are very good players, they are still stand-ins. Like, this is not Heroic. That we know. And so there would be some egg on Astralis' face if they couldn't win this series, you know. But it certainly doesn't mean it's just going to be free.
Nope, not 4 up anyways. Oh, and a third player here. Yeah, nothing held on to. Astralis hunted down like dogs. When did Device and Blame F show up?
And we look, that's important.
You know, I'm waiting.
Without them, there's no chance. A lot of oppers look super weak in CS2 right now. Brokey's missed a ton of shots. Even Device was missing some shots yesterday. It's definitely still not 100% comfortable for these oppers right now. It feels like the Rifler's doing a better job opping. Like Twist earlier. Hobbit.
Hobbits.
Boomich.
Yeah, Cloud9, they got 3 oppers.
Yeah.
Pistols up for Astralis. We're looking at the tie game now. Heroic not going to let this one slip through. Ooh, nice nade. Shush nearly dead from that alone. Can the Pistols finish it off? Another frag grenade to the same location. So sure enough, Shush is dead, but it's dupreeh. And dupreeh over and over as his teammates rack up another couple. dupreeh has had his name stamped on each and every round, it feels like, to tie this game at 8 apiece.
He could knife him.
Do it.
Zyphon could, and...
Whoa.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
You know, he ain't playing those kind of games.
Yeah, it's also wrong. He definitely would have just got killed there.
From 8-0 to 8-all.
And then we look at that first 8 rounds. Very close rounds.
That pistol, that Buzz 1v4,
That Buzz 1v4.
the 2 other Buzz 1v1s.
And then the 2v2. It's almost all those rounds.
Almost like this could have been a...
Not that Astralis didn't deserve those rounds, but they were close. They were very close. Will one tragedy be enough for Astralis? They went to sleep thinking about that Galil, is what they went to sleep thinking about. Alicia's Galil. At 12-2.
You only have 2 rounds, bro. You might want to go for this. For this. For this. Lesson learned.
Lesson learned.
And game tied up. Whew, where did that nade come from, dude?
Jesus.
What the hell? The jump scare coming out of Heroic, but it's good. It's got the Opera softened up to just 39 health. They've got Buzz leaning back in the depths of the B site too. That gets Device off his forward angle. So now there's just this question mark about the bottom of B. There's a question mark about the top mid push. And Astralis just kind of banking on the 3-man ace setup initially, but already moving Borup off it. That uncertainty sowing seeds of doubt.
I like Heroic moving slowly right here. Just kind of scare the shit out of him, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh. And then run through smoke. Shush gets the headshot. Borup trades, and nothing more from that. Singular kill for Borup. Deep smoke on the site. Shush, gun almost empty, but he makes it work just enough output there to deny Stare any position inside of the B site. And this is for majority stand-in roster. That was a beautiful little execute.
It was very nice.
Nice timing.
And they could just frag out on T-side. And Listen, Astralis haven't even been holding on to. Actually, one thing I think that went underrated throughout, like Heroic being at the top at CSGO in terms of rankings, even when they weren't winning tournaments, but they were still like probably the best team in the world at multiple points, was how many times they killed people in exit situations. They've been doing that in this game.
Okay.
Yeah, they won the economy game by killing people in these post-plant situations. We haven't seen any save guns right now from Astralis, and it looks like that's going to happen again. And I looked at Stare dying in that 3-man situation and thinking, if he held that gun, they might not even chase down the trades because it'd be too scary.
Right.
But they get that kill easily. Blame goes down. Every round, they're getting all these kills.
And they're not getting ahead of themselves. They are just quietly creeping forward. Throw through the window, off the rail. Nice 2-man push through that smoke as well. Honestly, Shush getting Stare off of green with like the last 2-3 bullets in this gun. How many shots at this point? 9 in the mag, 2 to spare. They lose B with basically nothing. Only Borup able to post a frag out of the 3 players that were on that site. Oh, now we're missing nades. Not that you have many to work with to begin with. And Device, at the very least, kills Shush. Huge damage off the util.
9 and 14 for Katie and Dupree. Device is low too, and they've got these 4 guns. 4 pistols. And I think they'll want to try to get Shushes, but they probably think, oh, when Siphon goes down, 93 damage on him too. A bad gust of wind could end this round for Heroic.
With a nade on Stare as well. Get a triple kill off the frag. Do something crazy.
Imagine. There should just be a Steam achievement pop up on screen.
No, Counter-Strike lost all its Steam achievements.
Orc nades. Oh, really?
There's only 1 now, and it's basically have you played the game. Yep. Sad. But even with little bits of health, they're still all right because TSS takes the initiative towards the A site. Bombs inbound.
9 rounds straight.
Oof.
Oh!
Nice dig, but...
So we had 14 rounds straight for complexity.
Mm-hmm.
We're already at 9, looking at 10 rounds straight.
Yes, sir. Theoretically, they lose 14 rounds in a row versus complexity and lose that map, and then
13.
They go to bed telling themselves, I'm never gonna let this happen again.
Mom, I will never let that happen again, I promise.
Only to then lose 13 in a row to Heroic.
Wow. And
It
that's
hasn't
like
happened.
your worst enemy ever.
Yeah. It would hurt more, wouldn't it?
It would.
You know Cadian would never let you live it down.
It's payment for Stown and Jabby, though, I think.
Okay. It's in the contract.
Yeah. The one stipulation. We have to embarrass you on LAN. I mean, that would be... Katie and I don't think had to play this tournament, you know?
Nope.
And for him to come back into this mess and then make something of it, that would be hell of impressive.
Yes.
Because him and Heroic has stuck together for so long that... You know, he's one of the IGLs that we've always regarded as excellent, but never really had to, you know, go to a new project while he was good to show it. Because he made the team work. That was really special.
Yes.
They stayed together longer than anyone in 2020, 2021.
A wise man once said he will not be in the pantheon of the greatest CSGO in-game leaders. But he's pretty damn close.
Also, that's just a bad take, and that was wrong.
Huh?
You don't consider Cadian a great IGL in CSGO.
I consider him great.
I think he defined a lot of the meta for a lot of teams
but I don't
in those last couple of years.
I don't put him with Kerrigan and Glaive. I don't. Maybe in CS2, Mo. Maybe this is his version, like JT. This is JT's version.
What's your Nico take? Drop that. Don't drop it, dude.
Should have gone to Falcons.
Should have gone. Oh. Who knows what's still in the cards? Okay.
Who knows?
Whole team. The whole team goes Serbian. He leaves to Falcons. Max Chaos arc. Let's go.
4 players on this exec. You want
Chaotic
chaos?
evil arc.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's right there. Oh, Buzz feels the pressure. He's got Borup right behind him. Can they hold off? What is a 4-man commitment coming through from Heroic? 1 kill at least, but through the rafters. It is Shush to get the trade frag, and Borup doesn't decide to stay in front of those smokes. They just forfeit full control of the B site off of the Buzz frag. 7 seconds. Bomb is on the site, and it's got just enough time to plant.
They're good.
Molly will burn Cadian, so BlameF's double kill's huge. Gets man advantage back in the hands of Astralis, and they could very realistically put an end to this streak of winning rounds. Little nade comes through. Device connects. It's a Shush 1v3 or a lifting of the curse. As he slides back through the stairs, he gets a headshot, a second, and it's so close! No way! As he snaps down, he takes 3.
Oh, 3 pairs of wings clipped by Shush.
Oh, dude, the rifle work.
And they're all in the arms of an angel, baby. That is unreal work.
Look at this third one as he takes a snap to the shoes.
He said, this is my site, don't forget it.
Oh, perfect little 3-bullet bursts.
I think he said you stink. Damn. You don't want to come new.
Wow, Shush. Okay.
Are we still on a streak, by the way?
Yes, sir.
Wow, we still haven't stopped the streak.
Nope. That's 11 in a row.
Ooh, okay. All right. 11 straight.
Like, I want to cast this like it's hype for Heroic, but I also just kind of feel bad for Astral.
It's pretty hype, though. It's pretty hype.
I feel bad. Like, oh, God, not twice in a row.
I don't know, man. Losing is a choice.
Okay, sure, yeah.
They should just do better.
Yeah.
They should do better. Man, that's the... Yeah. This is like... I was gonna spoil the movie. Goddamn device is gone. Doesn't even get to shoot his gun.
12 in a row if they can convert this 5v4
Oh,
inside.
they're firing on all cylinders now.
Buzz has got the corner. At least that'll catch him off. He's got his full health and a second kill. Buzz could be the difference maker here. It's an AK upgrade.
But they take the site.
Exactly. They just fly up the staircase knowing the second B player was drawn back.
Do we have retake grenades? Buzz has everything.
Can't afford to die. If he dies here, then it's just 1 nade on the ground. But Cadian punches in the digits.
He probably should have readied that molly to delay. He'll throw it in a little late. I think that's not super good, but at least they have the smoke for later on. His flashes, let's pay attention to them. They need this retake.
What if they had that molly for the quad position instead? Shush tucked in, taking some damage, has to suck it in and hope, but he fights. Traded back by Blame and Stare. The peak is off of Tetris. Cadian, it's a slight health disadvantage. Him versus Blame, battle of the brains. Cadian left, right back again.
God damn that pre-fire.
Now every clutch going the way of Heroic.
From captain to captain, baby.
Man, the ops got nerfed, but rifles in CS2, dude. These headshots.
Yeah,
Clean.
it does not stop.
These little peaks. 12 in a
12 straight.
This is happening. This is real.
They're getting done disgusting right now.
If you're experiencing deja vu at the moment, yeah, it was complexity yesterday.
Yeah, at least it's not your nightmare because the Astralis, they're really living in it at the moment. Worst guns yet? This is the definition of momentum and how to capture it.
And not only are you potentially about to lose 13 rounds in a row and lose this first map, but then you have to play Overpass again right after this. Oh, God. Blame F over the side of the smoke with 1. And Shush trying to still keep that potential B flank honest. Stare takes a chance. Huge chance with that SMG.
But they're playing a little bit too aggressively, maybe. Yeah.
They just keep pressing around the sides of all this, and Dupree will continue to rack up kills. His 18th and 19th in this one.
I guess they felt like they had to do something. They didn't have much to work with. Now it's just this Falmus, this M4, 1 smoke on Buzz.
They wait for that third player to arrive up the ramp.
Full util with a minute and ramp control. You don't have to do anything except wait. CTs need to come in and make something happen.
Hands busy. Device doesn't go for the swing. Nade would confirm him, so he just barrel stuffs Xiphon. Can't escape. He is stuck on the molly. Buzz makes a play. Caught buyout, and that is it indeed. 13 rounds straight from Heroic. A collapse from Astralis, not once, but twice. In 24 hours, they are taking a beating. And that whooping may continue with Overpass up next. When does the nightmare end?
Oh my lord, it's not ending today for Astralis, and a little nod from Cadian. He knows the pain that he just inflicted upon his rivals. We're talking 8-0 down for Heroic to be starting off this map. 13 in a row coming into the second half as well. No slowing down for Heroic. If I'm gonna be honest, Maui, those first 8 rounds, Heroic didn't look like a team. None of them looked like they were on the same page, completely turning over a new leaf to pull off that comeback.
It felt like we were watching a repeat of yesterday. For the first half, where Heroic was falling apart because they weren't playing together, they didn't know how to play off of each other, and then they turned it all around, and then it was the Astralis nightmare all over again, the repeat for them. The fact that Astralis have now, in such a short span of time, choked 2 massive leads, up 12-2 versus Complexity yesterday, up 8-0 versus Heroic today. This is an Astralis team right now that even at the precipice of winning, now know that anything bad could happen.
Yeah, literally the nightmare just continuing for Astralis. We've got a lot of moments that we want to be dissecting from this map. I think it's apt that we start off with the Shush 1 versus 3 round 19, because we thought, hey, maybe Astralis have got a leg back into this. Perhaps they can do something to stop all those rounds coming the way from Heroic. But Shush says, hell no, we're continuing this streak.
Obviously, this didn't end the game, but this felt like the final nail in the coffin. Heroic with so much momentum. Tess is getting a kill on this lurk over here towards A. He's quickly dispatched up. And look at this, they actually deal with these site defenders rather well. dupreeh tries to go for a shot, Device is holding the angle, and it's just Shush. It's just Shush. He's got an AK, he's got no nades, the bomb's barely even halfway ticked, but he hits every single headshot. And this isn't even a moment for Astralis where you're gonna go back and blame like, oh, well, you know, it was Borup, it was Stare, it was Buzz. That was Device and BlameF who were alive, and they could not dispatch of Shush.
The people that we were speaking about, you know, being the two-pronged attack for Astralis, sometimes the only members of Astralis online, and I love that we get to see, you know, another iteration of that Device versus dupreeh head-to-head duel. Obviously, Device coming out on top in that instance, not in the round, though, because we go back to the end of that first half. We got round 12, because this 1v1, this is so poetic, right? We've got to think of all the history between dupreeh and Device, and it looked choreographed, right? Like, it looked like this practiced this so many times. It was beautiful.
It just felt like both of these players knew what each other was doing. The fact that it starts with both of them pushing the same smoke at the same time, and then the fact that Device, he throws his own smoke, ends up pushing through his own smoke, and dupreeh seemingly reading that, and then he's able at the very end of it all to get the better of him. It continued the streak for Heroic to find 4 in that first half, and dupreeh himself, I have been really excited about watching him play for this Heroic team. The results from before kind of up and down, but online results. Now we're seeing on LAN, he's playing this style where it just feels like he cares more about his life than he ever did with Vitality. He's playing, in my eyes, a little bit more selfishly, but it's actually leading to them winning some maps, winning rounds like that.
And that's what I love to see coming out of dupreeh, because obviously, you know, Vitality did have to make those roster changes, obviously bidding farewell to him after he got his 5th major title, no less. I love that that hasn't, you know, put the fire out in him, because he's one of the most versatile, one of the most reliable players. Like, he's basically done it all at this point.
And the thing is that with this Heroic team too, it just feels like he's so clutch. And on top of that, he knows exactly how to carve out win conditions in rounds. When I was watching his demos before, even when he was playing with those stand-in situations and everything else that was boiling for Heroic, he was putting up great numbers, but he just knew how to find entrances into rounds, even when they found so much chaos in those kinds of moments, because he's been pugging essentially for 3 weeks straight with different lineups, and he is putting up great performances.
You know what makes this win all the more impressive? We touched upon it, obviously, the terrible start from Heroic on this map, and they completely turned over a new leaf, because we go back to round 5, just disjointed from Heroic, right?
Look at what Tessus is doing right there. Almost, can we actually just restart the clip right there? Like the way that Tessus right here, he's just throwing nades in the open to Cadian, and he just gets clocked in the side of the face. This is the kind of disconnect we saw from Heroic yesterday when they played against Vitality, and then they actually are able to put put it all back together. So yeah, there was a little bit of miscommunication. It looked like a little bit of ring rust between some of the Heroic guys at the beginning of this game, but by the end of it, it was full steam, locomotive, all the way from station to station, and they got this thing done.
You know what's so whack about the beginning of that clip as well is like TeSeS almost gets lucky that they don't peek him when he is throwing the nades, right? Like it's so crazy that that was coming out, because particularly from TeSeS, right, we don't expect him to be making those uncharacteristic mistakes.
And he's actually doing it with Cadian, and that's a duo that has played together before, so you would think that the cohesion would have been there, but I think Heroic now are feeling victory. They understand what it is to win with this lineup, what it takes at this point, and now I'd be very scared if I were Astralis, because that's a real team. They've been playing together for four-ish months, and if they can't actually stop a Heroic team that is essentially pugging after just a week of practice together, it's not looking bright for the Stars.
Well, potentially, you know, there is hope on the horizon as Astralis' pick does come next. Not before a quick break, however. We're going to be diving into Overpass, the second map of this crucial elimination series, after this break.
think you should always try to be the guy take responsibility when your team doesn't perform well, no matter if it's whose fault it is, doesn't matter. So yeah, I'll always try to take responsibility for my teammates. Yeah, I don't care. Like, if people can put the blame on me, that's totally fine. So yeah, that's cool with me.
I think that, you know, it is more difficult under these circumstances, and right now it's more game by game. I think, you know, there's a potential that if we hit the right flow, we can definitely beat the teams that are here. But I'll also say that our margin for error is way smaller. You know, like if a few things go bad, we will not win, and that is how it is. But I think also like we'll try to always keep the mood high, the spirit high, and make sure that we like, you know, if someone misses a grenade or doesn't know where to run in a strategy, it's name of the game, and let's make it a little bit wild.
Well, even with the issues that began on Vertigo for the side of Heroic, they still managed to flip that one 180 to net a W in their pockets. But a bit of a different story when we're coming on to Overpass. Although I'm sure the ghosts of that monumental lead that Astralis totally choked, if we're being honest, yesterday versus Complexity, they're going to be lingering in the back of Astralis' mind, right? We're hoping that they've come in with some improvements today.
That has to be etched into their memories right now. The fact that you throw a 12-2 lead against Complexity and more or less just did the exact same thing versus Heroic. There is no footage for Heroic when it comes to this map, especially this 5-man lineup. So we're flying blind a bit here, but we do know the disaster that struck yesterday when it comes to Astralis.
How would you epitomize, you know, that disaster that we saw unfolding in front of our very eyes? Was it a matter of, you know, Complexity just coming in with a stronger game plan, maybe Astralis not being able to adapt, or is it some of the individuals that maybe stood out to you as being an issue for Astralis?
Definitely put it down to a couple different things, but the main thing is that if there was some sort of proactive play thrown out from Complexity, Astralis just had none of the answers. And that's got to be a very worrying sign for this Astralis team, because Heroic now can just look back at that demo from yesterday and say, what did Complexity do that was so sick on that CT side? And Heroic are going to be started on that CT side here. And so if they just kind of run it back, use Complexity as the blueprint, I'm not trying to make an EG diss with that one, but if they just use Complexity as the blueprint right there, then there's an opportunity here for Heroic to 2-0 this.
I was going to then, you know, raise the question of are we contextualizing this kind of differently? Because Complexity versus Heroic, just in the current states, we're seeing the rosters, two very different beasts, right? Are you expecting then Heroic, you know, with the time, able to go back and look at that matchup? Are you expecting them to be able to absorb the information that quickly and, you know, maybe build some game plans of their own? Because I would kind of question that with the roster that we're seeing at the moment.
I would fully expect them to be able to do that. Cadian is the better in-game leader of the two in the server. BlameF is a great individual player, but in terms of coming up with winning game plans and counters and strategies, the Exist Cadian brainchild has proven in big matches before that they can take down some of the top teams, and in some ways, I feel like Astralis should be light work.
In terms of how you're expecting them to be tackling this map then, what are you looking at from the Heroic side of things? Maybe that they should potentially be replicating from the Complexity game plan that, yeah, really choked Astralis out of that series yesterday.
So I would say the fact that it even got to this map is a big win already for Heroic. When it came down to the veto between these two teams, the first ban should have and could have been Anubis for either of them, but actually, Cadian and this Heroic team floated it, and they dared Astralis to find, actually, kind of bring out their own disadvantage by banning Anubis. They kind of actually won the veto here already, and I think that they should have been game planning pretty hard for Overpass to be the likely pick. So because they had that information, that intel that it was likely to be Overpass, I think they probably came up with a great game plan here.
When we spoke about, you know, the CT side for Astralis and just how they're kind of, you know, managing those two bomb sites, I think it's fair to say there's a disparity in the strength between, you know, the guys on the A side versus the guys on the B side, which I think BlameF was actually, well, maybe the entire team, I don't know, but maybe his game planning yesterday seemed to be able to read Complexity quite well, right? There were a lot of times where, you know, they'd test their luck towards the A site, didn't pay off, obviously. You got Device and BlameF waiting there. What else do you expect? But then the sort of pivots to throw a couple more players B, maybe push that connector position as well. Do you feel like that's something that they're going to have to be bringing out a little bit sooner this time versus Heroic?
I really actually question if Astralis are going to have enough rounds once they get to the CT side in the second half to even enact some of those plans. But I will say the two big win conditions for Astralis yesterday when they were on the CT side was BlameF in long bathroom and BlameF in connector. The other positions for him, obviously they were able to still win rounds in other ways, but he had so much multi-kill potential from those two spots. And if Heroic just target those spots when they switch to the T side and say, we need to trade him out on those positions, then I actually think that that in itself can be a huge way, because BlameF is always trying to do a little bit more than he needs to, because he knows that that other side of the map is a little bit weaker. When it's Stare, Borup, and Buzz defending that B side, BlameF has to really shoulder the burden of so much of what's going on the A side, because sometimes Device Device even has to go B at the start too.
When we talk about the T side as well, obviously Astralis yesterday, they won the pistol, they converted, and then that was diddly squat. They didn't get anything else. So if you're going to put one thing in terms of T side improvements, what are you demanding from Astralis in this first half?
I think that if they are going to play any better, it almost needs to be closing things out. They actually got onto bomb sites just fine, but then they would actually misplay the 2v2s, the 3v3s. There were some retakes there for Complexity that probably never should have happened, so they just need to tighten up at the end. And if their mental is in any better position, Astralis that is, than yesterday, then they should have some semblance of a T side.
Well, I'm sure Astralis, they're going to be sweating right now. They are just one map away from being eliminated and no chance of making it into the arena for the Blast Premier 4 finals. And speaking of sweating, I hear Scrawny Launders, you picked Astralis, so I guess you're seeing the comeback on Overpass today, yeah?
Oh, man. But,
I'm changing my prediction completely.
I can't.
Plus, I didn't pick him.
I don't think
Connor did both of ours.
I don't think I can handle a smug Freya on top of a smug Pim in the same week. I mean, come on.
But I would like to say, I think Maui nailed the CT Astralis analysis perfectly in the sense that Blame F is the center of the world. And the only thing is that he feels like he has to do more because he does. Like, he's right. The B side is a little weaker. Sometimes Device has to start there. Device doesn't even get that much out of the A site compared to Blame. Blame does everything. But they need him to. They need him to. They really do.
As far as the point of, maybe Heroic trying to play their CT side like what Complexity did, using that as a framework, a blueprint to work off, I think it's going to be hard. Complexity's CT defense was so varied. The amount of change-ups we had on long A inside Con, Elige was everywhere all the time. And so, what can Heroic really put forth with stand-ins in such limited time? We just bank on headshots, maybe. You know headshots? You heard of those?
Yeah.
There's 2 of them, maybe 3 of them. Dupree posts a kill to Device. And again, the T side for Astralis yesterday was the pistol and conversion and nothing after. Well, you're not even getting pistol here. You haven't even seen a bomb site. You stink.
You stink.
Okay. Oh, Cadian and Dupree have brought the heat in the pistol. Now there's a whole pack of players sitting inside of this A site. So, Stare, listen, buddy, I appreciate your effort. Okay, you gotta try. It's in the contract.
And in fact, a win extends it.
Ugh. But he gets tagged down and dealt with. It is a full house between Cadian and Dupree, 3 and 2 frags apiece.
Cadian bottom frag last map, but he was the star IGL, man. That was insane that he made that team look like it was just regular Heroic on that T side all the way back. And of course, players like Shush had that 1v3 and like good individual moments. But there's something to be said about when an IGL allows you to feel comfortable to do that. I think even seeing Xiphon playing better from day 1 and 2 said a lot. It just felt like he was a little nervous, maybe uncomfortable. So much has changed already. So they're very much taking the opportunity seriously. That's a great fragging round at Acadian. 3 kills in the pistol.
Look at that. A little mow down. It's supposed to be, but Xiphon's going to make the money instead with TESS, double MP9 in short. They're getting mopped up. Nice and easy for Xiphon to rack up the frags.
Another round, no bomb set.
But these criticisms of like Heroic kind of as they started the event in their first match versus Vitality, it's like, again, well, you can't blame him. I wouldn't blame Xiphon for being uncomfortable. It's so tough to fit into the Heroic system with such little time. Yeah, it's just, nobody's sat here blaming Heroic for not looking as good as the previous roster did. After years of playing together, like
the point of that match was figuring out how likely they'd be to beat Astralis today.
Yes.
And what we learned is, well, it's hard to say. It's always hard to say after one day because we've got 2 different teams. One for the better, one for the worse.
Astralis hold off on the round 2 force buy to come through with AKs here and now and round 3. Going to get Buzz doing his thing outside of the B site. A very slow, passive crawl through connector already. Playground, is it preoccupied? Again, instrumental to the Complexity CT side. And by extension, the collapse of Astralis' T-half. It was constant pressure on long, constant presence in bathrooms. And at least right now, for the first round versus Guns, Heroic put nobody up there. You can see the caution from Astralis, man. The nightmare that was last night still fresh on their minds. But after seeing nothing, they decide to take this one back towards B by the looks of it. Queuing up the 3-2 split. 35 seconds. Smoke just went down on Monster. Siphon's got an incendiary as well to drop soon. And then suddenly it's pressure on Borup and Stare to come through short instead with entries. Time is critical, and Cadian's starting to rotate back down. The Molotov doesn't go out. Siphon just swings instead. And then the smoke on the other end of it, that came down from the A site. There is a little bit of a recovery from the short push, but the bomb, 5 seconds left, and a frag primed on Cadian. He dares you to plant. And as the cross comes over, it's only 3 damage, but no cover from Stare. Device getting spammed, 20 HP, nothing more from him as TeSS clears both.
Dude, that was such a good setup from Heroic overall, like the way that they defended against Monster, the timing on the push, the flash behind, the HE, the MP9 swinging out first. They didn't get caught off guard at all. Like, it's pretty impressive. Like, there's been a couple of teams so far played Overpass where I'm like, their timing's just a kind of whack. On the run-throughs and the smokes, there's a lot that can go wrong in those moments. And it's such a small window of timing where a lot needs to happen correctly. So it's reasonable that teams mess that up. But it's like, how come Heroic can nail that? These guys don't even know each other. They just met.
That front Monster smoke as well that comes down and cuts off the back half of the Monster push. Siphon wasn't working with one of his own, but good team play. And I liked Cadian's kind of, mid-series interview there where he's like, we're not going to get upset if somebody misses a piece of utility or if somebody rotates the wrong way. Kind of no pressure.
He's a better man than me.
Yeah, I yell at all my teammates. Whoop. Yeah, he'll get that second. Cadian right back into it. Borup and Blame dead.
That's pretty fearsome. 6-0 here for Cadian. And we remember how Complexity beat Astralis yesterday on Overpass. It was a lot of CT activity, specifically towards Long A. It was a Liege on the Rock a lot. And we know that Heroic are actually coming off 3 losses here in CS2. Brand new lineup. Counter picking into Overpass almost certainly after watching the disaster that unfolded last night. And assuming they can replicate it. Be hard to anti-strat if you're Astralis. But at the same time, you know that they would have given their Overpass a lot of talking about after a match like that. So it's by that same token, risky for Heroic to go ahead and try to pick into it, especially with their 3 losses.
Ooh. Delayed with the Deagle. He will get his one, but smooth sailing to start the CT side.
There's something, 14 rounds in a row for Complexity, 13 for Heroic. But let's not count this game, right?
Yet.
Not yet.
The question is, is it worse to lose 13-0 or to be up 8-0 and then lose 13 in a row?
What's pretty nuts about losing 14 in a row is like OT is required. My God.
Ooh, device opens up.
Okay.
Eeppisen hullut blasterit, Mad Mega Barrel, Berserko, Manic ja motoroitu Ragefire.
Probably choose ROPS. Those are my 5 players. Those are the 5 goats. I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day,
Go-to answer would probably just be 2018-19 Astralis with that level. I think that it was very special to be a part of that team. If I had to do a little more current one, I would maybe take Blame F, I would take Stare, I would take Magisk as well. Yeah, and then I think maybe pick Yabi from Heroic and then me. I think that would be really crazy. You gotta go with Sonic as the coach as well.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Lee from Complexity, and I'm going to be doing a tier list. So for me right now, I think Vertigo is D tier. It doesn't really feel good. The sound also makes it less optimal. Just a lot of things I don't really like about the map right now. Mirage, I actually have no idea because I haven't really played it or watched it. Safe B because I've always liked it. I've always liked Mirage, but I don't know CST specifically. S tiers for me is Anubis. It has good vibes. It's sunny. I think the strats are fun too. Overpass, I'm gonna do S tier. Actually, I'll do A tier just because pressing or like hitting like the molly at ramp just knocks it down a peg for me because it's so hard to hit now, but overall it's really fun. I like the design on the map as well. I like the art style that they did with it. I like Inferno overall right now. I think I'll just put it to like a high B. Ancient, I'm gonna go with A. It's interesting, I think. There's a lot of new stuff. And then Nuke, I'm not gonna put it down with Vertigo, but I'm gonna put it to C. I mean, there's a lot of new stuff that you can do on it, but just the sound and the verticality of it just automatically just makes me not like it so much right now. And that's it. All right, here we go. So for S tier, I think Csgo is definitely S tier. Played it like my entire like adult life, essentially. Counter-Strike 2, I think overall we're pretty close, but we're missing a lot of features. But overall, it's not bad. I think I'll put it to like B for now. Condition 0, I actually haven't really played that much. I just know that it's just very similar to 1.6. I played like the campaigns in it. I think I'll put just C. I can't put it above CS2. It doesn't feel right for me. 1.6 is gonna be A tier for me. I played 1.6 a ton when I was growing up. Great game. Lots of fun stuff to do on community servers. Just a lot of good memories. And then Source is D tier. So I have a perfect top to bottom. Source at the bottom where it should be. CZ even on top of it. Looks good. This is clean. And now we got the tier list for everyone here. I'm automatically gonna put my team here because you have to put your own team as S. Just makes sense. And then FaZe is probably the best team in the world right now. So FaZe is S tier. Maybe we'll put Vitality as A right now just because I think they're probably gonna be good. And then I think C9 looks a lot better now actually. A with them. I'll probably put NAVI B for now, just Sydney, they didn't really get to play with their 5. Heroic is playing with stand-ins and stuff. I feel like I'm just gonna put them C just for that. NIP is also like a new team. I'm just gonna put C just because I don't know how they're gonna do. And then Astralis I'll put as B. I haven't really like seen like a ton of like their games recently since it was pretty much just like the CAC that they played. And yeah, I think just overall there's just a lot of new stuff that we're not really sure. We haven't really seen a lot of teams play. And that's my tier list.
If I don't say my girlfriend, she'll be mad.
Something about them creeps me out.
You should try it when you come to Holland.
So one thing people don't know about me, it's I was semi-professional in handball. I have to choose CSGO or handball, and at this time I was better in CSGO, so I chose the CSGO.
I did professional taekwondo until 14 years old, and I was Ukrainian champion.
One thing about myself that people wouldn't know, maybe I love joint juice.
I don't like any kind of dressing, only ketchup. But any other than that, I would never take on my sandwich or anything like that. Every time when we go to places, stuff like that, my teammates are also after me and how come and stuff like that.
I am definitely afraid of like bugs and spiders and all that. Something about them creeps me out.
Every time I come home from an event, I eat frikandel speciaal because I love it so much. It's like a sausage with mayonnaise, some curry and some onions on it, but it's so delicious. You should try it when you come to Holland.
Maybe that I'm pretty good at pool. That's maybe the only thing. I think I've challenged a couple of good players that I know at least that they're good and I've beaten them. So yeah, I think I'm definitely up there.
I'm a lot taller than I look, and also my voice is a bit deeper than people perceive as well. I think I have a baby face and people don't really expect my voice as well. 6 foot tall, 183 centimeters.
I can solve a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute.
I have a bunny at home. His name is Mochi. He's just chewing my cables all the time. I have to replace everything.
3 things I cannot live without is water, food, and internet.
Pick my phone first. I mean, my bed. I love sleeping in bed, but I mean, I can sleep anywhere usually, but a bed and clothes.
I'm gonna say my girlfriend, a pet, and the last thing is gonna be a bubble tea. Mango bubble tea.
My friends, my family, and the last one would be, I don't know, McDonald's. Food, money, and my family.
You kind of need some of those things to live, you know, to make sure you keep on going.
3 things I can't live without. If I don't say my girlfriend, she will be mad. Food, water, and workout.
My favorite thing to do other than playing Counter-Strike is being a dog dad. My dog is a boxer and he is full of energy and he's a handful.
Playing chess. I play a lot of chess in my free time. My peak rating in chess is 1500 ELO.
Working out in the gym. It definitely helps me outside of the game. I just feel like refreshed once I finish the workout. It just makes me feel much better about myself.
My favorite thing to do is eat some good food and relax. I like burgers.
Maybe play some other game. I love PUBG. And also I love Dota.
I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft and League of Legends when I was younger. But World of Warcraft takes too much time, so I don't do that anymore.
Hanging out with friends and going to football. I follow the Graafschap. It's a second league club in the Netherlands.
Other than playing Counter-Strike, my favorite thing would be to spend time with my girlfriend. Bonus points for sure.
I don't think I had any idols, but I had a lot of things that I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to be a baker, like pastries, also an actor, because I was really good at acting as a kid. I knew how to cry on command. I used that a lot.
When I was studying, I maybe wanted to be an astronomer one day. I really love space and that stuff, so.
No, I didn't have any idols at all. Like, my friends were like, oh, I want to be a fireworker or something like that, or a policeman, and I was like, okay.
I was watching a lot of tennis, and my idol was Novak Djokovic, but now I'm even bigger fan what he's achieving so far, and I think not just inspiring me, but I think everyone around the world who is competing in something.
When I was in kindergarten, I wanted to be a basketball player. Yeah, I played basketball for like 8 months, and then I gave up.
When I was a kid, what I wanted to be kind of when I grew up, I always loved working with animals. I always wanted to look into maybe becoming like a veterinarian or something like that, but that's a lot of work. You know, I gotta go to university and put a lot of time into that. I've shifted. Now I'm playing video games.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch differs a lot, honestly. But if I had to pick one, I would pick Csgo at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything. Pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player and also a clutch shot.
Back in the days, yeah, I was looking for Device because he was close to my playstyle.
Div actually, it's pretty biased. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good. I'd have to say like someone like Robs. We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res. It's someone definitely I look up to as Robs.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch would be Flusher. He's always extremely annoying.
I don't really know like who is my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch right now, but like before it was Fallen.
When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at. He's like had longevity in his career. He's been doing a lot for Brazil, and I just think he is a really good role model.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, especially when I was growing up, I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source. Shox was a player that his playstyle really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role.
He's always been having like a mixed playstyle. He could the rifle.
I would answer simple because you
Hope in him and like a one, like, oh, he can win this.
The important one, it would in Royal Arena against FaZe. Being so close to lifting the trophy, like those last rounds of the game was a unique feeling. That's hard to describe.
The greatest match that I ever watched was definitely the FaZe versus Cloud9 at the Boston Major. When they were in the finals and they finally won and lifted that trophy, there was a flood of emotions for me.
I have 2 teammates who played that match. They don't like looking back at that match because they were in it and they lost it.
My greatest game that I played was my second major. We won semi-final against Heroic. It was 15-14 for us on Inferno on the second map. It was 2. We won it. We all. It was like unbelievable. And then we won the third map as well.
If I had to pick just one game, it had to be the first major final we played against Virtus Pro, because there were so many moments in that game where we could have lost, maybe should have lost, and that for me is the greatest match. Even though I didn't play too well in the final, it was still in my memory just a really perfect moment.
The Royal Arena beckons, and today the final two teams will be answering that call. We are live from the Blast Premier 4 Finals 2023, where today two of our teams will be hitting that semi-finals jackpot. For the other two remaining, their Black Friday is about to get a whole lot darker. My name is Freya Spears, joined finally by Matthew and Jacob. Gentlemen, we've been like ships in the night, passing with our shifts. Have you had a fun week so far, Matthew?
I've had a very good week, honestly. The morning shift has treated us well. It was nice to spend some time with Jacob. I tried to get away from him, but he's here again somehow. He's just always behind me. That's just how it is. But it was nice to see you work together as well.
Can't get rid of me, man. Can't get rid of me.
He's always going to be lingering here. Yeah, let's talk about Group A to be starting off with, because obviously I think there was a lot of order coming out of that group. Obviously, FaZe making it through, unfortunately, NIP being eliminated. FaZe continuing that streak. If it's going to be broken, it is going to be inside the arena. So I hope they've got their stuff in a row.
Yeah, it would not be the stuff of history to see that streak come to an end in Royal Arena. But I think we have to put a PSA right there. This wasn't easy for FaZe. By any stretch of imagination, they had to go through overtimes, fight back against Cloud9 that had 5 opportunities to put them away. But FaZe just do not quit. Welcome to FaZe. MFs. That was my favorite quote of the entire event already.
Yeah, that was great, man.
Shout
it was
out,
a great game against Cloud9. A great testament to what the FaZe DNA is still, right? We spoke about it in Csgo many times. They're always clutch. They always find their way back. And the same is the case here in CS2. Nothing has really changed from the FaZe lineup, apart from the fact that they're now playing good Counter-Strike again.
For NIP, obviously kind of makes sense that they get eliminated, obviously coming in with new leadership. I know you had some opinions on that, Jacob. You're hoping that they can get, you know, their ducks in a row moving into, I guess it will be the new year, right? Because I'm thinking about it, not many tournaments left for the Ninjas.
No, I think the Copenhagen major coming up, the PGL major in that regard is what they're focusing on right now. What they've done here at this tournament was, I guess, get to know, learn Alex a bit better. I was slightly disappointed with the outlook on the server. We heard a couple of in-game clips as well where Config said, let's play as a puck, let's try to do that, but nothing really worked out for NIP, and slightly surprised by it.
Group B, I want one word from you, Matthew, because we're seeing Vitality going into the Royal Arena. First time since 2021. I'm so excited for that.
Yeah, some very reassuring signs as well. We have to say, we hadn't really seen a whole lot of Vitality in CS2. Very short journey in Sydney. Zaiwu was a little bit tempered. He had pedestrian numbers, but yesterday, very quickly, reference series from him. We saw Spinks as well playing well at the beginning of this group, so the signs are all green for Vitality. They march on to the semi-final, and I have to say, I think the quality of the game versus Complexity was pretty high. Complexity itself maintaining a high level, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy the script can go on.
And then we move on to the unfortunate eliminated from this group. It came down to a Danish derby, and Astralis not able to win a single map, Jacob. And we know the roster changes that were just announced literally this morning. There are going to be changes in the Astralis camp.
I guess that's what happens when you show up with what effectively is a dead lineup. Again, I'm not surprised by the performance of Astralis. However, I'm a little bit disappointed that we once again are having a negative tone when it comes to Astralis. Obviously, for the future, that is where the exciting things and the exciting conversation starts to begin. With Stavn and Yabi coming into the lineup, you are getting in 2 of the strongest individuals in Danish Counter-Strike, 2 of the key pieces of Heroic, who used to be the best team in the world. So for the future, I'm excited for Astralis. For at this tournament, again, another disappointment.
Yeah, this was a payback, I think, if you're Heroic, because you remember Cologne, you're Heroic, you're poised to go to these deep playoffs, you're weighted, even you're expected to probably lift a trophy, and then Astralis ruin your dream, and then you just give it right back to them here in Copenhagen when they had everything settled. Personally, I've always said domestic matchups, huge opportunity for upset. That's what happened. The story ends very shortly for Astralis.
Particularly when they're sniping, you know, 2 of your former players. Heroic are like, hold my beer, actually. You're going to get a taste of our own
You think I'll get my player? You think I'll get my player?
Yeah, you are, actually, I guess, but you're not going to get the W in this. Speaking of Ws, we should be checking in with our CS Money Player of the Day. You guys have had your say over on the Blast Premier Instagram. So, Jacob, what have we got coming up as our 3rd best play, crowned by the viewers?
We got Boomich. Boomich again showing up with the M4A1S. He's had a strong tournament so far, and it's great to see him back. It's an ace coming in with the rifle right here, doing the dirty stuff towards FaZe.
Yeah, round 11 as well for Cloud9. Extremely instrumental. Now, I'm not going to lie, this is not going to be a great day for Buzz, according to the news, but he did have this incredible moment on Vertigo here, playing off 1v4 in the smoke. Beautiful movement with the mouse as well, and then just scanning for his last opponent. 4K for Buzz on Vertigo.
Not the first time you're going to see Bit show up as the highlight of the day. We've seen him a couple of times already at this tournament, and he's going to do it once more. This time, again, with the rifle. Bit is showing up at this tournament. A little bit of a slow starter, but when he hits it, he hits it. And the flash coming in right here for Alexi B, I'd almost argue it's his play of the day.
Beautiful stuff coming there out of Bit. Of course, they've got a chance to be making it into the semi-finals in our game later on today. But the eagle-eyed viewers at home will probably notice that there's a name missing alongside us. That is a certain Maui Snake, but fear not, because he has a very, very special job this weekend indeed. He's going to be our eyes and ears, getting an inside scoop at the player hotel with some players and some very special guests. Now, of course, we're going to be moving on to check in with him as he's got some NIP stars alongside him. We've got new in-game leader Alex and DJL for him to be checking in with. So hello there, Maui Snake.
Hey everybody, I'm Maui Snake here with DJL and Alex from NIP. We're at the player hotel, and so I'm going to ask these guys a few questions about what has changed with NIP. So first things first, DJL, you've worked with 3 in-game leaders in the past year.
Yeah.
Alexi B, Hampus, and now Alex. Could you walk me through the characteristics of some of those in-game leaders?
No, but I mean, for Alexi, super hardworking guy, and I mean, like nothing bad to say. I mean, just like why we changed from the others. Like usually I don't like to speak about my old teammates and all that, because I do think that, I mean, even why they were in IP from the first place, they have something to offer. So I mean, both for Hampus and Alexi, super good guys, very hardworking, and I mean, have a very good understanding of the game. I mean, it's still very early for me with Alex, I would say. We only had like 4 or 5 days of practice. But I mean, one thing I really liked with Alex, which I think is a little bit different, I guess, with the others, is that like he's a little bit quicker in his reactions inside of the server. And that is something I see and value a lot. But I mean, then all the differences, I mean, there are different players and of course and different people, but I don't really like to go into detail.
Okay, that's fair, that's fine. So Alex, moving from Movistar Riders into NIP, I'm sure there were some things you've identified with NIP that you wanted to change. What kind of things were those?
It's a good question. To be honest, I don't know. I just want to implement my game with them. I'm gonna work with Daniel and Hast, our analyst, to try to play good CS, like basically. Of course, I see some things that I want to change, but we didn't have time for that. So yeah, I mean, especially some defaults, some how to say, yeah. Basically, some defaults and some small details, I would say.
So would that include just building out the overall playbook for maybe, I'll start with CT side, for example, because I watched your Mirage game back pretty closely and felt like you guys started in a very similar default almost every round. You did maybe one mid-crunch early on, but what is building that out going to look like to you?
I mean, mid-age game plan was a little bit hard because we didn't, I mean, we haven't played a single mid-age. So it was the first one. For me, it's also really hard because I haven't played in a while mid-age, and they were trying just to help me, just playing default and trying to do like kind of the same every round. So for me, it's gonna be easy just to adapt to the game and stuff like that.
Okay. How about beyond that then, for both of you guys, what do you think is a realistic time frame? Because obviously this is your first time playing officials together. How many months do you think it'll take before we really know what this NIP team is supposed to look like?
I mean, for me at least, I think we should see like glimpses of the real NIP, and I mean, I would say like at least 2 months, I would say. I mean, I still think that we should have done a lot of basics, a lot of different reactions and all that, of like kind of how the NIP philosophy is gonna be. Haven't really spoke about that. Once again, like we were in China and we only had a couple of days with Alex, so everything is like kind of new. But I would say at least 2 months. That is a good, like, to see some glimpses. But I mean, everything takes time. that's just how it is. And I mean, I feel like I've said this so many times this year that you just need time, but that's kind of it, you know, like need to figure each other out and what the strengths and weaknesses are. And I mean, as long as we learn day by day and we get better day by day, like I don't see any issues being a contender in 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be 3 months, maybe less if we keep working like we are working. We are putting so much hours and so much effort into the game, and I think we are gonna be ready, like, yeah, as he said, in 2 months at least, 2-3 months.
Cool, cool. So kind of zooming out, greater picture, I know that Threat came back in as the general manager of this, and this is more directed for DJL. What do you think Threat's vision was? Because I know he wanted to change leadership, and what is it like now working back with him again?
Oh, but I mean, when Threat joined, we basically spoke about all the players and all that, because he was not here for I don't know how many months it was, but he hadn't been with the players we had now. So we just basically spoke about every individual, and he basically spoke about his like culture thing. Like we have Truls, our performance coach, and we basically spoke about the culture and of like how we want to work in an IP. And I mean, we basically came to the conclusion that we wanted to change leader, not because I mean Hampus was bad at all or something like that. We just felt that we needed something new in terms of the culture part. But he brings a lot of structure, I would say, outside of the server, more like how he has been working and all of these things. We try to like give each other ideas and all that. So me and Threat, I would say we're talking every day about something. If it's just for 5 minutes, we just speak for 5 minutes basically. But I mean, I don't think I've ever had as many hard-working guys, especially like in the entire NIP, I would say. There's a lot of different changes there as well. So I think the future is very bright.
Okay. Let's focus on one player on the team that's getting a good amount of spotlight. I know, Alex, you're doing your own in terms of just trying to integrate, get onto this team. But I want to know from your perspective, you worked with Sun Pius before, and now you're working with Hedrick, who's in many ways a rookie opper. So what are you trying to do to get him activated, given it's such an important position?
I will try to give him some responsibilities on the game, especially at the beginning of the rounds. He should know when he needs to pick, when he needs to do some aggro, some plays. And I know that he already knows, but he needs to be more like, how to say, natural, you know? But also I think he has a really good talent. And as you say, I have been working with Sampaius, with Martinez, and now with Hedrick. And I think he's gonna be really good. I'm gonna work with him some aspects, and that's it. I mean, there is no secret on that.
Okay, cool. I think that's mostly it then, and I appreciate both of your time. Good luck in the future. We'll see if the 2 month, 3 months is gonna bear fruit for you guys, and I'm sure you guys are, based off of everything you're saying, gonna put in all the work that you need to. So appreciate you both. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maui Nick. I'm really excited to hear more of those coming into this weekend. A lot of stuff I want to dive into there, but we are restricted a little bit by time. So I'm going to go back to the quote that DGL that stood out to me the most, saying they've built the team around Alex. That's got me scratching my head a little bit, Jacob, just because of the team structure. Those four were already there before him.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest critiques when it comes to NIP is they're recircling the same talent. Obviously, getting rid of Hampus, bringing in Alex. I like the move in the sense that you're bringing in something new, as they're also discussing right here. But you still got Config, you still got Res, you still got Hedrick hanging around as well. So I don't really see that team being built around Alex just yet. Maybe that should just more roster changes down the line. But for now, it just seems more like the old NIP, even with Essentech coming back in.
Well, if you keep the players, but you build around Alex, to me it means you're going to give him free reign to reorganize your game. And I think it has to be paramount for them, because we've heard from Hampus as well. He said in a couple of interviews, like, some players were not respecting my call. Some players were disagreeing with me, didn't really want to play my game. Now you'll bring Alex. I don't think his rap sheet is huge. I think he's done well with Movistar riders, but it's nothing incredible. He has to have the respect of everybody around in the NIP jersey, because it has been proven that this team is not enough just to mix around. Like, they need a new philosophy, and they need to give him that respect in order to give this a real try, because otherwise it's just not going to work. A new IGL is going to be there in 3 months if that's not the case.
And Alex actually gave us that quantitative figure, right? He said 3 months. That's what I need to kind of be working with the team to be getting some results.
That's short.
That is very short, and we're actually not going to see them at any more tournaments, if I'm correct, Jacob, this year. So they've got a lot of time to, be boot camping, hopefully trying to figure out exactly how to get their stuff together.
It is short, but the major qualifier is coming up in early January, late of January, so they got to be ready for that. I think you would have liked to set 6 months, and the more time you get, the better, but the major is coming up, so everyone has to be ready.
Well, NIP, unfortunately, eliminated here at the quarterfinals, and for one of these two teams sitting there comfortably behind us, not going to be sitting so pretty as well. Elimination beckons, or a spot at the semi-finals inside the Royal Arena and in front of this coveted Copenhagen crowd. It's either going to be falling into the hands of Heroic or Cloud9 after this.
This time, a very special treat. We have current in-game leader of NAVI, Alexi B, and former in-game leader of NAVI, Boomage. A special welcome to you, sir. Welcome back to Counter-Strike. It's been a while. How are you?
I'm good, and I'm ready to be back, on server. So I'm really hyped before the first match.
How are you finding CS2 right now?
I feel some new energy from the game, and I have the new energy to play more. That's all.
So you've got your passion back for the game.
Yeah, and motivation is really at good level right now.
Could you just clarify for me? I've had different things. Are you the in-game leader now, or are you coming in just as the rifler?
I'm in-game leader right now.
Yeah. How are you finding that?
It's a little bit strange because you have like 2 old teammates and 2 new teammates, and you're trying to find what will work the best for these guys.
And I see a lot of changes for you as well. Last time we had you and Simple on the couch. It's changed things up. You've got a new piece to work with. I think Wonderful is one of the most exciting AWPers in the game right now. How's it going with him?
Everything's good in that regard, and I've been working with him a lot on like one-on-one with him, and just trying to get to his level, like see where he is as a player and as in like just a person.
I think he seems, in terms of his play style, I think he has a really nice calculated balance between aggression and passive play. He seems to understand.
You could say that. I for sure think the same thing. And I also think that like once you're in that spot, you're kind of fighting to become one of the greats, right? In terms of AWPing. And we know who the greats are. And, they just do the smallest things just like a tiny bit better, right? So I think for him, it's just, doing the same things he's doing now with confidence on officials, and like just doing the small things, like learning from the small things a bit better. And by time, he'll be really good.
How's the vibe check? I think a lot of players talk about the culture of the team and like having good friends around you. Do you feel like you feel at home within this Cloud9 roster?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. It was a really great time on bootcamp, and I feel like it's already a family for me. So
good stuff.
Yeah.
For you, Alexi, I'd say like the vibe check over the last few months looked like it maybe wasn't the best vibe in the team. Like, how are things coming into this tournament?
So I think we're headed into a way better place, and we already found we were having like a lot of fun on the server these past 2 weeks. But I mean, officials and tournaments are always different. But I'm glad we have the performance coach still in this tournament with us. And I mean, just I feel like the vibe is a bit different. Always when you get a new player, it's always more relaxed and whatnot. But I feel like, at the end of the year, it's going to be a bigger picture you can tell and see how it really goes. But I'm just excited to play.
The Blast Premier quarterfinals begin here, and a chance for one of 2 teams to be netting those ever-dwindling semi-final spots. In one corner of the arena, we have Cloud9 making it all the way here from the Blast Showdown and integrating a new in-game leader into the squad. Things seem to be going pretty smoothly so far for Cloud9. On the other side of things, though, we've got Heroic, and for my money, a surprise to even see them be here, because we're talking about a mixed-up roster. We're talking about a Danish derby that I didn't really think they had too much of a chance in just yesterday. Jacob. For Heroic, they're proving they want to play in front of that home crowd.
Yeah, it seemed like a great performance coming out of Heroic yesterday. A bit surprising as well that they were able to take down a full roster in the sense of Astralis. Again, you said it, domestic lineups, especially between Astralis and Heroic, they live their own life sort of. And the guy on the screen right here to your left, Cadian, he lives and breathes for these moments, right? If there's ever a point where he's fully motivated, where he's giving his everything, it's whenever he's going up against Astralis. He got that inner fire. So it was a fun game to see yesterday and a fully deserved win for Heroic.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think in terms of motivations, if you're Heroic and you can ruin Astralis' dream, you can stop their tracks on road to the World Arena, of course you're going to do it. They have so many different reasons to do it. Cadian, of course, the idea that Stone and Yabi left that roster to go into the Astralis jersey. I don't need to paint the picture for you. Of course, they were going to give everything. And in that regard, I respect it. Now the question is, can you actually have it once again? Can you reproduce such high level now that we kind of take away this genie? The genie's out the bowl. That's it. They've been in Astralis.
I think it's going to be a much taller task today versus the likes of Cloud9. But I want to give props to Shush yesterday because he was, such an instrumental reason for them to be getting back into that vertigo, which was 8-0 down, if I'm correct in that, and then coming into overpass as well. He had so many impactful moments, and he wasn't the person I was necessarily looking at to be relying upon in this kind of new mixed-up roster.
No, you could argue he was more than what we are used to see from Shush. I mean, everybody rates him pretty highly in terms of skill. He's always been referred to as one of the best anchors out there. But the premise of success for Heroic is that players do more than what they're supposed to. Because we're not looking at a team. People have to understand, we are not looking at a team that has prepared, that has protocols, that has an idea on how to go into games. This is not even a dead team. It's not a team. It is a mix. It's a glorified mix of people that know each other a little bit, obviously have a bit of experience here and there, but you need individuals to overperform. And Shush has been doing way more than what we thought he could. Is he just a role player? Is he just a nice little patient anchor that's going to close the game? Apparently not. He can open, he can get stuck in, he can fake, he can get out there and get these very impactful entry kills, which I didn't know he could. So good for him. He provided way more than I thought he would.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. I think he's reminding us all how good he is of a Counter-Strike player. Also feels like he's the one left behind, right? You look at Cadian, he's moving on. Stabi, Jaun, and
you did it.
Yeah, you did it. As well. It's imprinted in my brain now as well. So at that point, it feels like he's the one who was left behind in Heroic, By no means is Heroic going to be a bad team, not today, not in the future, but I think Shoes is one of the absolute best players in his role in the entire world, so he is the kind of left behind.
Well, somebody else that still does remain on the side of Heroic is, of course, Exist. So let's go ahead and catch up with him whilst the Heroic boys get kind of hyped.
How much did that win mean to you guys yesterday going against Astralis?
I mean, always when we play Astralis, it's an extra feeling when you win, right? It felt really good. So yeah, it was amazing.
And what's the feeling in the team right now? We saw the huddles from Cadian still going on. We see this.
It's kind of weird, right? But I mean, everyone is super motivated. It's Cadian's last tournament with Heroic. It means a lot for him, and it means a lot for everyone. I think Dupree hasn't won like a big tournament either in Denmark, so it means a lot for him this tournament as well. So I mean, we're doing our best and we're working really hard to achieve what we want.
Do you guys start to believe now that you can make it into the arena? Do you think there's a way in? Because obviously we didn't know what we were going to get with this Heroic. You probably as well didn't understand what was actually going to go down. But is it now start thinking, okay, one more game, we can do this?
I mean, just because we won against Astralis, I don't think that means like we're really fucking good, we can do this, But I mean, practice has gone good, I would say. We have the experience, we have a good leader, and we have role-wise it fits everything, I would say. It's still going to be very tough now in the playoffs, right? First Cloud9, and I mean, it's basically old Navi. They're really strong. They have a lot of experience, and I think they're also really hard to anti-strat because they just play like defaults all the time, and yeah, it's kind of tough in that sense. And if we would be able to beat them, then we still have to beat Vitality and potentially FaZe, right? So it's like it's really hard, and we just go game by game, and we focus on what's next, and that's Cloud9.
Yeah, the heat's certainly turning up for Heroic as they move on into this series versus Cloud9. But this does mean that we get a very exciting kind of vintage head-to-head going on, right, between dupreeh and Electronic. What's your take on those two guys at the moment?
Ooh, I love that. I love that because both the players are showing better signs in CS2 than we've seen in a long, long time. Obviously, Electronic is up there at this tournament with the very best. He's right now a candidate for the MVP if he can continue with Cloud9 moving into the semifinal. dupreeh, for that matter, you have the stats right here, CS2 as a whole. He's been fired up online. At this tournament, a little bit more shy, a little bit more timid, but we have seen the best of dupreeh in a very long time the past couple of months. So fact of the matter is, Matthew, we have two of the old school entry fraggers from Counter-Strike Global Offensive all of a sudden turning up in CS2. Why is that?
I know where you're getting at. I also think, yes, indeed, at this tournament, specifically, Electronic has been miles ahead of dupreeh. Miles ahead. And if we're talking about trajectory in the career as well, Electronic, 25 years old, so he had many, many years ahead of him. He's going to be one of the greatest rifle we have in the history of Counter-Strike. But dupreeh is already in that sort of pantheon, if you will. So it's an interesting kind of comparison. There's another element you could put in there. 2 trophies in Copenhagen for Electronic, 0 for dupreeh. He's never put his hands on a trophy in Copenhagen.
There's another comparison I do want to draw in this as well. Of course, it's the in-game leaders and the AWPing in-game leaders at that. Obviously, for boomage, not really picking up the AWP too
We gotta stop with
much.
that.
Yeah.
We gotta stop.
That was a lie.
Hasn't been too shy about it. Yeah, I guess Cloud9 are just doing a vintage liquid, just not really AWPing anymore.
Hey, can we just acknowledge for a second that Cadian had 0 official on CS2 prior to this event,
That's
and
crazy.
he's pretty much holding his own? That's pretty impressive in itself.
Yeah, I would agree so. I think he's played well, especially against Astralis yesterday. The calling and the way he was dictating the game with the AWP and with his play was phenomenal. This whole boomage, I'm the AWP player on some maps now. He has 11 kills. 11 kills so far in this tournament with the AWP. We've seen Hobbit, we've seen Axel, we've seen all the players from Cloud9 once in a while picking it up. So yes, they are the in-game leaders. They are the ones creating the space and dictating the game sort of, but they're doing it in a very different style.
I love that you mentioned Hobbit and Axel. I'm just going to jump the gun here a little bit. They are what I would label difference maker and X factors here in this very series, because we now live in a world where I know what I'm going to get from Electronic. I have a trust that is unwavering. I know he's going to be great, but who is going to be up there to help him? Perfecto you can rely on, that's okay. boomage, you have a tempered expectation to what he's going to bring individually. There needs to be someone between Hobbit and Axel who picks up the slack. Axel has been playing slightly better in this tournament. I was very, very critic towards Axel. He's been delivering better. Hobbit is struggling. One of these two, they have to show up. They have to do more, because otherwise there's no balance in terms of rifling. You can see the numbers here for poor little Hobbit. Like, this has to get better than that.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the fun thing when you're saying it, right, you say Axel has played slightly better, and we're okay with his performance. 104 rating for a player like Axel, who the past couple of years have averaged 1.25.
Yeah.
He's nowhere near the same old Axel as we're used to see, who would always show up, who would always have output on the server. He's probably missing Shiro as well. So I agree with you. You need Axel or Hobbit for that matter to step it up, and we haven't seen either so far.
And you know what you need for Axel, and I've been keeping my eye on him specifically in all of these games. The problem is he needs to be activated. Axel hasn't reached this point where you can rely on him as an anchor and say, listen, boy, we're not going to come to your position. You better just get 2 out of the 3 players ahead of you. He doesn't do that. He needs to have someone set him up for a flash. He needs to have a little bit of movement. When he doesn't get that help and that support, he disappears. So in terms of responsibility, he takes some resources from Cloud9 in order to perform.
I just want to poke the bear a little bit more with that one. Do you think this is the best case scenario for Axel to be kind of refining that form again? Because obviously it was NAVI, then it was Electronic. It was all a bit of a hot mess for him for a while. Do you think with boomage kind of at the helm now, it's the best situation for him to be in?
I think so, if he can change it up a little bit. Think about all the space Electronic is creating with the way he's playing. Think about all the space boomage is creating with the way he's playing. If Axel want to become a bit of a beta
One MP9. Do you really want to throw this away in a 4 versus 3? We'll see. They are moving dangerously close.
I think that's it. With that smoke being down, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Dupree's out hunting already. He's already looking for the people running away from the bomb site. Electronic could have been dead. It might be Hobbit instead. Either way, it looks like Dupree's position is a powerful one. And he's going to be tying up the game here. We're going to be at 3-3 with Heroic answering back right away. Wow.
Oh!
Okay, there we go.
Spicy shot there from Shush. The jumping Mac 10 is just the MP9s trying to survive here. Not going to be working out. We've got an absolute problem there down towards the lower bomb side. 3 players go down with the explosion. I think only 1 rifle survives there for Cloud9. It's not a great round by any stretch of the imagination. Like I said, it's a Heroic classic. That Syncadian towards the ramp. Go for that opening pick. They've got a few ways of approaching that. Situation, and it is going to be tied up at 3-3. Heroic now with 3 in a row and actually starting to gather some momentum. This should be another eco for Cloud9 here. They saved the Electronic M4. There's not really many gimmicky plays you can do on Nuke, though. You can like boost behind credit card, maybe go on top of the garage roof, behind the air conditioning unit, but we've got quite a fast and snappy approach here as we see Heroic just rushing towards upper. No one here, Anders. Job done. Round over.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of round you want to make the call in. You're not going to be running into the Molotovs. You've got a Mac 10 as well to lead the charge, so even if they did stack it, you're not losing that much. So all in all, it's a pretty good calculated round coming
they're
up
going to be boosting up towards Heaven as well on the T side, sending Dupree, letting him off the leash, seeing if they can farm these remaining players, and I don't think you'd be anticipating this particular maneuver. Axel's position suggests he might do that.
No, they know where he is. I think Dupree already saw him, so either way, I don't think Axel was going to be able to do that much. Bit of a jump down there. CT spawn is where the actual rifle is for Electronic, and yeah, they seem to know about it. Trying to stay hidden back here. They're really running for him. And
no way.
The kill. They don't lose a single player. What a round, Henry.
What a call. What a round. What a statement to close it out as well. You rarely see players, especially against pistols and a saved rifle, boosting up towards Heaven on the T side of Nuke and hunting down every single player and succeeding as well. Not even suffering a single casualty, Anders. This is beautiful. Like, Dupree's looking super comfortable. The whole team's looking confident, and they're now in the lead on the T side of Nuke, and it's very early days in the best of 3, but this is looking quite impressive. We finally got a full buy for Cloud9. We'll see if they can answer back.
He's 12-3.
He's owning it.
It's wild, isn't it? One of the players where people, there's a lot of discussion in the community about, like, you know, lack of motivation potentially, or where is he going to go in his career now? Like, he's done it all, but he's still pretty hungry to show that he's got a lot more to show. So this tournament has been wild for him in that sense, hasn't it?
Really has. Like, honestly, like, his debut in CS2 with Heroic, like, he's had nothing but good performances.
Yeah.
Like, it's really quite difficult to poke holes in what he's put down so far. As technically a stand-in, he's just filling in for the remainder of 2023, right? And I dare say they might offer him a full-time contract after this because it's been a fantastic showing. And I think there's something there. He's not done yet. Electronic is, though. Speaking of Dupree, he actually gets the kill through the smoke. Another opener here for the Danes. Hobbit to deal with next contact, but he's completely smoked off here.
That was, I'd be interested in a replay about that, because I don't know what Electronic was doing. I don't think they spotted him, but then he moved out when the grenade got blown open, and then he just kind of kept moving. I feel like he could have just stuck in the corner from the get-go. Here we go, Axile. That is a really good spray. Double kill. He's been good on the multi so far out in the yard. Test this is a little bit labored, but he gets the job done against Hobbit anyway. Boomich and Perfecto left here. And there's still about 30 seconds left on the clock. So it's not risk-free for Heroic to slow it down like this. It's getting a bit close, but they want to see if they can get a mistake out of Cloud9 here.
They don't really have much time to be too tricky with this one, though, Anders. 15 seconds. Boomich, the boss, down towards lower here. He can save the day. He can deny this plan. Oh, he's gone gun-ho. And unfortunately, doesn't work out for him. Went for the wild swing out of the double doors. Trying to deny it was an ambitious maneuver. Didn't really work out, I'm afraid. It's Perfecto left in a pretty much impossible scenario.
It's a really, really comfortable round, in spite of the fact that the clock is really low. That's why you can panic, especially when you don't have, a full real team.
Thankfully, they had that smoke, right? If they didn't have the smoke to ironically, he put down the Astralis plant. There would have been a lot of trouble there. Like, Boomich was there to deny it. He got saved by the smoke at that stage. Like, Boomich, to be fair to him, he kind of had to make that swing. He was being pressured from Secret, and of course, a chance to win the round if he just got one kill and denied the plant, but didn't happen. And Heroic continued his really impressive streak here. On the T side of Nuke, that's now 5 rounds in a row. They are officially on fire. Yeah, what was Electronic up to? Just standing in the corner.
Yeah, I mean...
Was he like lining up a flash or something?
I think he was just trying not to die.
Because like, he ran into the garage a couple of times there, but he was crouched, looking into a wall with his knife out. And he wasn't blind by the looks of things there. That is super odd.
Not what you want to see necessarily.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, only just saw the replay, but it didn't look usual, I'll be honest. Let's get into another round of play. We've got Cloud9 with the maximum loss bonus, but that's not quite enough on the CT side to keep you going necessarily. Oof, Tessa's taken a lot of damage on Root, but he has safely made it down the vents here. We've got a half buy for Cloud9. CZs, MP9s, a Perfecto M4. Tessa's in position. That's going to make the CTs uncomfortable. They're going to have to consider a rotation. Electronic's been sent down to deal with it. And he's actually succeeded. Finds Tessas, who was low HP, bear in mind.
Yeah, he was already softened up, so really important frag there. And he'll pick up the AK. See if we can do a little bit more damage. I do like the idea from Tessas. Like, once he gets a drop, he opens the door on the small side of the bomb side, and then he runs up to wait to see if anyone's going to react on the other side. So he kind of had the right idea. He was trying to bait them into that exact peak, but just wasn't really ready for it. 55 seconds here, and could be another A attack from the looks of it. Boomich moving around quite a bit. Siphon's right on the other side, and Boomich can get the dig, but missed the kill opportunity. Electronic back in action. Gets the one there, and they're going to keep it going. This is looking great. Hobbit with the final shot with the pistol. And finally, after losing 5 in a row, it's Cloud9 back on the board.
Yeah, I didn't think they had it in them. They were starting to spiral here, but yeah, it goes 5-4 after giving up 5 in a row. A pretty decent upper hold there, all things considered. They haven't had a proper full buy in a while, but it all started here, bear in mind. Tessas did make his way down the vent safely, but Electronic was hot on his case. Managed to flush him out and then recover a rifle as well. And at that point, crunching the lobby just before they entered the upper bomb side there was a really nice call. And there's been some strong CT sides even Cloud9 this tournament, so we're expecting them to pick things up. They haven't really had a full buy yet, and they've had lots of MP9s and rifles with compromised utility. Now we've actually got a full setup here. It's actually Hobbit on the AWP. Bear in mind they don't have an AWPer at this tournament. I think we saw the stats before. Like, Boomich calls himself the main AWPer, but he's had 11 frags all tournament long with the AWP. So they've been mixing things up. It's not just one player.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a meme, but still they're playing pretty well even without it. Oh, there's an entry, but Axel again. Another multi-spray down. His 8th and 9th kill there, taking down Tessis and Dupree. So that's a trade you'll take. 4 versus 3. The timing. It's where a lot of T sides will throw Molotovs to that position to avoid that exact problem. But obviously, they want to take over that part of the map. So, you know, they maybe don't want to run for their own Molotov.
Well, yeah, they wanted to pounce on that, right? The smokes are down. You know there's a limited window before you could get naded in terms of blowing the smokes open or just sprayed down in general. So there's a few approaches there to consider. But that's a nice shot from Hobbit. Brings things back to a 4 versus 2. We've got 45 seconds on the clock as well, but this round is far from done. Shush has managed to find a gap here. It all comes down to the timing, and he's timed it well. He finds the first headshot in towards the in-game leader of Boomich. Now the swing, an awkward one, but Perfecto has brought it back to an even keel, and maybe even the advantage for Heroic as they look to answer back.
Hobbit is still sneaking in behind. He did it last time with a 5-7, and he actually got the double kill on that one. He has still got the AWP, but he wants to use the pistol instead. Shush might be just a bullet away from death here, looking for it. Easy shot down. And now some trouble. Playing a game here, Axel, and coming out on the short end. 1 versus 1. Nade around the corner, not going to do anything. A flashbang to set it up. It's Hobbit hunting them with the pistol. And coming up with a clutch that's unbelievable.
That's very nice from Hobbit there. Had the AWP, not known to be a sniper necessarily, and goes to the 5-7 for the close range encounters there. Floods his opponents out at the bomb site, and that was Heroic actually getting back into that round. That was looking impossible for the man. That was a 4 versus 2. Shush, like we said, managing to find that spacing towards upper. Zyphon gets the equalizing frag, but Hobbit shuts them all down, comes out on top in the 1 versus 1, touches the bomb, baits him out, and it will be tying things up for Cloud9 here, 5-5.
I think Zyphon is laughing, saying to himself, stop peeking.
Yeah,
that's what it
maybe.
sounded like. Hard when you're under pressure. Obviously, way less experienced at a high level than the rest of the squad.
He seems to have a lot of respect from his teammates, though. Everyone's been saying how amazing his aim is and the talent he's got, so one to look out for the future, for sure. Here comes the first cross. We've already lost Zyphon en route, unfortunately. Cadian gets tagged as well, but he has got that AWP. They're down towards Secret, but the CTs are on high alert, Anders. We've got 2 players down here, Axel and Electronic, the deadly duo, ready and waiting here to mow them down in towards that lower bomb site. That's an interesting flash. Lands like the aircon unit above, so it doesn't flash the players below. That's awesome.
Yeah, a couple of different maps where you can do that in. Oh, Tess is trying to get another opening, but it's going to fail. And Electronic is right on the other side as a backup, a bit of an insurance plan there if anything goes wrong. They did almost win the 4-on-2 last time, so you don't want to catch them out. Nice shot, but Electronic swift to reply. 2 versus 4 again here. Dupree and Shush left. They got about 50 seconds.
Well, it's another 4-on-2. Shush, alive. He's had a phenomenal tournament. From an individual perspective, he keeps hitting shots like that each and every time. His lurk potential has been really, really tremendous, to be honest with you. 30 seconds remaining, though. They need to work together here. A trade wouldn't really do. They need another clean frag if possible. That smoke makes things incredibly complicated at this stage. 20 seconds. Flashbangs going through. Dupree, tip of the spear, trying to get that bomb planted if possible. The Hobbit there. If he gets 1 kill, that's going to shut it all down. He gets the dink. Will this be enough?
Well, it's a bit awkward, isn't it? 8 seconds left. The bomb is being planted. They actually have a really good crack at this one. Dupree, he's got the right idea. The jump around. He knows that they're back there, but Perfecto, through the smoke, he gets him. I thought Dupree was going to come out on top of that one. Very unlikely the Shush could do anything here. They're going to double up. He's in the corner. There's one, but he can't find the second headshot. It's Electronic instead with a triple kill and a bit of a victory there in the 1 versus 1 towards the end of it.
Oh my days. Well, Cloud9, after giving up 5 rounds in a row, are back to their winning ways. We've got ourselves a couple of rounds here as they will take the lead once again. And Electronic managing to find that kill on Cadian. That's obviously very important. They tried to enter that lower bomb side, crossing over towards Secret. So took so much damage on Rue. It's a 4 versus 2. Heroic at least make the round close. It comes down to 1 versus 1. Hobbit's not happy about that. I guess because he went down before they could cross over towards the bomb site. But we're going to have a tactical timeout here. If you're just joining us, this is the quarterfinals. Here at the full finals, actually, in Copenhagen. We begin the semis tomorrow, and that's where the illustrious Royal Arena opens up, Anders. Why don't you tell us about that? Why is the Royal Arena so special?
It's, I mean, the best way to describe it is you have to be here to experience it. Like, inside, it's such a crazy atmosphere. Like, every time we get here, I'm floored. Like, you step out onto it, you see all the fans out there. It's so wild. It's not just the arena capacity. It's hard to explain, but some arenas are just built differently.
Yeah,
the acoustics inside the arena, like, it's so packed in there.
It's vast, right? When you walk in the room, that's one feeling you get. You're overwhelmed by the scale of it.
Honestly, also, like, it's one of the few arenas now in Counter-Strike where we have, like, recurring history. We have, like, it means something now to be on the stage in Royal Arena. Like, it actually means something now.
Well, it would mean a hell of a lot for Heroic to be the only Danish team there in representation. They're actually doing a very admirable job right now against a world-class team in the form of Cloud9. They're fighting for a slot in the Royal Arena, and they've actually got a chance of tying things up, going 6-6 on the T side of Nuke. Nothing to be sneezed at. That's actually a pretty decent scoreline, to be honest with you. It's a scrappy last round in terms of the buy. They've got a UMP on the T side. You don't see many of those, let me tell you. We've got Tessis on the Galil. Bare bones utility at the very best. 1 minute on the clock. I think it's just going to have to be like a smoke main, flash out, hope for the best sort of approach here. Yeah, and I think that's what's going to be happening.
Keep it simple.
Cadian's maybe going to smoke towards heaven or something from the roof.
There is another lobby adventure coming in. This time it's Boomich. This has actually worked out really well so far for Cloud9, but Boomich does get, kind of caught in the middle of it. Still, that's uncomfortable if you're trying to execute into the A-bomb side. Like, oh, they spotted us deep in the lobby. We'll see if they're going to follow through with it anyway. Looks like they are reconsidering. Not that they have a lot of time left to really do anything with here. 30 seconds. Oh my god, he's down to 9 health behind that and still just trying to run away. The UMP hunting him down. He's surely dead. It's going to be Tessis to pick up that one. And a return instantly from Perfecto. 15 seconds on the clock and Electronic goes down. Here's an opening. Bomb's going to be planted. They might actually be able to get this round. Perfecto. Very low. Hobbit trying to retake with the AWP. He's been favoring the pistol whenever this has been the case. He's just pulled that out and has started to make a run for it. Yeah, they're going to be like, all right, you low health, you pick it up.
We'll see what can be done here, Anders. I don't think there's enough here on the retake. It looks like Heroic should be able to find a 6th round here. Tie things up. 3 versus 2. The bomb ticking at some pace right now. Desperate attempts here from the AWP. Perfecto actually hits one. It's a glorious shot, but it's not going to be quite enough there. After going down 3-0, Heroic give us a fantastic showing, finishing the first half of Nuke 6-6.
I never thought I would see you in a wetsuit, Phil.
No, nice suit, man.
You too.
Ah.
I think this one will tell us what we're doing.
Have a nice day again. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, okay.
Dear players, last and final challenge will happen right here at the beautiful Danish coastline of Zealand.
You think it's that way?
I think it's out there, yeah. This time we will have to leave solid ground and venture into the sea. Whoever picks and collects the chicken the fastest and have the fastest lap while being on a paddleboard wins. Good luck.
Have you tried this before?
Yes.
Oh, rip. Who's taking time? He started now, no? It's looking good, Peter. It's looking good. Keep going left. Yeah, keep going left. Peter, go more left, more left. Shut up. He doesn't want to speak to me. Get the chicken, it's drowning. Get the chicken. 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 What's happening, Peter? Talk to me.
I can't get it off.
It's fine. Just tell me how you're doing it after.
Hey.
It's over 4 minutes now. You have chicken in your mouth? 7 minutes past now. Save the chicken. 17 minutes and 40 seconds.
So I made it in 3 minutes, Finn. Now it's your turn to go and collect your chicken. Do you think you can do better than me?
No.
No?
No.
Well, you better get moving.
Okay, I'll stop now.
I hope you're not gonna go into the water.
I will, for sure.
Oi! Yeah, Finn! This is what they call SDP. That stands for sit down paddle. Up or stop, Fit. Get up, stand up, Fit. It's called stand up paddle for a reason. Now you need to get the chicken, Fit. Chicken. Okay, I think he's doing worse than me. What are you doing?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Just grab the damn thing so you can hold on to it. Yeah! Let's go, Fit. You look like a pro.
Time!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cloud9 versus Heroic here in the quarterfinals in Copenhagen. It's been a great game so far, Anders, and Heroic are keeping their head above water. Actually, a pretty decent scoreline, all things considered. They go 6-6, boasting 50% of the rounds in their T-side campaign. That's pretty impressive after you lose the pistol.
Yeah, and you know what, to be honest as well, some credit to Cloud9 for kind of adjusting to the pressure that Heroic were bringing, because they were just so hot out the gate, right? Forcing up every round, winning 5 in a row, collapsing the Cloud9 economy, and then still they kind of, they managed to get it back with Axile Electronic playing really well in that first half. Hobbit, Boomich obviously struggling a little bit, he's 1-12. But on the other side, it's been Dupree's doing almost all of the work. Yeah, it's a bit rough for who cares? We'll give
no one cares. He's the boss still.
Yeah, he is the boss. He'll be back. It's going to be fine. But now, second half is coming up. It's still the first map in this quarterfinal. It's Electronic with an opening. Strong headshot to begin with. And they get rid of Cypher up on the higher ground. Dupree, he's got the kill, but they don't know that he's there. They have no idea. Right down below. What a sneaky play from him. And he's going to fall back down. This is huge.
Well done to Dupree. Holds his nerve there. Confirms the frag, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Boomich gets the second. And we've got some full damage taken by both CTs here, but they've got the bomb under their remit. Minute on the clock here, trying to find a more advantageous position. Try and take some territory on the map towards the lobby, perhaps. And going to find Perfecto en route as well, so that's a great kill. Boomage, if he can deliver an amazing clutch here, Anders, all be forgiven for that first half performance, and that's a good start. First headshot is absolutely his. Has the information as to where the second resides, and he's got the bomb.
The timing was so good in that first engagement. Now he's back up on the box. He knows where he is.
Oh my
Has some time. He's playing this one real tricky. In terms of the aim, you'd have to give it a shush, but Boomage.
Where's he off to?
Tricky character. He's playing mind games.
Oh, it could actually work.
Trying to rattle shush. If this works, he is an absolute genius, isn't he? 19 seconds.
He's going to have to make noise when he drops it. Like, I guess he goes silent down the ladder, then he's going to have to start running soon. Like, 10 seconds on the clock. He might get the plan out of this one.
Oh, out in the open! Oh! And he does get it! Boomage with the triple kill. He had one in the entire first half, and he just saved Cloud9.
Unbelievable scenes, Anders. Like we said, he's the boss, and he delivers when he's needed most there. 3 versus 1. He boasts a single frag in the first half, and he comes in with a roaring success in the second. All is forgiven here, and it's dupreeh. It looked like he secured the round there. Gets the bomb down towards upper. Takes down Electronic as well, but then Boomage, 32 points of health. Easy does it. Very calm, very controlled. Doesn't even need the bomb down, Anders. He's got nothing but headshots. Oh, that's glorious. And once again, we're going to have to see the Force Fires back in response from Heroic. They kept up a lot of pressure in that first half. We'll see if they can do it once again.
A little bit of a spray down from Boomage with a Mac 10 on Tesses. Also, if you notice, there is a bit of a veto coming up for the show match. You guys
I didn't even know there was a show match, Anders. That's exciting.
Always a show match, Henry.
All right.
One of the specialties, really. So, yeah. Get your vetoes in right now over Blast.tv if you haven't done it already.
We had some very special guests last time, if I remember.
Yes, that's true. We have a Danish football player.
That's right.
Nicholas Bentner was there.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's always something in store. Always something special happening. 4 versus 5 on this one, as they have lost Tesses. The MP9s, the Deagles.
Yeah, but still, there's a chance the CTs can do something with this. This particular maneuver, Zyphin's got all the information he needs, converts the kill. It's labored, but it gets the job done. But the problem is we've got 3 players down towards lower, and there is no one from the Danish side here to deal with it. So it's a Astralis plan. And Heroic might just consider saving their weapons, especially now. Zyphin gets dropped here. In terms of the kits, you'd imagine they don't have one. Their chances of winning this now getting incredibly limited, as Axa will find what's presumably the last kill of the round. Shush and dupreeh will just have to save here.
Yeah, I think dupreeh just saying, I'm gonna take the fight to them. They might not be expecting this. They do nearly line up, but he's actually good for a couple there. That's interesting. If he can stick around and steal the AK, that would obviously be huge. That's the Khalil.
They could buy again, Anders. There is a chance. Like, that's what they did in the first half. It would be completely throwing the book out the window in terms of what you should be doing in terms of the financial decisions, but it worked in the first half. They're looking to have these surprise and annoying sort of plays. dupreeh gets himself an extra $600 twice there, so $1,200 total. So he's got enough to even drop an M4 with that Khalil.
Yeah.
So
they lost Hobbit at the end to the bomb. So
okay, yeah, exactly right.
Cloud9.
I think they'll probably force buy again. Very rare would I say that on a CT side like this sort of scoreline. There's no reason to buy, but I would kind of like it in this scenario. With those 2 kills from dupreeh, the extra injection of cash, another rifle, I think at the very least have a timeout. Let's discuss it. And they're doing it. Okay.
How
so this
exciting.
is against the grain. That this is not what you'd expect. But I really like the call. So well played. This is an interesting move from Heroic.
And they're not a real team, right? They know they have to come up with something a little bit wacky to make this one work. I'm actually really excited.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's going to pay off or not. It obviously comes with all the risks that you guys already know about what happens if you... The CT...
Got to take some risks today.
You have to. It's the quarterfinals, and Boomage taking the risks. He's running for the smokes, and he does love it. Taking out Shush to begin with. Perfecto hiding in the corner here. This is going to be a really quick round. You may be short with the deal, but the rest of these rifles are suddenly really valuable. So yeah, if you get a couple of deal headshots here, it could be interesting, but otherwise, save what you have.
As long as you save the rifles, like, no harm, no foul, really. Yeah. Like, it's the same result as going forward and buying up in the next round, as long as everyone survives. So that's a key bit of information there. But Cloud9 handling this one well. It was an interesting idea from Heroic. Obviously, gambled a bit more in the positioning, tried to focus towards outside in the ramp. No one really towards upper. They lose one single frag. And that was all you could really do. You might as well hold on to it. You're not going to defuse with the lack of utility. And it will be Cloud9 finding further success here in this second half. 2-0 now, but bear in mind, money actually not too bad.
He's going to try and lure them back in. If they don't know whether... All right, fair enough. I thought if he was quick enough, because you can do that now on Nuke, right? If they think you might have a defuse kit, then you drop down. They all come running back in to try and stop you, and you were never going to win the round, but they just all blow up.
I'm sure they were a little bit scared at that point, just for the prospect of the defuse kits. I think there might have been time if he got straight on the bomb, but didn't have it. And play will continue, of course, with Cloud9 with 3 players surviving there. Nice shot from Zyphon, though. Did cost him his life, but as mentioned, the money should be absolutely fine with now 3 players surviving on those rifles. Lost bonus starting to accumulate. And we get into round number 16. The scoreline is 9-6. For those of you listening at home, not everyone can tune in and watch, Anders.
That's true. I do get messages on people saying, oh, I'm just listening in the kitchen, I'm doing something else. But here we go. A quick round to start with. Axel on the opening, and he will keep it going. My God, he's been playing well today. We've been asking the question over and over again. Where is the Axel that we know and love? And he's shown up in the quarterfinals just when they need him. 15 kills on him right now, and it's a 3 versus 3. The bomb stuck in a bit of an awkward position. It feels like, yeah, they're going to jump to try and pick it up there. Back over again. That's dangerous.
Yeah, this round is not over by any stretch of the imagination. There's a retake possible here for the Great Danes. Oh, it's a stifling smoke, though. Like, it's really difficult to try and push through that one. Good response here. We saw Heroic boosting up towards heaven in that first half, and Cloud9 can do exactly that as well. But Boomich, he might have missed the timing there. The chance the CTs will find him here. Good recovery, then the smoke down towards main. I don't think there's much more they can do here. This is a great half from Cloud9. It all stems off that 1v3 victory from Boomich and the pistol landers. So, yeah, he didn't get many kills in that first half, but he laid the foundations here for this great run in the second.
Yeah, he's a true leader in that sense. Like, he shows up when he's needed, you know, when the team really requires it. The rest of the time, we let them do the work. That was almost a huge slip-up from Boomich, though. It looked like Zyphon was going to just die trying to come up the ladder to begin with, but Boomich looking away nearly could have given up the round. But it's all in the past now. Good work from Axel in getting that opening.
Yeah,
that's how the bomb dropped. All right.
Yeah, even with a few fortunate kills through the smokes there, still lost control of upper completely. Smoked out for the retake, just didn't have the utility or the kits really to justify giving it a go. They've been locked out of the second half. You can see that reflected with the amount of timeouts used as the final one burns here from Heroic. This fairy tale run.
They're in a weird spot now. They're definitely not in a good position here on the Heroic side of things. But maybe they can come up with something.
Yeah, the thing is, because on the CT side, they might be close to maximum loss bonus here, but generally speaking, you need a bit more than that to keep things going. But they are saving weapons at least, Anders, right?
Yeah.
So they've got a KD and AWP, sacrifices the helmet, but they've got a pretty decent buy, all things considered, but it's Cloud9 now touching distance and closing out this map. It's the pick of Heroic as well. 10-6, 4 for Cadian, 4-11 for him so far. Not been the best showing. We'll see if he can start picking things up.
Yeah, I think that's probably worth pointing out. You know, not necessarily the most exciting first half for him with that AWP. Didn't have it necessarily that much, and then even when he did, I think he got out-orbed by Hobbit a couple of times even. So, I want to see more of that in the second half here. No smoke for the cross just yet. They did throw one for Mini, but there's a missed shot there for Cadian. That's not what you wanted. Boomich will take him down. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, it's actually kind of rough, and Electronic will really punish the swing from main as well. Preemptive spray through the smoke will find CEST Dupree alone into that upper bomb side. 2 players down on lower for Heroic as well. Looks like they're about to pincer in towards A as well, so Dupree is going to be in a lot of trouble here. He's sitting behind one of the vents, actually just behind the silo itself. He'll smoke off towards main, Zyphon in towards that vent. There's still a fighting chance. It's a powerful smoke, Anders, and they've actually got the rotations towards upper now as well, so they're in the right position. But Axel, he'll find the first. We've just got Dupree here. He's doing God's work, but he's got to reload. He'll be swarmed, and it will be 11-6. That's going to be Cloud9 now, the ones who are on fire, 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, really sick comeback from Cloud9. You've got to appreciate it. It's a bit unfortunate that battle in the 4 versus 3 starts with one of the Heroic members going down from the high ground.
Yeah.
If anyone from the CT side was looking at heaven there, it could have been different.
There's so much going on, right? Like, you're already in a very compromised scenario. You've got almost zero information. You're trying to rotate 2 players up. Dupree cowering in a corner. He actually ended up getting 2 kills there. It was almost enough, but at this sort of scoreline, and then being on the CT side, as I mentioned. And now they've got another pretty difficult buy here. Famouses, M4s, no kits, and one kit, actually, I tell a lie, but concessions across the board here. We'll see whether they can hold on. It's Dupree's actually having a bit of a banger performance here.
He really is.
21 kills.
That's
12 deaths.
everyone. No one's close to him.
Electronics was 16. Axel was a 16 as well. To be fair, Axel has 5 and 2 in opening duels as well, so he's smashing the front door open each and every time.
Yeah.
He's had a great tournament in general, but Dupree stealing the show in terms of frag total.
That miss from Cadian, I had to bring it up because
that was a massive miss.
We do all love Cadian, but the problem is that's the sort of, you have to hit that, right? You get outsniped by an AK.
Especially, like you said, there was no smokes there, and he just had 2 clean opportunities to connect, and you'd expect a player of that caliber to take it, and yeah, down he goes. Burned to a crisp by Hobbit. Another opening frag here. All the way down to 37 points of health. Boomage down to 0. Testers will find him from that secret room, and they're going to pounce down towards lower. This is where Zyphon will really be tested. Can he keep up? Can he find multiple frags? You better believe it. There's the hat trick, showing us that unbelievable skill in buckets and spades here. He will hold on. He will defend lower, and Perfecto remains in a 4 versus 1.
He flashed Tessus as well. That is funny, but the aim, nothing to be laughed about here. Siphon with a godlike performance. I think Roger on one of the first stages did call him an aim kid, which is a funny description, but that's, you see it right there. That was mechanical.
That was very nice. Nothing like super flashy in terms of like, oh, nothing but headshots or one taps, but in terms of his positioning, staying calm and making sure that he couldn't be taken down. And just enjoyed this again. It's like, look at that. So calm.
Boom, boom, boom.
Really precise. Just hitting like the chest as well, going for that torso area, just making sure he's doing high damage, hitting his shots, nice movement. And yeah, they needed it. It goes without saying. That would have been map points in favor of Cloud9 if he couldn't defend the lower, but he certainly could. High pacing behind this one once again. It's going to be Cadian with the opening frag this time. Finds Electronic. Axel answering back. Beautiful double spray down with the AK-47 from the garage. It's Heroic with the man advantage for now, but Hobbit and Perfecto maybe have a little bit of space here. We've got Perfecto out towards the T-vent. Hobbit with the bomb on his back. And maybe they just have to group up here. Hope for the best. It's Khalil as well for Perfecto, so money's not amazing. If Heroic can convert this advantage, they're right back in this one, Anders.
Yeah, this is their chance to do it. It really is. They've got the double setup here as well. Siphon's going to get the one on the trade.
No.
Nice work from Perfecto. Look at him dancing on that corner. Just made himself very, very hard to hit. In fact, he didn't get hit at all.
Yeah.
Now it's a 1 versus 1 with a struggling Cadian on the Heroic side.
It's a really good point. It's the biggest round of the game so far. It's a 1v1. There's a chance for us to catch our breaths here. Just understand the ramifications. You're right, 50 seconds here. If Cadian can win this round, it completely ruptures the finances of Cloud9. Their chances to the Royal Arena are still alive and well. If they lose this map, Anders, their pick, I don't think they hold on against Cloud9 and Inferno. Kind of has to be this round. This might decide the entire series right here, right now. If he can win this game, they still have a fighting chance.
It's Cadian losing his nerve first. He wants to go. He's feeling nervous. He's feeling the pressure of probably a little bit of a poor performance and the fact that they're behind. He's moving into mini. Now, it could be a genius position to be in. Perfecto might walk right in front of him and just die immediately here. The timing is everything. He's got the bomb out, walking straight in there, and he's fallen down.
Oh,
what? No!
He doesn't know. He actually went down at the worst possible time.
Oh,
so
dear.
he couldn't tell.
He still doesn't know.
He still thinks it's lower. And
Now
yeah,
he knows.
now it's coming through. And now he's heard him for that incendiary down towards lower. He's had to make all these steps. And he won't hear him in the vents. And I guess there's still a chance that Perfecto misses the shot here. There it is. Okay. I hated his positioning there. But we'll see if he can still clutch out this round.
Kid picked up from Cadian in transit. He has to just go for it right now. Hunt him down. Oh, a Molotov as well.
Cadian wins.
He just wins. He can't run through it. Cadian going for the full-on defuse. And that will be the round.
Yeah, Perfecto.
I can't believe he comes out on top.
He absolutely fumbles that. Like, what was he hoping for? Like, you got the worst of both odds there. You give up your position. You can't kill him with that sliver gap. You just get the information he's coming through main, which you already know.
Yeah.
Like, why not give yourself some sick angle, like a deep clear, and a chance to play it? But I don't even know what he was going for. Like, an unbelievable one-tap. The best he could hope for is if he gets the intel as to where he is, he also spots you, and then hunts you down. He's got the incendiary after dinking you, can just fully defuse. Like, terribly played, I'm afraid. Like, well done to Cadian. Like, stood no chance, really. Shouldn't have had any business winning that. But Perfecto's given it up. In a poorly played 1v1, we do have Heroic back on their feet here.
Yeah, but you mentioned it already, the money for Cloud9. Now, they forced up into this round behind the bomb plant, but my god, that could be the round that changes the entire map.
I think so. That's kind of insane how he doesn't win that round. He couldn't have had more going in his favor. With Cadian down towards bloody lower Anders. Anyway, we'll go back in towards this next round here, round 20. Electronic does actually bring back equalizing frag. 4 on 4, Dupree towards that CT Ven. Lots of players around him. The smoke providing a shroud for now. Shush spotted, still willing to challenge.
And Exile willing to fight. That's interesting. At a distance with a Mac 10. Vector gets the drop down, so only the bomb on Hobbit. That's a bit awkward when the bomb is kind of left up here and the rest of the team is down below. A lot of ways that can backfire. Smoke is up, and we'll see if they can create enough for distraction down here. Looks like they're going to be punching out the windows. That's going to be heard, obviously, from the CT side. They're going to know what's up, but I'm still worried about that bomb being here. 35 seconds now. Hobbit might be worried to see if he can get down the vent cleanly. They're really close by right now. If they take a little peek in towards Squeak here, they might just find it, but he's safe. He's made his way down. All right.
This is big from Electronic. They're trying to use that dropped vent sound cue as bait, and oh my god, they're getting a bit more than that. Beautiful shot from Hobbit. He'll go down eventually. It's Zyphon with a double kill.
10 seconds.
Electronic, yeah, 10 seconds and about 10 HP as well. I don't think he stands a chance here. It will be Zyphon to have another spectacular round down towards that lower bomb site. Good stuff from Heroic. They keep
the triple for him.
Yeah, they keep their chances of nuke alive. No plan this time as well, Anders. That was already a compromised buy from Cloud9. So that was all Galil's Mac 10s and AKs. I think at best they're like half by maybe Eco as we get forward into the following rounds here. So does that 1v1 for Perfecta come back to haunt them? Well, it's starting to look a little bit uncomfortable out there.
They're calling it a machine.
The yelling's beginning, Anders.
Yeah, they're calling Zyphon a machine, I believe. So he's almost up to Dupree. What a performance.
Oh my god.
Oh, the Molotov is down. The spray is all. It's Zyphon with the triple. Making a quad. Looking for the ace. The pistol is out. And he's got it.
Oh, what a showing he's having here. Putting himself in the shop window, showing how talented this young Dane is. Sure, it's against a half buy, but they've rushed the ramp and he's got all 5 kills, and it doesn't look like it's bothered him in the slightest here. He's had so many big moments on the CT side of Nuke so far. Another one for the scrapbook here, as it's a beautiful ace, to be fair, Anders. He plays it so well. That's all his utility. He's done all that damage before they come through. He deserves the ace. As Heroic now will find double digits.
Zyphon the machine.
Zyphon the machine. He looks like he's really enjoying himself as well. What a great opportunity.
Yeah, that's something that I think you mentioned when we saw them a couple of weeks ago for the first time with this kind of a lineup. We said, there's no pressure here. Like,
absolutely not.
It's such a
if you can just turn up and do your job, and certainly is, and he's got 25 bloody kills. Like, he's absolutely going to town on Cloud9 here. And he's not just finding exit frags or kind of low impact kills. Like, he's defending one of the most difficult positions in CS, like towards ramp, defending a whole rush, getting the ace, defending the little bomb site by himself. And Dupree looking to tie things up here, 11-11, and Hobbit's making a wish, hoping he can find a few more headshots here, but it's not happening. 4 on 2. They've got AKs in hand, Perfecto and Axel looking to piece things together if possible. What in God's name is that? We get a double kill, and one of which is through the smoke with a wallbang.
That's so sick. Axel waiting for the smoke, peeking right before it goes there. But Cadian was on the other side doing the exact same thing. Tess is trying to save him, reloading in the middle of it, and Axel will take him down. 1 versus 1. Axel at a significant health disadvantage here. And even worse still, there's only about 35 seconds left, and shush, he should win this every single time. He's in an off angle, great position, he's got the health for it. Axel has to land a clean headshot for this to work out. It has to be an instant flick to even get close to this one. He's got his back turned as well. 20 seconds, and it's shush. The precision was just too much to overcome.
That's how you play a 1v1. Shush put on a bit of a masterclass there, holds his nerve.
Yeah.
Good positioning. No chance of being flushed out. Unpredictable spot as well. And that is going to be Heroic tying things up here. It all started with Dupree and the MP9 mowing them down there towards the secret area. They had a massive man advantage. You thought they'd hold on to it, but Axel had other ideas. He finds 3 glorious frags to bring it down to the 1v1.
No
but
bomb plant.
It's the veteran of Shush, though, managing to outmaneuver him, read the situation well, and no bomb plant indeed as we take the first tactical timeout from Cloud9 here.
Wow. Okay.
11-11, we're tying things up. The CTs are fighting back. And once again, Anders, it was a 5 in a row to open this half up for Cloud9. Guess what's happened in response? 5 in a row from the Danes. And we're going the distance here. All 24 rounds will be played.
What a difference a round makes, Henry.
Yeah, and it all comes down to that 1v1 where they had the craziest advantage I've ever seen in the clutch. Like, he's gone down the wrong bomb site. He's already thrown a smoke. He's told you he's down and lower. Yeah, all you have to do is play the bomb. Or at least just give yourself a fighting chance of having a 1v1. That was crazy. That really was one of the moments that defined the outcome of this particular map and maybe the series.
Oh, without a doubt. Really, Cadian? Really? We're knifing people in the field.
Hey, I haven't seen it work yet in CS2, but I have seen it work in the past.
It's a quarterfinals.
Yeah.
To try and qualify to play in front of the home crowd on the biggest stage in Denmark. And
yeah, I like it.
And you're performing horribly. You've got 6 kills in the entire game. Like, is it really the time to do it? I question it out there somewhere. Config's probably giving him a smile, but that's too much for me.
Well, it's Cloud9 that have made their way down towards Secret in quite an efficient manner. You can see Testis on high alert. He's not quite sure as to what sort of manpower they've got down there. They've got Cadian to defend. Good incendiary. Buy some time, some rotations here if required, and he will have a player join him down towards lower. That's going to be Dupree.
Tess is being very active and looking for this out here. He's really maneuvering around the map. Going to smoke Squeak once again. And well, himself gets smoked up, so now he's just in a bit of a weird pocket there. 35 seconds. That Molotov really slowed them down. They're only now recommitting to a bit of a jump. Dupree's calling it out. He knows that they're coming. Pre-fire from Cadian doesn't really hit it. Orbit! The cracking opening. Cadian trying to spray them down. It's an amazing double kill. That might have actually brought them back into the round. They might have lost it instantly otherwise. They know that Siphon's down there. And he has been a fraud on this map. They're going to find Tessis upstairs instead.
What?
Vector waiting the whole time. And Cloud9, they've solved the puzzle. They're there.
Yeah, it's a really great call. That's a Boomage special right there. He's alive and well. The bomb on his back. They've got a couple of kills down towards lower. They've traded very effectively. There's less than 20 seconds on the clock there. And you've got the audacity to get in the vents and go towards upper because they had a player ready in towards the squeaky doors. Patrolling those rotations. He's calling the numbers there and they've rotated through the ramp.
Yeah.
So at that point, he knows you can safely make your way up. They've killed a player. And at that stage, it's all over. Heroic can't even justify going for this one. Now they'll be feeling the kind of conversation we had in the first half. They'll only get $1,400 into the next round. So they have no choice but to save these 2 rifles to make sure they have a pretty compelling buy going forward. It's how quickly the economy can change hands here. Cadian, great effort with the double kill, Anders, but wasn't quite enough. This was the moment when Perfecto finds his backstab kill towards the squeaky door. That's when the round's over. They fly up the vents, get that bomb planted. Heroic no choice but to save.
And that position for Perfecto is so sick whether they go A or B, right? Because if they'd gone B, Perfecto would have been to try and stop Tessis from rotating anyway, so no matter which way you pull it, that squeak door position is just so sick when you're going in that direction. 12-11 the scoreline, and we are heading into the 24th round, the last of the map, unless we get some overtime. We'll see if Heroic can bring it that way. Cadian back with the AWP. It hasn't really been that impressive for him, but all you need is one good round. All you need is one good round, as Boomage showed earlier. Tessis with a killer, running for the flame. Shush, easy pickup. He's good for the double, and they've been slowed down. This smells like overtime. Or he did. What's going on? Hobbit and Perfecto, they swing it back, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. What just happened?
It looked like they were dead in the water. Overtime was locked in, but then a flurry of frags are delivered by Cloud9. They've got plenty of time to work with here. A chance to reposition, recover, and they still have pretty decent HP as well. It's Cadian. We know he's towards the ramp. He's got the AWP to Xiphon. He's played years above his experience level. So far on this map, he's looked fantastic. 26 kills to his name. We would love to take them to overtime here. Can he deliver once again? Molotov towards upper, suggesting they'll be planting on this side of the map, and it's Cadian. Loves these sort of scenarios. He'll enter the bomb site first with the AWP towards the hut.
Just needs one good kill here. Hobbit in the back. He does spot it out. That's Siphon with the rifle. A little bit of a duel there. Dancing in the back line. A bomb swiftly ticking in front. Siphon's the one with the kit. That's worth pointing out. Cadian is slipping in. He's so close. Scoped up. Oh, but he misses the chance. Hobbit will take him down. And now it's on Siphon. A young player. 1 versus 2. Grenade right in his forehead, and he's in the crossfire. Hobbit will take him down, and Cloud9 will take the map.
It was a great map, Anders. Back and forth we went there. It was unclear who was going to take it. It had absolutely everything. high-octane frags, amazing clutches, heart-stopping Counter-Strike throughout. The level has been very high. Heroic are on quite a show here today, but all be Cloud9 picking up the first map of Nuke.
Yeah, Heroic almost constructing the comeback of dreams, but this one falls to the fate of Cloud9. We're talking such a streaky second half. Cloud9 coming out, all guns are blazing, then Heroic answering back with 5 of their own. But the pace change up from Cloud9 there, really instrumental in terms of, closing out those final 2 to steal away the map pick of the day.
I mean, it was a game of the clutches. I think that's quite clear. It is going to be the theme that we're going to go through in this segment. We're talking about heartbreaking moment for both teams. And in that regard, you have to respect Cloud9's resilience to stay in a game, because after this Perfecto fumble against Cadian, I thought this was it. I thought Heroic had all the momentum they needed, and at the very end still, it's kind of the microcosm of the game in a round. You're talking about a 5v2, Shush with a pristine defense, and then getting a little bit overzealous, allowing Cloud9 to come back into the clutch, and this time it falls into Cloud9's hands.
I agree, all things considered. You saw the round distribution just before. Cloud9, they go up 3-0 in the first half, they go up 5-0 in the second half as well. You win both pistols, you convert, and yet Heroic was still very close coming back. The last round right here, that's gonna haunt them for a bit. Shoes is playing it to perfection right here, staying alive, very blind, getting the first kill, getting the second kill, combining with Tessus. At this point, it's a 5v2. Sure, the trades are coming in, but I can't believe that they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves, a little bit too willing to fight right here, Heroic. And when you're in a 2v2, it always comes down to the nitty-gritty. Cadian, very, very close finding Hobbit right here. That would have opened up the round, but for Siphon to be left alone in a 1v2, almost impossible. It was a game of inches, and I would argue this. Had Cloud9 not won and converted both pistol rounds, Heroic would have won this game. In the rifle rounds, I think the Danes were better than Cloud9.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that statement, but it also speaks volume to, even though he's at the bottom of the scoreboard here, Boomich's impact at the beginning of the second half,
yes.
Believe you me, this is what actually sends Cloud9 into this part. They have financial upper hand over Heroic, they have the rhythm with them. We're talking about a 1v2 coming out of nowhere from Boomich, who's got 1 kill at the time, and then he's the one being sent with the MAC-10. He's the one surviving, helping them survive that force buy that everyone is afraid of. Boomich is just flying like a rocket with the MAC-10. He had a huge impact at the very beginning of the second half, and that put them in play. This Jacob right there, we were wondering what the hell is going on in this clutch. Boomich 1v2, and the patience. We were not exactly sure what was the idea over there.
No, we saw a lot of clutches where they were just waiting and waiting and waiting for each other. And I guess that's what happens when you're playing against Heroic. Boomich right here doing the right thing, trying to force the duel. Then he's going up inside lobby and waiting and waiting and waiting, just sitting still, waiting for a movement coming in. Now we have a situation right here where Boomich should die. 17 HP, the only way he survives is by the instant headshot, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, that was a beautiful clutch coming out of Boomich. Should we cover our eyes for this next clutch? Because this was kind of ugly, and we thought, sealed the fate of Heroic actually in this one. Let's bring up round number 19, because this is between Perfecto and, of course, Cadian. And this one got a little bit messy at points, right?
We always talk about the audio situation, the spatial audio on Nuke. Of course, Cadian, he'll falls victim to thinking this is the B plan, but obviously it's an A plan. And when Perfecto realizes it, I think it might have just thrown him for a wrench. I think he was a little bit confused to think, holy, wait a minute, I've completely won this clutch. And he overthinks it just a little bit. You would look at the overview of the clutch, you think there's no way Perfecto can lose it. And then, he flops it. Let's be honest, Perfecto flops it.
Yeah, Henry said it during the cast. He didn't like that Perfecto gave up his position, and Cadian got the opportunity to win the round. It wasn't a pretty clutch whatsoever. And in all honesty, if Perfecto wouldn't have shown himself in the beginning of the duel right here, despite not dying, Cadian would have had no idea as to where he was on the map. So no way he would have won that clutch. That was a big mistake by Perfecto.
My theory is that when Perfecto started running to start planting on the A side, he was mentally ready for a fight very close to him. Because he knows Cadian is very close, and I think he got probably bamboozled, like, what the hell is going on? Wait, hold on a second, he's going Vant. And then in a fraction of a second, you have to sort of rebuild a new model of this clutch. He got a little bit lost, which doesn't happen too often to Perfecto. I mean, we're looking at it as a reference for these moments. But it was just so unexpected for Cadian to go lower. Perfecto got lost into sauce a little bit, and then Cadian at the end with the defuse immediately.
Now, I know, Matthew, you had your own Axel coming into this particular series, and I think it's fair to say he delivered, particularly, in that streak that Cloud9 were getting in the beginning of that second half.
Yeah, you're right. I think not only in the pistol, I mean, he's going to have this not the MAC-10, the MP9 moment in that second round. I'm sure we're going to see that little sequence where he was completely on an island. That's the one I'm talking about here, and that's money. You don't need me to explain to you how crazy this is for him to stop that force buy. But even still, I think he had a little bit more movement to his game on the CT side, which I liked here. He's actually in secret. And on the T side, I have to respect his ability to enter bomb site as well. He's not necessarily the player that I would put first in that conversation, but he had a few moments where he really used his aim to go out there and clean angles. goals. Here he helps out, of course, Perfecto to be set in that clutch. So good for Axel. This is not an incredible stat line, but this is what I wanted to see from him. Have some impact, have some say in the game.
Came in small fractions in the game. I agree. You saw it in the highlight as well. There was a couple of moments where he really had a lot of impact, and then he dived out of the game as well. A couple of rounds where he couldn't get anything done. The same was Electronic as well. That's why Heroic were able to come back into the game. I don't think the rifling power of Cloud9 in this game in particular were strong. I think that's why Heroic were allowed to fight their way back into it. But the small fragments of the game where they actually showed up, they showed up big time.
Yeah, and another reason why Heroic were kind of able to, you know, keep their heads above water, if you will, until the final moments. We've got to give it to Dupree. He had like a ridiculous scoreline earlier on in the game, and also Zyphon kind of coming in the late game as well. Obviously, you know, we know the power that Dupree should be bringing to the squad, but Zyphon, I think a few of us had some question marks about exactly what he'd be delivering.
Of course.
And I'm feeling confident for the future of this man.
I mean, I think he's doing the best out of this opportunity. We have a couple of the moments from Dupree. He started red hot. You're talking about 14 kills in about 8 rounds, I think, at the very beginning of this game. So he definitely spearheaded Heroic into a very good T start. Used all his skill to get, we're talking about Dupree, as in going out there and getting the duels, of course. He was definitely here. Zyphon is the other story. It's the other end of that coin. We're talking about late game resurgence. Of course, he had the ace against Nico round. That's great. But just overall, a multi-kill ability with the rifle. And Loki, I'm just going to tell you, he's got good crosshair placement. Like, we're talking about where the crosshair is, vertically speaking. Like, he's going for the head. You can definitely see that's a headshot type player. He's pretty serious.
I think there's a lot of people who forgot about Zyphon after he's no longer in Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, he missed the train.
He kind of missed the train, went to Sprout, couldn't really get it done, but now he's back in Heroic with this great opportunity of maybe playing for a future within this lineup. Maybe playing for a future big contract somewhere in the world of Counter-Strike. I think this game is going to be a reference game for him. He is, as Rocker said and told us, Matthew, in the morning shift, he's an aim kit. He's a guy that is just seeking the duels, red hot crosshair, not necessarily always the smartest decision-making player, but you don't need to be. If you're just fighting and you're good at it, play to your strengths. Do like Config is not always able to do an NIP, just play to your strengths and nothing more than that. That's what he's done so far for Heroic, and he countered with a beautiful ace as well.
Yeah, he doesn't really get phased out. When he has multiple opponents in front of him, that was a good example right there. He just realizes, I have the upper hand, I'm not backing down, I have 25 bullets in my magazine, you're not passing.
Well, Cloud9 do seal their opponent's map pick of Nuke coming into this quarterfinal. And now our hope on the horizon for them is Inferno does await. But that is coming on the other side of this break. We'll see you back here in about 3 minutes' time. Go get a snack, go get some water, and tune in for Inferno. Inferno next up on the cards of pick up Cloud9 and a chance for them to make it to the semi-finals of the Blast Premier Fall Finals in just 2 maps. Not the fate that Heroic will want to be seeing, particularly as this forbids them the chance of playing in front of the crowd on home soil. But speaking a little bit more about Inferno, gentlemen, we got to see Cloud9 going head-to-head versus Navi on this very map. So we've got a little bit of a sample size for Cloud9. What did you learn from that particular game, Jacob?
I think there was a strong performance coming in for Cloud9. We had Electronic once more popping off, playing well. I think Cloud9 seemed in control against Navi for the vast majority of that game. I remember it as they were never in danger, even though Navi were playing a decent brand of Counter-Strike. Also, one of the maps they played in Thunderpick in the online leading up to the tournament. So it's a map they've been working on. There's a reason they're picking into it, and I think it's a strong card to play out against Heroic.
Yeah, and a lot of searching for kills in the bracket, mid-bracket of the side. You will see Electronic being helped with smokes either on one side, left side or right side, and then just going for kills. And he had it really going for him against Navi. He was very much a thorn in their side. It was hard to handle for them. I think Navi gave him a whole lot of duels too. So it's going to be interesting to see if Heroic play a little bit more defensive or if they just want to meet him head on towards middle. I think it's going to be key. And on the CT side, again, I have to say, Axile held his own. Like, he's playing on that kind of pit position, abs position over there. And what's really great now with Boomich as well is that you finally see an Electronic who is freed up, who can play the long side and he can rotate around wherever he sees fit on the CT side. Do I want to stay on the A side? Do I want to be that third guy on B? He's been liberated by having Boomich now who plays B with Perfecto.
Okay, so Matthew, you've given us 2 kind of options of how Heroic could potentially handle this. Which one do you think is favouring your money a bit more, Jacob? Do you think more aggression coming out of Heroic, or do you want them to play a bit more defensive?
I think they have to play aggressive Counter-Strike. We saw it on Nuke as well, the CT side. What really put in a spanner to the works for Cloud9 right there was the fact of the matter that Heroic constantly were aggressing in Yard. They didn't leave any space whatsoever to Cloud9 to do their default towards lower, to do the default on Yard. If they can do the same thing here on Inferno, where they can avoid Electronic getting into the space where he can entry frag. We spoke about him actually during the morning shift as well. The pathway he's having right now in his entering, he's always being set up with smokes, being set up with flashes, being set up by a teammate. So the more you can disturb that if you're Heroic, the more you can get in front of that by being aggressive, take away banana control, fight in middle, go inside apps with an AWP if you're KDN. Do the old Heroic style of playing Counter-Strike where you're constantly being disruptive. That is the key to victory without a doubt.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned KDN because I do think he can be an X factor here. I think we've seen a little bit of both versions, right? He doesn't have a whole lot of pedigree in CS2 so far, not a whole lot of maps played. He's had good maps and he's had weaker maps, and definitely if you're looking at Heroic, if you're looking at the success they've had over the years on Inferno, it's KDN kind of disrespecting the rules with AWP, peeking down middle, peeking down long. But now we know in Counter-Strike 2, we're not in the same scenario. I don't think he can afford to be so aggressive with the peaks because you're about to be Ferrari peaked by rifles right in your face. And that in itself, I don't know how they're going to manage it because this isn't really a weapon they have in the arsenal currently.
So KDN could be an X factor, but is it going to be enough for Heroic to actually take this map off of Cloud9, or is this smelling like a 2-0 for C9?
It does smell like a 2-0 in all honesty. I think Heroic had a decent shot at Nuke of coming back and making this series incredible interesting. I have Cloud9's being the favorite. I agree with Matthew 100%. The X factor right now for Heroic will be KDN. If we remember KDN in CSGO as well, Inferno was his playground, especially the CT side. He's going to be everywhere with the AWP. However, we haven't really seen that same presence, the same impact in CS2 so far. So I'm leaning towards Cloud9, unfortunately for Heroic, but I still think it's going to be a competitive game.
It was going to be interesting to see how they react from this as well, right? Whenever a team has a near victory, a near miss, like that happened on Nuke, we always talk about team play. We talk about the bond between the players, like it's going to be all right, guys. Do they have that right now?
It's a mixed team.
Not exactly a team, it's a mixed team, right?
Yeah.
So do we see individuals falling a bit more selfish right now, or can they maintain a unity going into this map too? We're going to have to find out.
Well, Cloud9 potentially 1 map away from making it to the semi-finals, but we do have one thing guaranteed as we head into the playoffs. It's of course the Blast Premier show match returning on Sunday preceding that grand final. Now you guys have had your say over on Blast.tv, and you can have your say once again during this map. We're asking you for some bans. Which maps don't you want to see played? You've already banned out Anubis. Boo. You've already banned out Inferno. Boo again. I also love Mirage. Why do the viewers hate me?
I don't like Mirage, so I'm fine with that, but I just see Vertigo is still in the pool, and that's a problem.
Yeah, get that out. Vertigo and ban it the hell out. Henry, Anders, do you think Cloud9 are going to be taking this one in 2?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there, Anders. I was more interested about the show match, honestly. What maps are going to be?
Yeah, we don't
How are we
know
ever going to
yet.
find out? The Vita, they've left us hanging. But I guess we'll have to find out later. I assume you and I will be casting that, so I think we should look into it further. But we have got the second map of the quarterfinal underway.
Yes.
Well, about to start, I should say. Cloud9 versus Heroic. Do move on to Inferno, Anders, and I tend to agree with the analysts as I normally do, to be honest with you. Inferno is looking likely for a 2-0 here. Heroic had their chances to make this interesting, very competitive, very exciting, but I think they had to win and convert that lead they had on Nuke.
They got so tantalizingly close.
Oh, yes.
But that won't cut it. Now we're on the second map here. Still the quarterfinals. Cloud9 versus Heroic. It's going to be Heroic starting on the CT side of Inferno. Cloud9 on the T side. And I'm ready to be persuaded for someone else, but I do feel like Cloud9 should come into this with a bit of a lead.
Hey, as you said, I think the statement will stand that they've got nothing to lose.
Yes.
There's no pressure here. Like, there's turn up, play some aggressive, unpredictable Counter-Strike, get stuck in. Players like Zyphon have had great showings so far, but unfortunately he goes down first at the hands of Electronic, who's been an absolute beast here in Copenhagen. Cadian to defend now, had a quiet performance on Nuke. He does pull a frag back and sets up Tessus for the mowdown here. They might not suspect his position.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they know. Good headshot, but my God, Hobbit's been on point here. Good shot on that one. Bomb being attempted in the back line now, and Cadian just jiggling for another headshot. They are dropping a little bit low on that CT side, and the bomb does get planted successfully. Yeah, we'll see. Smoke on Shush. Don't know if there's a kit anywhere, but at the moment, it's going to be hard to find, you have to imagine. And look at this, all the T's just watching that entrance. They've got all the Glocks pointing in that direction. Here comes the swing. They don't wait for the CT response. They just go for it. Smoke's up at the bomb, but it doesn't even matter at all. It's going to be the round for Cloud9.
Yeah, nothing Dupree can do with this one, I'm afraid. It was looking rather competitive for a few seconds there with Cadian pulling a frag back. But unfortunately, as time ticked away, that 3 versus 3 they had, the triple swinging towards CT spawn. Dupree, he at least gets a frag out of it, gets himself an extra $300, but a nice B finish there from Cloud9. It was Zyphon that went down with nothing there. Not the greatest setup. You see the flashbang behind him? Like, that was a little bit late. He needed that sooner. Of course, it comes down to the minutiae sometimes, but that's essentially what happened there. Didn't have his backup on the corner. The flashbang was a little bit too late, and he was thrown to the wolves. Cloud9 with the pistol.
And they had the advanced warning because there was that boost on the half wall, so they definitely knew that there was someone coming. They just, yeah, like you said, missed the timing maybe by a second or two. Now they forced up in this round.
I don't mind it. Like, it's kind of against the grain, I suppose, but more and more teams are showing us a second round CT force fight. It's a mixed results, admittedly, but here comes Hobbit and Perfecto mowing them down towards the bottom of the middle. This hasn't worked out too well. We do see a tag of the scout there towards Axar. It's 35 points of health. Good Lord. Drive-by from Electronic. As he says bye-bye to Shush. We have got one player remaining, then it's going to be poor Arcadian. And he'll be on the other side of the map, Anders. Round over. 2-0.
Yeah, and this is an interesting round where they really are trying to be very aggressive, you know, playing a little bit outside of the norm maybe. And Cloud9 basically answering back and saying, we're super ready for it. We're not going to be thrown off guard. Like, Hobbit was down there. Perfecto was ready. That's encouraging too, right? Because, yeah, if this team, they're going to be facing Vitality, I believe, in the semifinals. If they
That's
can go
right.
Through. So we want to see them ready. We want to see Cloud9 play at a high level because we know Vitality are going to be good.
I know that the romance is all within us. We'd like to see Cadian and the boys make it to the Royal Arena, but from a Counter-Strike perspective, you want to see like an actual team in there, right? Yeah, that would make more sense. It would be super exciting. Don't get me wrong. I'm here for it. I would love it if they made it through, but if you're thinking about which team you'd rather see go through, if you just kind of throw out the context of us being in Copenhagen and it being so iconic, you'd like to see Cloud9 and see how they could evolve because, as you mentioned, this Heroic team is not even a mixed team. It's just like a placeholder until they work their roster out, right? Like a couple of stand-ins, Dupree, technically a stand-in as well. But Cadian is certainly his last dance. It'd be amazing to see him have one more opportunity in the Royal Arena, but after losing that first map, chances not looking too great here on Inferno. They go down 2-0. Every single player got dropped, so it's 3-0 here. They'll just have those USPs to work with, maybe a flashbang or two. Top end of this sort of round is finding like 2 or 3 kills. Like, there is always a chance you can win it, don't get me wrong, but it's so rare. We'll see if Cloud9 can keep it clean. They've got themselves rifles across the board, so can't really let with the MAC-10s, for example, just going to have to treat this like a gun round. Anything can and will happen. So you just want to make sure you get that territory first, bait out any potential utility on the CT side. Once you've got key areas of the map, we're talking like mid-control, then you make your next move. And you can see it's actually a 5-man stack from Heroic, top and middle. So if they do just walk in towards B, it's all over Red Rover. But Axel
Well, they are rotating over on the other side, so, you know, at least they have a bit of an idea of what's coming. Once the smoke out of it's going to matter a lot, even if they're all right there towards the church. I don't think it's going to make a really big difference here. Deep smoke towards the other side, so... Flashbang, I believe, to try and see if they can punch their way through, but they're getting greeted by all the Galils on the other side, and they know where Cadian is coming from. Cloud9, so yeah, I mean, like, good read, I guess, from Heroic to sort of get there, but they just didn't have the weapons.
Didn't really have much to speak of, and we do find the 3-0 here for Cloud9. It's looking quite good. You could possibly ask for. Like, you fended off the Force by admirably in the second round. It's a 3-0 by virtue of the full eco at number 3. And now you're up against the first real gun round here, Anders. You've built up a ton of cash. You've got a load of resources on the T side. Like Boomich has almost $7,000 still with the Galil. But we've got the Cadian AWP. Got no helmet. And that is a missed smoke in the CT side. Is it impressive how they got it up there again? Try and do it again next round. So that's supposed to go top of T steps, which is a very meta smoke right now, but slightly misthrown. Bear in mind, this is a mixed team. I don't expect too much, but yeah, that smoke won't help them out too well. As we get into, I think, an Apps pop. This is a really nice strat to call, and there's one of these bonus round scenarios.
Oh my god, and they get the timing down when Shush has a grenade in his hand. Cadian misses a shot. They're not going to have many more chances here. Dupree gets one back, but that's a hard choice to make right now. There's so many grenades. 3 smokes left on the T side. They can plant the bomb and smoke off this library forever.
Oh, it's lucky they got a trade there towards the outside. Cadian had to find one there and have a pretty big miss by his standards. And now is this retake possible? Like you said, there's a lot of utility on the T side here. They're going to try and boost a bit of smoke. This isn't too bad, actually. Nice work from Zyphon. Actually gives them the man advantage, but the bomb's ticking at some pace. They're going to go for this for sure.
I feel like that's the kind of kill that lures you back into a little bit of a line up there. Electronic only good for the one. Axel and Hobbit left down in the pit. No one's running onto the bomb. There's no kit in play. They have to be so quick with it. Hobbit, I think that kill might be plenty enough. Cadian's been playing far back this whole time. They never had a kit picked up at all, so even when they make it a 4 versus 3, they're still in a lot of trouble there. Hobbit, yeah,
guys still
close to the bomb.
Oh, okay. God. So that's down to 3 HP there for Hobbit. That's actually pretty beautiful. Unfortunately, you're right, Anders. I think they're just like kind of desperate for a round. They had the man advantage there, and I think you're right. That one kill they got with the boost, it has tempted them a little bit too much. Like, it was still possible. It wasn't like an impossible round. I think they just realized, like, this is firing now. We probably have to give this a shot. We saw a couple of misses there from Cadian. If he hits one of them, maybe it's a different round. But with no kits, it doesn't fall in their favor. It's going to be 4-0. Maximum loss bonus on the Heroic side. They'll partially buy up into round number 5 here with the AWP available for Cadian, and they'll hold with more of a stance towards B this time. 3 players there protecting the VIP with the sniper rifle.
It really is a classic scenario. You get that kill a little bit early in the bomb time, and you're like, maybe we should go for it. And
yeah.
You throw it all away. Again, I think if they'd had a diffuse kit, I would have been.
I mean,
more encouraged.
You've got to roll the dice a few times in this sort of matchup, right? Unfortunately, they got Snake Eyes at that time. Oh no, Shush! Seemed like he was almost caught napping there a little bit. Didn't really react in time. Could have been coming or looking at the radar maybe. But so the shot doesn't quite connect, and that's going to be round, and so they'll just have to save. Bear in mind, though, Anders, Heroic were 8-0 down against Astralis. And guess how many rounds they won after that? It was 13 in a row. So,
I
mean, like this is actually fine. By their standards, this is okay.
Yeah, they're still well within
I got 13 in a row. Like, it was bizarre. Like, I was kind of like semi-napping while watching that game. Like, I was in the hotel, and it's like, it's 8-0. It's like, well, it's obviously over.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing more to be said. But they did it again. They threw another huge lead. I think, well, against Complexity, they lost a 12-2 lead, and then against Heroic, they lost an 8-0 lead. Pretty remarkable stuff. And Cadian, speak over the action here, trying to hold on to the AWP. I don't think they'll be saving anything here. They'd have to hit a bit of a banger, throw things out, and Perfecto. He's going to beat him to the punch, I'm afraid. And yeah, he knows that's significant. Losing to the AWP, they're starting to spiral here. It's official.
And that's an AWP you've been trying to save for a while, right? You had very little impact because you're trying to save the AWP a lot, and then it just, you can't do it anyway.
He still has enough for one, like, considering, like, he saved it. And they've got the maximum loss bonus. I don't think he'd have invested too much. Maybe he dropped pistols there, I'm not sure, but time will tell. We've got a timeout regardless, and we'll have a look at what they can bring to the table. It's getting rougher there. So yeah, I think with the 5-0, he'll still have over $6,000. So the Orb's not going to be the issue going forward. It's a scoreline, really. And they'll have a buy, but they need to start working out what the play is going to be, because the aggression doesn't seem to be working. They're not winning out in the duels so far. They're not having a superstar performance from Cadian. Like, he didn't really show up on Nuke whatsoever. I think he got about 6 kills.
Yeah.
So without anyone really going above and beyond, like Shush is 0-5 right now, going to have to lean back on the fundamentals and maybe just operate with some strong banana control, sending this get 3 players and take full control each and every round and try and just dictate the pace of the game itself. Hopefully this T-step smoke will land this time. That would be a good start.
Yeah, just put a little bit of pressure on.
Yeah, so it's the half mid-smoke this time, which allows you to pick down towards second middle. So yeah, they're changing things up. Cadian over these opening frags. It's quite a nice little maneuver here. He does hit the shot, doesn't quite get the kill. And here's some solid banana control as well. So it's actually looking promising now from Heroic. They've got the advantage here in this round.
Well, it's about time that they show us something. Siphon and Shush with 1 and 0 kills. I guess Axel on the other side with 0, but he's got 1 death, so he hasn't really been needed yet.
Yeah, I guess you can't really poke too many holes in that. When you have 5 and 0, and you've died once, you've been there, you've been part of the action. I can tell you he's got himself 1 assist as well.
All right, there we go.
Keep that in mind.
The mix. Really, really far back on the A-bomb side, which can be okay. Could also be a risk. Could be hard to know when to really adjust and rotate anything almost until it's too late. So, yeah, if you get the kill, you slow them down. Maybe it's fine. You can call in the people from the B-bomb side, but if you get smoked off and run down, it's a bit different. Oh, that gun barrel's showing.
Here we go.
Probably not nearly as sneaky as he thought he was.
No, apparently not. But the pressure continues to be applied here on the Arch side. Smoke down towards the library itself. Cadian now repositioning, trying to take a shot towards the Arch side. He pulls the trigger now. He's got a kill. Narrowly misses out here. Going for the no-scopes. 5 versus 4, and Tesses residing within the smoke as well behind the library.
See what they could do. They're crunching hit. Double setup inside of the A-bomb side. Rotation's already happening, and Tesses, good push coming through. He knew he had to do that, and Axel's going to be dead in the corner, no doubt about it. That was, I mean, there is a way in which that could work out, but I guess they missed their timing a little bit there, Cloud9.
Well, there we have it. Cloud9 feeling the pressure early on there. I think that's more like it. I think they need to be applying that pressure early on in the rounds, baiting out the utility, taking some damage off them. So we saw the Cadian pick down towards second middle. It's a little bit discombobulating. It means it's going to ruffle their feathers somewhat. Then they locked them out of the utility. Really nice maneuver here from Tesses. Just finds the exact timing to push the smoke anders, and actually finds himself 3 beautiful kills, working in tandem with Shush as well. It's their first, many more required, but that's quite promising as we see Cloud9 finally tested. We go 5-1 here in the first half here of the second map. This is the pick of Cloud9. Couldn't be better for them, but there were plenty of 5-round streaks on either side of the coin on Nuke, to be fair. So Heroic can still bring this one right back and still win the half.
Yeah, that's what they presumably are trying to keep in mind as well. Just don't let the panic set in. With the kind of veterancy on Heroic, you have to assume that someone's going to be mentioning that fact in the middle of the chaos. Attempted banana control, but they're still fighting for it. Siphon's a little bit further back. Doesn't have a flashbang, so he's got a Molotov to throw down, but he can't set up Tesses for any really cool swings here. And maybe that's the reason why they're starting to fall back. They realize, you know what, we don't really have the grenade support to keep this going.
It's going to be a full B execution here, Anders. They've got banana control, a minute on the clock, all the grenades. They could also, it's actually kind of bare minimum. They don't have the Molotovs to flush many players out. They've got 1. So they'll be smoking off the usual positions. It's actually been more of a pop flash setup here. Heroic have got the remedy. A nice little setup towards CT spawn. They've done very well. I think they pushed this smoke. The flashbang's going through. Feeling the heat from the Molotov, though, will allow the bomb to be planted. Still a fighting chance here as Perfecto sits behind the smoke right now as Heroic establish their retake setup.
I know 2 of the players on A-bomb side are only now rotating in. They're quite far away. This could actually be an incredibly spicy round. Diffuse kits are in play, but That Molotov from Dupree, that's going to be key. Could they throw it into a good position here? They're starting to wrap around from the back. There's the Molotov forces. Boomage right into it. That's the beginning they wanted. Hobbit, though, up on the high ground, gets the spray down. He falls back into the arms of Shush, and it's just Axel out here, but that bomb is very nearly ticked. It's so close. If he gets the one kill there, he might have been able to win the round after all. Listen, it's so unbelievably close, but it's Heroic to pick up the round.
Yeah, enjoyed that one. That's a bit of classic Counter-Strike action there. A kind of equal situation, a bomb plant that's possible for the CTs. They do a very good job with their timings. Like you said, the incendiary was pivotal in that retake, flushing out the player behind the new boxes and then establishing themselves some control. Trade out every single kill, get the defuse going. A 3 versus 1, just have to find Axel. And you can see what it means to the boys here. It's time to feel it now. 5-2, that's a big round to win. They're whistling away. Of Cloud9 here, the money is low. Khalil's, Tech9's, few AKs in the mix, and Shush. Proactivity here as he pushes towards the apartments, gets that first kill, no problem. Not going to get the double though. Nice idea, and like we said, Anders, just applying that pressure, making these rounds a little bit weird and chaotic each and every time, so you can't just run your default, you can't run your executions.
Not necessarily. Going to be a little bit of a cool down in this round, but I mean, it's what the desk said. I think Pimp was talking about it, saying, you know, yeah, play aggressive. Like, don't go the conservative route here. Try and make them uncomfortable. And in some of these later rounds, they're doing it.
You're kind of sabotaging their protocols, right? They can't go and get the apartments. They can't go get Banana and fall back and have 5 players to go get mid control. It means they're going to have to play on the fly and adapt. But to be honest, so it's Cloud9. They'll certainly be capable. And it's another pop flash setup here towards the apartments. Molotov in towards the pit. Flashbang comes out. A leap of faith into the pit itself, and it's Cadian. He's had to hit the flick. He does connect here, going for the second. The follow-up doesn't actually find the frag, but Dupree slipped the net here.
He's right behind him. Good shot onto Perfecto. This is a little bit chaotic now. Back there, he doesn't even want to use the pistol. Axel gets the headshot on him instead. And Dupree now running back, making a lot of noise here. 3 versus 3. The bomb is going to get planted at the very least here for Cloud9. What an absolutely chaotic round so far. And Axel, he's actually just walked it past. He's in a great position right now. Hobbit down in the pit, shooting Dupree in the side of the head. And Siphon back here. Yeah, he's praying. He's hoping to catch somebody through. But I think Heroic are out of luck in this one. They're running out of time. And Hobbit is hitting some great shots.
Yeah, you're right. Really calm and controlled there from Cloud9 in the post-plant scenario. Gave nothing away. Heroic just couldn't find any sort of point of access, Anders. They were denied any sort of picks, and they were hoping there'd be some trade potential and an opportunity to get a double spray down, but wasn't happening. Even with the excellent backstab there from Dupree, you'd think that might be enough, but very well handled in the 3 versus 3 from Cloud9 as they go up 6-2 here on their T-side campaign. That's how it all started. Bear in mind, like it's actually been like great calls from Heroic. They're ruffling the feathers at the start, and but just good calls from Boomich and Co. Like just keeping it simple. Once they know they've got a 4-on-4, it's technically a T-side advantage. Just 3 players out the apartments, knowing that the CTs are reacting elsewhere on the map, and they met little to no resistance. And they managed to close out the 3-on-3.
We've seen some games out of Hobbit so far that haven't been that impressive.
Oh, he's actually had a pretty low rating this tournament, like 0.81, I think, throughout the whole tournament. So not his best.
Definitely not his best. But now, I mean, if he can come alive here at the quarterfinal and start to really ramp it up, that's going to be huge. Electronic with the opening. Tesses, he can't stop them with the MP9.
So you can see that now they're throwing the kitchen sink at him. They're trying to come up with ideas on the fly here. What can we do to keep this chaotic? It's been the operative word of this half.
They're rotating everyone.
Exactly, right? So they're just rolling the dice now, Anders. Like they're essentially at the roulette table, just hoping for the best. Let's send 3 players down towards B. Let's see if we can get that control of the SMGs. Maybe we catch a couple. Unfortunately, they lose the advantage once again. It's going to be a 4 versus 3, and as you mentioned, more gambling here. A stack in towards B. Cloud9 have 4 players alive and just waiting for those reactions to come through. But there's still a chance that Heroic can win this round. Don't get me wrong.
It does look very, like they're just flying by the seat of their pants. Like,
absolutely.
What are we doing? Like now they're rotating some people back, but not based on any information, just sort of an internal clock timing here. He's saying,
Shush is so sick right now. He's actually having a phenomenal tournament. He could actually do something with this. I actually don't mind the position. Okay, well, apparently not. But you're right. He looks pretty sharp. That's not bad. That is probably going to be the round in itself. Going to have to save here as we go 7-2. That's rough.
He was solo on
I thought
health.
he had a chance.
He should have. I mean, he's solo on health, Hobbit, right? So any extended fight there, it's Shush at least getting the first one. But Hobbit just absolutely blowing it wide open. And look at who's out hunting. It's Electronic, who's been the man of the team for a while here for Cloud9. It's been really fun. That's been the main headline. It's the real return of Electronic to the high level. Going to be fighting KD, and out of the open will take him down.
Huge scalp to take, Anders. We all know that's the AWP out of play. And with a couple of rounds going in their favor, bear in mind the loss bonus will still be intact. It just won't be fully established. It's saving one rifle on top of the quite compromised resources they've already got in reserve. They might be in a bit of trouble here, as we'll see Cloud9 posting their 7th round. A couple more to be played, I'm afraid, as Heroic will have, on average, what, $4,000 per player, and it's going to be more of the same, like Hail Mary calls, say, let's try and just push down Banana. Like I said, like it's not a bad call. It's not like it's incorrectly played. They just don't have the tactical depth of a world-class team to answer back and have the setups required here to fend off a team like Cloud9. It's really quite understandable.
It is. I mean, and again, they got really, really close on Nuke, right? And we even said it during Nuke. That was the map that they needed to win because Inferno was probably going to be very, very difficult. And you know what? It went all 24 rounds on that map. So I'm not necessarily too disappointed. But yeah, this is a really, really rough position to be in if you're Heroic here.
If they get 7-5, it's still a pretty questionable half. I don't think they're going to win it, but we'll see whether they can have a bit of a comeback here. The P90, I've been told by a few pros, it's going to be meta sooner rather than later, as we see the bombardment of bullets come through from Boomage. He doesn't care if he's on your team or not. He'll take you down.
Get out the way.
Get out the way, bitch.
Exactly. Yeah. See him on the highway. You just,
We are going to have a 3 versus 3. And for now, Electronic low. Yeah, get rid of that P90. I reckon this one could fall apart.
Why has Boomage got so much Riz?
It's too much.
It's too much. It is too
much for one man to handle.
Oh, well, under a minute now.
They're going to walk all the way through apartments and go for another, like, pounce.
Dupree's going to be so shocked. He's going to be like, why?
Oh, God, yeah, that's so wild. I thought he was in the apartments. No, he's actually in second middle. Oh, God, no one's ever died there on the CT side. And then it's going to rush in towards A. Oh, no one's rotating yet. There we go.
Yeah, they know he's the linchpin for the entire A side of the map.
Yeah, you're right. With that sort of positioning, of course he is. No one else is going to be there. That's a really good point.
Oh, my God. Well, that's... Like, I'd love to see Dupree's reaction, because that's one of those things where you're like...
He must have shit himself.
What's
I'm not going to lie.
going on?
Like, you just like, you don't expect to die from T-Bridge when you're deep in second middle like that. That is perplexing that Cloud9 have made that call. Like, Boomage is alive, so he's called, go back for 2 steps, through the apps. We're going to go through bridge to the actual CT apartments himself and find Dupree with his back turned. He couldn't have called a better round in that scenario. In terms of the 3-on-3 they were in, it couldn't have been a better call.
That's what he's here for, right? Like, he is here for, like, the you know, sometimes the wacky Mac 10 plays and all the rest of it, but also for the leadership. And that so far, I mean, this team looks so revised.
Well,
like
I
a
said,
brand new team.
What a difference an in-game leader makes.
Yeah.
Like, after a year of this little experiment for Electronic, it's just like he comes out and quotes himself, like saying, oh yeah, I'm not actually very good at in-game leading. It's just like, bloody hell, like, shouldn't you have said that at the time? Like, you know what I mean?
But I've got so much respect for his willingness to say that, because that is one of those things.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, because so often people just don't want to admit anything like that, right? You just say like, oh, well, I wasn't, you know, I didn't have the resources.
It's not my fault. It was because of this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, nobody ever wants to own up to anything, right? So I kind of respect it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll give you that.
And even, what I respect even more is the fact that he is able, after like going through all of that, to then come back as a rifler and just slot right back in where he left off. Like, I'm just here, taking over. Like, how sick is that? Because that could have been the other problem for Electronic, is he could have come back and he could have said, wow, the game that I used to play doesn't even exist anymore. Like, the meta's moved so far away. I'm not an in-game leader. I'm just a rifler, and I feel a little bit out of my element, but it doesn't seem to be the case at the moment.
Certainly not, Anders. Certainly not. Electronic is actually in the top 3 performers of the tournament so far. He's up there with Zywoo and Spinks. So yeah, he has looked really, really
going to be
good.
playing those guys soon.
Night and day, yeah, good point. Night and day to the majority of 2023, to be honest with you, where, sure, no one's saying he's a bad player, just kind of lost the X factor, you know?
Yes. Yeah, he did. I mean, and that Navi team obviously collapsing slowly, I would say everyone, like Simple and Bit both, like that was the trio that was so deadly, but it kind of fell apart, unfortunately. So I think everyone took a hit in that mix. We'll see. Round number 11 is here. Cadian is back with the AWP, but there's nobody really. I mean, Tessis, you're right, he's the one to look for. 10 kills on him, but everyone else, it's just a little bit too middle of the road right now.
Yeah, and they are running out of time, space, and an opportunity to get in that Royal Arena is looking very, very unlikely. They're already a map down. They're on the pick of Cloud9 here, and they're kind of specialists on this map. There's a reason they choose it so often. A lot of other teams are trying to avoid Inferno, it seems, in CS2 for whatever reason. But we've got this beautiful shot from Electronic. Sends a shockwave down the spine of Zyphon there. And Dupree looking to hold on. It's a pretty difficult spot. Maybe he can find the planter, though. There's the double kill, keeping the dream alive here for the Danes. 3 versus 2, and he'll find his hat-trick here. Needs to get a reload in, drops to smoke. Still 40 seconds remaining. But it's Dupree putting up a hell of a defense so far. Finally, he's taken down.
Perfecto, though. Look at the movement. Inside of the smoke, jumping up in the box to find the double kill. Now, he should still lose this to Cadian, but again, it hasn't really been the best quarterfinals so far, although the pistol's out this time. He doesn't try and go for it with the AWP. That's probably good news. So it's going to be another round right at the end here for Heroic.
That's a great round from Dupree. You love to see that.
Yeah.
More of that, please. He's also had a great tournament. Like, I think in terms of him getting this opportunity, like, it's the perfect sort of placing for him, right? Like, we're not sure what his future holds, but the fact he's in Heroic, he's representing Denmark, essentially, and kind of revitalizing this project, doing it for the boys and standing in for the rest of the year, showing he can still be a top-level pro, play on LAN, and we're seeing so many clutches, so many great decisions from him. He, like, has solid performances every single map, and it's not just one-off performances. He's been doing it for the last few weeks and looking fantastic. So, shout out to Dupree. That's a world-class round to hold the A-bomb site, the final round of this first half. And money is pretty compromised on the CT side, even after winning the previous round. You see 2 FAMAS is out for Zyphon and Shush here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really worth highlighting, right? It doesn't look like retirement home Dupree. It looks like Dupree who can have an actual impact even at any top-level team right now. That's so crazy to think about. But obviously, really encouraging if you've been following his career for a long time.
I think you've got to realize that you can't just rely on your legacy anymore. There's too many amazing youngsters coming into the game, up-and-comers in the academy teams, and with the resources they've got and the kind of experience they have around them, they're going to be nipping at your heels quickly. Yes. And you need to be playing with that sort of hunger they've got. And Dupree seems to be providing that level of dedication.
He's rediscovered it somehow, yeah. It must be very, very difficult, but admirable, no question about it. They can get another round, Henry. There's still another round left and a half here.
Definitely get another round. It's going to be a difficult one with the FAMAS out, but people are saying the FAMAS had a bit of a buff in CS2. We'll see if Zyphon seems to think so. He hasn't had the best half so far, Anders, but he's 2-9, flashed in, but a player has slipped the proverbial net. Zyphon goes down, which closes out a pretty disappointing half for him. 5-on-4 here, and that's a missed shot from Boomich.
Good read from Cadian. He kind of knew that someone might have been up. He's moving forward and he catches Electronic. Spins around, ready for Axel, but gets the headshot instead. That's a little bit unfortunate. 2 versus 3. That looked like Cadian was in the rhythm there, like he had the right idea. Perfecto back here. Don't really need to be fighting this. You can if you want to, I guess. Dupree goes down, but also you can just wait and rely on that double church position. It's a 9-3 at the end of it. Cloud9, they are loving life at the moment. It's a really strong first half. We'll see if it's going to be enough for them to close it out and get to the semifinals.
Hello guys, this is the Priest tier list. I've never actually done a tier list in my life, so this is gonna be the first. So that's also kind of interesting. I'm a big fan of Nuke, so I'm actually gonna put that up there. Yeah. And Nuke for me is just like it's always been a good map for me, and it's been a map that I've always enjoyed playing with my teams. I actually also really like Anubis. I think the reason why I like Anubis is like it's super simple. I don't know, I'm just like a big fan when it comes to like ancient Egypt. So I don't know, the theme is just really cool. I don't know why. Just how I think. I'm gonna go with Vertigo on A. I think Vertigo is pretty cool. I know a lot of people doesn't like it because it's kind of weird, especially in the new version. But I don't know, the same thing is kind of simple. I like simple maps. Overpass goes on the B one. Can be very nice. Can be very hectic to play on both sides. Mirage goes definitely on C. I really think Mirage is like a super annoying and really not one of my favorite ones. I think it's a puck map that I've never really enjoyed playing, so it goes on that one. And then of course I put Ancient on as D1 because I think it just absolutely sucks. And then I have Inferno. It goes D as well because it sucks in CS2. So the teams for this one, in this tournament specifically, I think people would kill me if I didn't put FaZe Clan on S tier right now because they won 3 tournaments in a row, and whoever doesn't put them up there, they are lying to themselves. Okay, then I'm gonna put Complexity as A because they are probably the teams out of the rest of them here that has actually proven something in the new game, so they will go on A1. Then the hard part comes because I'm gonna go Vitality B because I have expectations for them, but at the same time I don't know how they will perform. They just made some roster changes. Then I'm going to be putting NIP and NAVI and Heroic and Cloud9 and Astralis on the C1 because I have absolutely no idea where to put them. Counter-Strike list, obviously I will put Global Offensive as S tier because that is where like I had like the best time of my career, and you know, yeah, it's just been the best game for me. I'm going to put Counter-Strike Source and 1.6 as A. That was what brought me into Counter-Strike. First it was 1.6, playing it with my brother at home, and then of course Source was the one that I picked up with my friends and put in a lot of hours, and slowly realized that you can compete in Counter-Strike. So it's given me a lot of good friends and a lot of good opportunities, and also made me transition into the person and the career that I have today. So I guess that deserves a second place. But of course, I mean, Counter-Strike 2 is like so similar, but right now I'll put it as a B because I don't know what's going to happen with Counter-Strike 2. I think it's a really great game. I'm really enjoying it. But of course the game still has some flaws. It has to be optimized a little bit. But at the same time, I still want it to succeed. So eventually I think it'll go very high. And then, I don't know, Condition Zero goes on D because I've barely played it. I've played the single player version of Condition Zero and playing like you could play really weird offline missions in Condition Zero, which I think was fun. But it was like a game that had no soul in my opinion. So. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. I really hope you enjoyed my tier list. I hope you will agree with some of my decisions. If not, that's too bad.
Condition Zero as D tier, Anders, a game with no soul. I don't think I've heard anyone ever say that. That's broken my heart. That's where I began my Counter-Strike career.
Had riot shields, didn't it?
It did have riot shields, yeah.
I can't say it doesn't have soul.
Definitely had something. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Our first quarterfinal of the day. You join us for the second half of the second map, Inferno, where the hopes and dreams of Heroic are diminishing here. It looks like the clock might strike midnight. The fairy tale might be coming to a close. We might not have Cadian and the boys in the arena here in Copenhagen.
The carriage turns back into a pumpkin. And it's
exactly,
just,
right?
No.
Yeah.
It's not great.
Okay, then. So let's have a look at the buy.
But you know what? On the positive side of things, Cloud9 looks sick. They look like they're semi-final worthy. That's got to be a bit of... That's got to put a smile on your face, you know?
So we've got one smoke and a flash on this T side. And what has to be said, a must-win pistol, really. And look at this setup from Cloud9, Anders. They got 4 players ready and waiting in towards B.
Yeah, they're absolutely reading this so well, leaving the Electronic on the other side. They do say that 9-3 is the new 11-4, so...
They do actually say that. Well, whoever they might be could be on something. Because I think we did say that, and we came up with that. Like, to be honest, like there's been some remarkable comebacks, not only in CS2 and LAN, but it's in this tournament in general. There's been some crazy reverse sweeps.
That's true. And this is a fantastic start. Now, they obviously don't know what we do, that was the only A defender. And I got to give credit to Cloud9 as well for saying, you know what, let's just hold on. Let's just see if we get a little bit lucky. It's risky, but...
Oh, they actually going to go for the B split here?
How sick would that be? Oh, no, they're B splitting their way right out of the quarterfinals, aren't they?
Oh, they've heard
running
them.
into the stack room, which is calling it in. What a disaster. 35 seconds left. They don't realize it's a trap, and it's been the whole time. Hobbit missing the shots, though. They might still win it. Perfecto gets run down. Axel in the back. 1 versus 3. Surely when there's that many people, you check. You want to make sure Shush is back here. Axel gets 1. He has 2 more headshots to fire, but he can't. They attacked the hardest part of the map and came out on top.
Oh, you could see them laughing about it as well. The nightmare call is made. They go for the creamy banana splits on the most kind of unenviable time as well. The fact they've got a 4-man stack there. You're right that they still win the round, so crisis averted. Axel, if he wins that 3 versus 1, it would have been such a gut punch. Call it GG, but it's not going to be the case. Heroic fend them off, and there'll be no force buy in the seconds. That's going to be 9-5 at least guaranteed here. Man, as soon as they smoked off Motorport, there's a chance. They're going to go for the squad. There's a real opportunity here for Cloud9. One they couldn't capitalize upon. But here we go. Another banana stack. They've actually got 5 players there this time, Anders.
Why not? Heroic, surely that's one of those wake-up calls. Also, you got the Mac 10s in place. You don't have to make any real guesses. They are going to the classic setup right here. Just Could probably fit a 5th person in there. Boomich, what are you doing? Yeah, there we go. Get them all lined up. All right, he's out walking. But yeah, this is always fun. Probably not going to be around doing it, but...
Probably not at this point. No, I think that's fair. But there it is. They know what's up. And they can send the SMGs in the hunt here. You might as well try and farm some money. And it'll be a bit of a bonus situation going forward. So they might prefer an AK-47 instead of one of these MAC-10s at the very least. So they'll see if they can take down some remaining CTs here. Someone with the bomb. Well, it's quite brave of them. All 5 players on the hunt here, Anders.
Yeah, hanging out by that little truck. The T's are starting to show up. MAC-10's getting some good kills. It's making them money. That's what they're looking for here. Just trying to farm it up as much as you can. It's actually Tess is getting, I think, 4 of those kills with the
Yeah,
MAC-10.
exactly. With the MAC-10, that's a good point. So that's actually the ideal outcome. They take everyone down, farm a load of money there as well, and they'll be happy with that. It's an extra $2,400 for Tess says. So good stuff. We'll see whether they can keep it up, though. That's the easy one dealt with. Now you've got to get past the rifles. And Boomer just got the MP9 on the CT side of Inferno, Anders. Now, where does he usually like to go with that?
I do believe he's a bit of a fan of that banana position, and he doesn't play it
The
passively
half
either.
wall, like, that's his playground.
Yeah.
Like, for
jump
better or for
over it.
worse, he will be there, challenging, fighting for his life. Normally going down, but this is brave from Axel as well. Good lord, he's going for the double kill, and he's absolutely smashed it. What a spray that was. That's more like it. Some vintage Axel being displayed as he pushes the apartment of confidence here. Electronic will find the 3rd, pull the round over as Shush. He drops as well. Tesses doesn't stand a chance. What a beautiful play. Completely disrupts the offense there with the push in the apartments. They had no idea it was coming.
His understanding and his recoil control, especially with that 2nd kill in Exile, that's why we were hyping up in the beginning. That's why we were talking, if you were listening in some of the early days, we were a little bit disappointed. You could tell it in our voices probably. We were like, where's Exile? It's because this is the sort of stuff that he is known to do. And it's really sick. I mean, blowing the round wide open before Heroic even get a chance to step into it.
Siphon showing a bit of frustration there. No one watching the apartments. Completely null and void round, really. Didn't even get to fire a shot, but Cadian opened things up. An emphatic pacing here towards the top of middle. Wins out the duel against Perfecto. A lot of damage inflicted, especially towards Tesses, but they have got Boomich. AWP in hand as well. Holds towards the top of Banana. No MP9 this time.
Oh, and look at that. While we're watching this, you can actually vote for the first player on the Dream Team there, either Hetrick or Alex. So
okay,
you guys get a say over on Blast.tv. Definitely want to check that out. Says Boomich. Pick up the kill on Shush. That's not... probably Hetrick.
Yeah.
Give him a chance to do a little bit more. Axel pushes through, practically stabs Siphon with the AK. Why not? It's Electronic and Hobby to clean it up. And it will be Cloud9 a step closer towards the semi-final. I do think it's really worth pointing out, as much fun as it would be to have Katie and Dupree on the main stage, in terms of the quality of Counter-Strike, watching this version of Cloud9 versus Vitality, that's a treat for the audience.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, they might not have all the gains they require, but in terms of world-class Counter-Strike and 2 fledgling rosters as well, bear in mind we've got Vitality with the addition of Messi as well. Lots of interesting moving parts there. I was about to say that the money might not be great. They've got to take a full eco, Anders.
You're not wrong.
They're looking down looking at the barrel of series points. So, yeah, a miracle required here. Otherwise, it's probably game, set, and match. They need to, to win this round, someone has to really pop off with the Desert Eagle. I think they only have 1 Deagle though, right? Yeah. So, almost impossible to win this round. And then they've got to win 7 in a row on the T side of Inferno just to get to overtime, then win the overtime, then win a 3rd map.
You put it like
Those
that,
are all the variables for the Royal Arena here for Heroic.
You've charted a really uncomfortable path forward.
Yeah.
And it's not making you think, oh, yeah, I can see how yeah.
Yeah, if we had the AI predicting the outcome of this one, I think it'd be like 95 to 5.
That sounds about right.
But the AI doesn't seem to want to chip in with that sort of prediction.
No, we haven't got that level. It'll get there eventually.
No.
And eventually it'll take over.
So I'm safe.
Everything.
Safe for now.
Well, some damage on the Shush on top of everything else. yeah, you know, all you really can do is just maneuver around the map, look for some entries, see if you can find a headshot here or there. But it's going to be that exciting. Just a bit of a waiting game, you could see.
Yeah.
KDN sending in the
If they get the bomb down, that's pretty exciting, honestly, all things considered. They can remove some of these AKs. They're actually targeting them right now. So, honestly, the CTs don't want anything to do with these fights. They just want to play as defensive as possible and hold on to their rifles here. But there it is. We have got series points on the side of Cloud9 here, the absolute favorites coming into this one. But we are all hoping that romance might prevail. A chance for Heroic and this last dance of KDN to make it into the Royal Arena. It just doesn't feel like it's possible now. Like I'm trying to think of any sort of silver linings and examples I could give you that suggests
I think
this is in the realm of possibility, but
the problem is on the first map, right? We had Cypher and Dupree really stepping up and like leading the charge. That hasn't really happened on this map. Like we haven't had anyone from Heroic who say, well, this guy can go completely nuclear and take over the game. That doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. And yeah, it's hard to blame them. Again, they are like this weird sort of last-minute mixed team thrown together, so hard to imagine that they were going to be able to do a lot here.
Making it to the quarterfinals, and it's still...
Yeah, taking down
Astralis.
Yeah.
Okay, that was probably worth it.
A little bit of a...
yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, we saw the announcement come through today.
I know.
Astralis, like just one day after getting knocked out of the tournament, bringing in Stown and Yabi, of course, and... Yeah, I guess at this point, like, I'm just glad it's over.
Yeah,
you know, like
bit of revenge for all that's going on.
Let's just move on now, shall we? Like, let's just let these teams form. Let's let them play some Counter-Strike. The drama's finally over. We all enjoyed it.
Yeah. Plus, we get to see Boomich on the stage, the boss himself with unfathomable risk.
Yeah,
he's there,
dude. He hasn't had to go too large and in charge today, to be honest with you. It's been a pretty pedestrian performance by him. But to be fair, Hobbit stepping up, like a quiet 20 kills here. Like, sure, they're absolutely dominating the game right now, but the fact that Hobbit's recovering his pretty woeful stats, to be honest with you, throughout this tournament. It's great to see him warming up into the tournament, turning up for the playoffs.
He's one of those players that always disappears in any discussions of, like, interesting players, but I think he's a little bit overlooked at times. Like, definitely... incredible veterancy, like, you know, he's got it all, really. KDN with a start, taking down Boomich, who's fighting at top banana. Nobody's surprised.
That's a no one surprise. Boomich is at the top. And we might be coming to our logical conclusion here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry about this. There will be no Danish representation in form of a team, at the very least, in the Royal Arena, Anders.
Send Carrigan.
We will have Carrigan. Captain Carrigan will have to carry the heart of a nation on his shoulders.
Sure.
Because this is not happening.
Yeah, but it might be the better Counter-Strike, like I said. Cypher and Tess is stuck out in the middle of nowhere on the arch side of things towards the A-bomb site, and Hobbit calling it out, saying, I don't think they've snuck through. They're just waiting. Cloud9. There we go. The setup. Axal gets rid of him. No problem. And Cypher on his own. There's nothing he can do right here. Missing a couple of clicks. Electronic will take him down. And it's Cloud9 to make the semi-finals.
There it is, Anders. A pretty dominating performance there. Inferno was never really going to be possible, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Heroic had to convert the map of Nuke. It was a great first showing. I think that's where the series peaked. They didn't really stand a chance here, and we will not see a Danish team in the Royal Arena. But congratulations to Cloud9, our next semi-finalists.
Cloud9 get the job done in 2 and secure their spot in the semis. The first time since we see the Cloud9 organization make it inside the Royal Arena since 2019. A chance for Perfecto to maybe list a second trophy here. Electronic, his third.
Yes, indeed.
And great form coming out of Cloud9 to close this one out versus Heroic.
Yeah, the offense of Cloud9 was just out of control. You could see Heroic just didn't really have the weapon. We talked about it. We talked about the rhythm that Cloud9 was about to put to the test of the defense. We talked about Electronic taking duels towards mid, and that's exactly what we got. We're talking 8 opening duels being taken by Electronic, 5 obviously going his way. You have Hobbit coming out of nowhere with a great performance. He's been struggling in this tournament, but a proof to himself and to the community that being put in different positions, he still got it. And Heroic, unfortunately, never really existed on that map.
Not in this map, no. On Inferno, they couldn't really put up a fight. I think from top to bottom, Cloud9 were performing well. Everyone chimed in once in a while. Again, Electronic, as you said, consistently, you know, providing impact. I think that's been the case throughout the entire tournament, that now that they've secured a spot in the playoff, Electronic, for me, has been the best player in the group stage we've seen so far, and he's continuing down that trajectory. As for Heroic, I think, you know, all things considered, playing with a mixed team, they did what they could right here. Inferno is a map that's very difficult to play as a mixed CT side in particular. You need a lot of setups, you know, a lot of team play, a lot of synergy in order to be able to stop something like Cloud9, and they weren't able to this time around.
Yeah, I think, you know, just making it to the quarterfinals, Heroic, that's an achievement in itself. Obviously, taking down Astralis is going to be the highlight for them, but yeah, this would be Cadian's last rodeo, apparently, under the Heroic jersey. Yeah, we've heard that multiple times. I don't know whether that's totally the truth, but yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to be going on for him next, you know, and we're only going to get one Dane inside the arena. It's going to be Carrigan, right?
That's a little bit disappointing, I'm not going to lie. You know, as a Dane, I would have loved to see more Danish face in there, especially because the Danish crowd, they do love their heroes, they do love their Astralis, but fact of the matter is none of the two teams right now came into this tournament with realistic expectations to be there, and the level wasn't there either, so it's fair enough.
Yeah, last dance for Cadian inside this particular Heroic jersey, so let's get a few closing thoughts with him, courtesy of James Banks.
Now, Cadian, when it comes to this, it's your last outing as we know it for Heroic here, and this was certainly some chances on Nuke, I would say, right? Obviously, it's a map they're still not playing so much, but there wasn't much for you to go off, but not much they had to go off for you. So was this kind of just a coin flip of how you could do best?
I think they played good on Nuke, to be honest, but we still had a lot of chances to win the map. I think they won a lot of clutches, like with one guy surviving in the first half, and the economy was really low, but we had a hard time like breaking them. And in the second half, like all of my guys were playing really well, a really good CT side. They were shooting hard. I think Boomage was really good at calling some chaos. It was definitely difficult to read where they were in the map, where they down secret, how many, all these kind of things. They were definitely good at pressuring the map. Felt like playing the good old NAVI, so always good to have Boomage back. It's mind games coming for 2024. But yeah, obviously 5 against 2 in the last round, 12-11. Could have forced it into OT. So yeah, not sure exactly what happened there, but yeah, they could have at least forced OT and maybe a map win there.
Now, in terms of our expectations for Heroic coming to this event, it wasn't as high as before, but how do you just view what you managed to do with such a short amount of time and all the difficulties?
Yeah, I think definitely a lot of pride in the way we played. Difficult opponents. I think a lot of teams are starting to pick up CS2 really well, and with just 1 week of practice, like literally playing the map once each, it's difficult, you know, and not sure what we did expect, not sure what anyone else did expect, but I mean, beating Astralis is at least something. So yes, what more could you expect? Maybe, you know, it was fine.
And to this, right, we expect this to be the last time we see in the Heroic jersey, but there is the World Final. There's no chance of that for you? You will be moving on to the next project?
I'm moving on to the next project, yes.
Well, that's a nice way to close the chapter. Thank you very much, mate.
Okay, so we got the confirmation right there. Last dance for Cadian. It's done. It's dusted. He's departing Heroic.
Yeah, he's moving on to greener pastures, and we're going to follow his career, of course, with great interest. I think what he's been able to accomplish with Heroic, nothing short of fantastic, of course, and whoever puts his hands on Cadian as an IGL, that's a great deal out there. He's pretty realistic with the expectations and the results of this event. He had a quote at the very beginning of the adventure saying, our margin for error is going to be very thin. We can do something great, we can surprise teams, but if we mess up, we're going to pay immediately. And that's what happened on map 1. Nobody's going to have regret on map 2. It was pretty much logical. Map 1, there was a world in which they could have pushed us to a third, and then who knows what the hell is going to happen at that moment. But besides that, why would we be too critical? They did the best they could. It was a mix. Very much logical.
Just to wrap things up about, you know, Cloud9 obviously progressing onto the semi-finals. Yeah, going to be exciting to see exactly what they're going to be putting up in front of this crowd as well, right?
I think it's a team that every time we see them play, they get better and better and better, and we get reassured that it's actually a team moving in the right direction. We had some question marks in regards to not having... Overall, I think the way Cloud9 could fight against Vitality in the semi-final.
And if this isn't the strongest tale you can have, to replace a player who Pound obviously is weaker. Boomage is weaker than Shiro, but in Counter-Strike, it's not just about the individual, it's about the sense that it makes. It's about the structure, and then Boomage coming in, freeing up some other players, having that aggression. We see the results immediately. Cloud9 are serious.
Well, Cloud9, they do get the job done into and progress onwards to the semi-finals tomorrow. Vitality lay in wait for opponents for them, but we can take a look at what other Counter-Strike we've got on the cards today, as one more spot awaits for the semis inside the Royal Arena. It's either going to be Complexity or NAVI to take it. We're going to be heading to a bit of an extended break, but when we're back, join us for Complexity versus NAVI.
If I don't say my girlfriend, she'll be mad.
Something about them creeps me out.
You should try it when you come to Holland. So one thing people don't know about me, it's I was semi-professional in handball. I have to choose CSGO or handball, and at this time I was better in CSGO, so I chose CSGO.
I did professional taekwondo until 14 years old, and I was Ukrainian champion.
One thing about myself that people wouldn't know, maybe I love joint juice.
I don't like any kind of dressing, only ketchup. But any other than that, I would never take on my sandwich or anything like that. Every time when we go to places, stuff like that, my teammates are also after me and how come and stuff like that.
I am deathly afraid of like bugs and spiders and all that. Something about them creeps me out.
Every time I come home from an event, I eat frikandel speciaal because I love it so much. It's like a sausage with mayonnaise, some curry and some onions on it, but it's so delicious. You should try it when you come to Holland.
Maybe that I'm pretty good at pool. That's maybe the only thing. I think I've challenged a couple of good players that I know at least that they're good, and I've beaten them. So yeah, I think I'm definitely up there.
I'm a lot taller than I look, and also my voice is a bit deeper than people perceive as well. I think I have a baby face, and people don't really expect my voice as well. 6 foot tall, 183 centimeters.
I can solve a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute.
I have a bunny at home. His name is Mochi. He's just chewing my cables all the time. I have to replace everything.
3 things I cannot live without is water, food, and internet.
Pick my phone first. I mean, my bed. I love sleeping in bed, but I mean, I can sleep anywhere usually, but a bed and clothes.
I'm gonna say my girlfriend, a pet, and the last thing is gonna be a bubble tea. Mango bubble tea.
My friends, my family, and the last one would be, I don't know, McDonald's. Food, money, and my family. You kind of need some of those things to live, you know, to make sure you keep on going.
3 things I can't live without. If I don't say my girlfriend, she'll be mad. Food, water, and workout. My favorite thing to do other than playing Counter-Strike is being a dog dad. My dog is a boxer and he is full of energy and he's a handful.
Playing chess. I play a lot of chess in my free time. My peak rating in chess is 1500 ELO.
Working out in the gym. It definitely helps me outside of the game. I just feel like refreshed once I finish the workout. It just makes me feel much better about myself.
And my favorite thing to do is eat some good food and relax. I like burgers.
Maybe play some other game. I love PUBG. And also I love Dota.
I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft and League of Legends when I was younger. But World of Warcraft takes too much time, so I don't do that anymore.
Hanging out with friends and going to football. I follow the Graafschap. It's a second league club in the Netherlands.
Other than playing Counter-Strike, my favorite thing would be to spend time with my girlfriend. Bonus points for sure.
I don't think I had any idols, but I had a lot of things that I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to be a baker, like pastries, also an actor, because I was really good at acting as a kid. I knew how to cry on command. Like, I used that a lot.
When I was studying, I maybe wanted to be an astronomer one day. I really love space and that stuff, so.
No, I didn't have any idols at all. Like, my friends were like, oh, I want to be a like fireworker or something like that, or a policeman, and I was like, okay.
I was watching a lot of tennis and my idol was Novak Djokovic, but now I'm even bigger fan what he's achieving so far, and I think not just inspiring me, but I think everyone around the world who is competing in something.
When I was in kindergarten, I wanted to be a basketball player. Yeah, I played basketball for like 8 months, and then I gave up.
When I was a kid, what I wanted to be kind of when I grew up, I always loved working with animals. I always wanted to look into maybe becoming like a veterinarian or something like that, but that's a lot of work. You know, I gotta go to university and put a lot of time into that. I've shifted, now I'm playing video games.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch differs a lot, honestly, but if I had to pick one, I would pick Csgo at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything, pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player and also a clutch shot.
Back in the days, yeah, I was looking for Device because he was close to my playstyle.
NAVI actually, it's pretty biased. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good. I'd have to say like someone like Robs. We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res. it's someone definitely I look up to as well.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch would be Flusher. He's always extremely annoying.
I don't really know like who is my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch right now, but like before it was Fallen.
When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at. He's like had longevity in his career. He's been doing a lot for Brazil, and I just think he is a really good role model.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, especially when I was growing up, I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source. Shox was a player that his playstyle really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role.
He's always been having like a mixed playstyle. He could always play with the AWP and the rifle.
I would answer simple because he's like unexpected guy. You like cannot predict him.
It's like you never lose hope in him in like a 1v3, 1v4 situation. You're like, oh, he can win this.
My biggest match that I played, like the most important one, it would for sure be the final in Royal Arena against FaZe. Being so close to lifting the trophy, like those last rounds of the game was a unique feeling. That's hard to describe.
The greatest match that I ever watched was definitely the FaZe versus Cloud9 at the Boston Major. When they were in the finals and they finally won and lifted that trophy, there was a flood of emotions for me.
I have two teammates who played that match. They don't like looking back at that match because they were in it and they lost it.
My greatest game that I played was my second major. We won semi-final against Heroic. It was 15-14 for us on Inferno on the second map. It was 2v5 situation, and we won it. We all pumped up. It was like unbelievable. And then we won the third map as well.
If I had to pick just one game, it had to be the first major final we played against Virtus.pro, because there were so many moments in that game where we could have lost, maybe should have lost, and that for me is the greatest match. Even though I didn't play too well in the final, it was still in my memory just a really perfect moment.
Actually, I don't think I need an in-game leader on this team. I don't care, they're both AWPers.
It was very special to be a part of that team.
I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day, you know?
I think I answered this question a million times, and I think I always give a different lineup. I would just put both Simple and Zaivu. I don't care, they're both AWPers, they're just both insane. Then I would put Robs as an anchor, let's say as an IGL, let's say Glaive. I could put myself in there, like being in the somewhere there. My role would be probably like to be entry together with the IGL, then have Robs as an anchor, and then Simple and I would doing whatever they want to do.
Say myself, Fallen, Fur, Twist, and Stewie. Those are players that I enjoyed playing around. And I think a lot of them are super talented. Fallen, you know, he was a wise professor, in-game leader. And like I said, Fur, a player that I looked up to in terms of his play style and his personality and somewhat. And, you know, Twist, my fellow Canadian, my good friend. And, you know, Stewie, him and I had a lot of good memories, and I believe he was like one of the more smarter and intelligent players I ever played with, and he taught me a lot about the game. So yeah, he was those would be my five or my four. You know, I included myself in there. So.
Who do I pick if I have unlimited money and I'm an owner? Myself, because I'm gonna still playing, of course. Then I will take Simple with me. And then I will take Zaivu as third guy, as a rifle, because I know that he likes to play with a rifle as well, and then we saw the clips with him. Then I will need an IGL. I will take Alexi, my teammate. And then I need one more guy. I will go with get right to the beginning of the contest whenever he was owning, like with the good lurker.
Number one and number two, it's usually Simple and Zaivu. Not sure which one of them would be the main op, but one of them would be main op and one of them would be like a hybrid. I would put Carrigan as the IGL. I think number four as kind of a support would be Perfecto, a player similar to my role in Lurk. I'll put Cold there.
So if I had to make a roster and I had unlimited money, I would definitely go for Zaivu and Simple first of all on the team. Even though they're both AWPers, I think that both of them still are really great rifles and probably the all-time best in CSGO. So I would have to pick those two for sure. I think I would go for Robs as well. I think he's a really good anchor and is just very calm and can do really good clutches, so I'll go for Robs as well. I need an in-game leader. Actually, I don't think I need an in-game leader on this team. I think we can just do raw firepower. I mean, they're so good, so they know how to play CS, everyone, so they'll come up with a call and shoot them anyway. I think we'd go for a Twist. He's just really talented mechanically and is really good at creating space for his team when it's needed. Last player, I would go with Bit from NAVI. Just really good at CS as well, so that's my team. My role would be taking care of the players, making sure they have everything they need. Good contracts, good salary, nothing to complain about.
Firstly, I have to pick Forest for my teammate. I love him. I think he's a great player and one of the goats of CS. Device, of course, I think he's a great player. We just have to stack these teams. I'm picking Cyber as well. I think we need to have some other players as well, an in-game leader. I think then we have to pick Carrigan, also been at the top of the game as an in-game leader for since Csgo came out basically. You just have to go simple as well, like go five amazing players and you just have to win, I guess. I can be an analyst. We get a good coach and I can just be an analyst and help them with
Star player. Second one would be Fear. He would be our anchor and IGL. Third one would be Nico. Fourth one would be Simple. He would be Zonoper. And fifth one would be Hunter. My job would be coach. I would be coaching.
If I had unlimited money and I can choose 5 players, I would choose ZywOo, Nico, Exile. I'd choose Twist, and I'd probably choose Rops. Those are my 5 players. Those are the 5 goats. I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day, you know?
Go-to answer would probably just be 2018-19 Astralis with that level. I think that it was very special to be a part of that team. If I had to do a little more current one, I would maybe take Blame F, I would take Stare, I would take Magisk as well. Yeah, and then I think maybe pick Yabi from Heroic and then me. I think that would be really crazy. You gotta go with Sonic as the coach as well.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Lee from Complexity, and I'm going to be doing a tier list. So for me right now, I think Vertigo is D tier. It doesn't really feel good. The sound also makes it less optimal. There's a lot of things I don't really like about the map right now. Mirage, I actually have no idea, because I haven't really played it or watched it. Safe B, because I've always liked it. I've always liked Mirage, but I don't know CST specifically. S tiers for me is Anubis. It has good vibes, it's sunny. I think the strats are fun too. Overpass, I'm gonna do S tier. Actually, I'll do A tier just because pressing or hitting the molly at ramp just knocks it down a peg for me because it's so hard to hit now, but overall it's really fun. I like the design on the map as well. I like the art style that they did with it. I like Inferno overall right now. I think I'll just put it to a high B. Ancient, I'm gonna go with A. It's interesting, I think. there's a lot of new stuff. And then Nuke, I'm not gonna put it down with Vertigo, but I'm gonna put it to C. I mean, there's a lot of new stuff that you can do on it, but just the sound and the verticality of it just automatically just makes me not like it so much right now. And that's it. All right, here we go. So for S tier, I think Csgo is definitely S tier. Played it my entire adult life, essentially. Counter-Strike 2, I think overall we're pretty close, but we're missing a lot of features. But overall, it's not bad. I think I'll put it to B for now. Condition 0, I actually haven't really played that much. I just know that it's just very similar to 1.6. I played the campaigns in it. I think I'll put just C. I can't put it above CS2. It doesn't feel right for me. 1.6 is gonna be A tier for me. I played 1.6 a ton when I was growing up. Great game. Lots of fun stuff to do on community servers. Just a lot of good memories. And then Source is D tier. So I have a perfect top to bottom. Source at the bottom where it should be. CZ even on top of it. Looks good. This is clean. And now we got the tier list for everyone here. I'm automatically gonna put my team here because you have to put your own team as S. Just makes sense. And then FaZe is probably the best team in the world right now. So FaZe is S tier. Maybe we'll put Vitality as A right now just because I think they're probably gonna be good. And then I think C9 looks a lot better now actually. A with them. I'll probably put NAVI B for now. Just Sydney, they didn't really get to play with their 5. Heroic is playing with stand-ins and stuff. I feel like I'm just gonna put them C just for that. NIP is also like a new team. I'm just gonna put C just because I don't know how they're gonna do. And then Astralis I'll put as B. I haven't really seen a ton of their games recently since it was pretty much just the CAC that they played. And yeah, I think just overall there's just a lot of new stuff that we're not really sure. We haven't really seen a lot of teams play. And that's my tier list.
If I don't say my girlfriend, she'll be mad.
Something about them creeps me out.
You should try it when you come to Holland.
So one thing people don't know about me, it's I was semi-professional in handball. I have to choose CSGO or handball, and at this time I was better in CSGO, so I chose CSGO.
I did professional taekwondo until 14 years old, and I was Ukrainian champion.
One thing about myself that people wouldn't know, maybe I love joint juice. I don't like any kind of dressing, only ketchup. But any other than that, I would never take on my sandwich or anything like that. Every time when we go to places, stuff like that, my teammates are also after me and how come and stuff like that.
I am deathly afraid of bugs and spiders and all that. Something about them creeps me out.
Every time I come home from an event, I eat frikandel speciaal because I love it so much. It's like a sausage with mayonnaise, some curry and some onions on it, but it's so delicious. You should try it when you come to Holland.
Maybe that I'm pretty good at pool. That's maybe the only thing. I think I've challenged a couple of good players that I know at least that they're good, and I've beaten them. So yeah, I think I'm definitely up there.
I'm a lot taller than I look, and also my voice is a bit deeper than people perceive as well. I think I have a baby face, and people don't really expect my voice as well. 6 foot tall, 183 centimeters.
I can solve a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute.
I have a bunny at home. His name is Mochi. He's just chewing my cables all the time. I have to replace everything.
3 things I cannot live without is water, food, and internet.
Pick my phone first. I mean, my bed. I love sleeping in bed, but I can sleep anywhere usually, but a bed and clothes.
I'm gonna say my girlfriend, a pet, and the last thing is gonna be a bubble tea. Mango bubble tea.
My friends, my family, and the last one would be, I don't know, McDonald's. Food, money, and my family. You kind of need some of those things to live, to make sure you keep on going.
3 things I can't live without. If I don't say my girlfriend, she'll be mad. Food, water, and workout.
My favorite thing to do other than playing Counter-Strike is being a dog dad. My dog is a boxer and he is full of energy and he's a handful.
Playing chess. I play a lot of chess in my free time. My peak rating in chess is 1500 ELO.
Working out in the gym. It definitely helps me outside of the game. I just feel refreshed once I finish the workout. It just makes me feel much better about myself.
And my favorite thing to do is eat some good food and relax. I like burgers. Maybe play some other game. I love PUBG. And also I love Dota.
I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft and League of Legends when I was younger. But World of Warcraft takes too much time, so I don't do that anymore.
Hanging out with friends and going to football. I follow the Graafschap. It's a second league club in the Netherlands.
Other than playing Counter-Strike, my favorite thing would be to spend time with my girlfriend. Bonus points for sure.
I don't think I had any idols, but I had a lot of things that I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to be a baker, like pastries, also an actor, because I was really good at acting as a kid. I knew how to cry on command. I used that a lot.
When I was studying, I maybe wanted to be an astronomer one day. I really love space and that stuff, so.
No, I didn't have any idols at all. My friends were like, oh, I want to be a fireworker or something like that. So a policeman, and I was like, okay.
I was watching a lot of tennis and my idol was Novak Djokovic, but now I'm even bigger fan what he's achieving so far, and I think not just inspiring me, but I think everyone around the world who is competing in something.
When I was in kindergarten, I wanted to be a basketball player. Yeah, I played basketball for 8 months, then I gave up.
When I was a kid, what I wanted to be kind of when I grew up, I always loved working with animals. I always wanted to look into maybe becoming like a veterinarian or something like that, but that's a lot of work. You know, I gotta go to university and put a lot of time into that. I've shifted. Now I'm playing video games.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch differs a lot, honestly. But if I had to pick one, I would pick Xywoo at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything. Pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player and also a clutch shot.
Back in the days, yeah, I was looking for Device because he was close to my playstyle.
Div actually, it's pretty biased. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good.
I'd have to say like someone like Robs. We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res. It's someone definitely I look up to as Robs.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch would be Flusher. He's always extremely annoying.
I don't really know like who is my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch right now, but like before it was Fallen.
When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at. He's like had longevity in his career. He's been doing a lot for Brazil.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, especially when I was growing up, I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source. Shox was a player that his playstyle really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role.
He's always been having like a mixed playstyle. He could always play with the AWP and the rifle.
I would answer simple because he's like unexpected guy. You like cannot predict him.
It's like you never lose hope in him in like a 1v3, 1v4 situation. You're like, oh, he can win this.
My biggest match that I played, like the most important one, it would for sure be the final in Royal Arena against FaZe. Being so close to lifting the trophy, like those last rounds of the game was a unique feeling. That's hard to describe.
The greatest match that I ever watched was definitely the FaZe versus Cloud9 at the Boston Major. When they were in the finals and they finally won and lifted that trophy, there was a flood of emotions for me.
I have two teammates who played that match. They don't like looking back at that match because they were in it and they lost it.
My greatest game that I played was my second major. We won semi-final against Heroic. It was 15-14 for us on Inferno on the second map. It was 2v5 situation and we won it. We all pumped up. It was like unbelievable. And then we won the third map as well.
If I had to pick just one game, it had to be the first major final we played against Virtus Pro because there were so many moments in that game where we could have lost, maybe should have lost, and that for me is the greatest match. Even though I didn't play too well in the final, it was still, in my memory, just a really perfect moment.
At this time, we will be chatting to two lovely gentlemen. There's a connection between the three of us. We've got Mezzy and S-Tag. Gentlemen, how are you, first of all?
Great.
Great.
Yeah.
So, Rostermania, as they call it. How exciting. You're both part of it.
Yep.
Both experiencing it. What's been the standout roster move for you so far?
I mean, the most shocking surely has to be like the NAVI project, right? I would say that came as a bit of a surprise.
I think for me it would be Cloud9's all that Shiro going.
That was mine.
I think that was quite surprising, at least. I thought they would make a change, but definitely not him. And also bringing in Boomich, I think, who's
bringing in Boomich,
who's not an AWPer as well. So, but we played against him online.
Not known to be an AWPer, but he's doing like secondary AWPer.
Yeah, and Perfecto was AWPing as well.
Perfecto and Boomich. I guess like it just seems like in CS2 right now, it just feels like everyone's just like, yeah, just see how it goes. There's only a couple of events left just to see how it goes. Everyone seems to be having a crack at the AWP. What do you think of that Cloud9 roster, seeing as that's where we came from? Like, suppose they've been given more time than us, but they've been given this big roster change, which doesn't seem to make sense. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think they're doing pretty good with what they have right now. But then again, it's hard to say what's going on in the team, right? And what their plan is with the AWP and stuff.
Some exciting news recently.
Yeah.
For both of you. You guys are back on teams. Everyone's looking good. You're looking great in the black and yellow.
Thanks.
How does that feel, bro? Like, what a massive move.
That feels good. I think finally getting, like, obviously I would have thought it would have happened with like Fnatic, like getting into a team that's maybe going to push for titles and stuff. And obviously that was sad it didn't happen, but now getting my chance with a team that's obviously already done it, and hopefully I can just add to it and really push on. But now it's feeling good to be in this position at least.
Yeah, this is a blockbuster move, bro. Like replacing Magisk as well. Like he's one of the goats in your position, I suppose. So how's that feel moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's always going to be, I guess, pressure joining a new team, but I think obviously replacing someone like Magisk who's won everything there is obviously a bit different. But I think overall, I can fulfill the position.
I think
and the role,
it's an inspiring prospect for you. A chance to really prove yourself and like not have to worry about, like in Fnatic there was always like compromise. It seems there's been a few of those in the past projects you've been part of.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like I said, everything's there for me to succeed, and now I don't have to like compromise or switch roles. It's down to me now to just like make sure that I can perform and definitely feel confident within this team and the players around me. So I can't really complain with the players around me.
Guys, good luck in the tournament. It's been fun.
Thank you.
This is the first time the Colossus has come back together, so I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. This time a very special treat. We have current in-game leader of NAVI, AlexiB, and former in-game leader of NAVI, Boomage. A special welcome to you, sir. Welcome back to Counter-Strike. It's been a while. How are you?
I'm good, and
good?
I'm ready to be back, on server. So I'm really hyped before the first match.
How are you finding CS2 right now?
I feel some new energy from the game, and I have the new energy to play more. That's all.
So you've got your passion back for the game.
Yeah, and motivation is really at good level right now.
Could you just clarify for me? I've had different things. Are you the in-game leader now, or are you coming in just as the rifler?
I'm in-game leader right now.
Yeah. How are you finding that?
It's a little bit strange because you have like 2 old teammates and 2 new teammates, and you're trying to find what will work the best for these guys.
And I see a lot of changes for you as well. Last time we had you and Simple on the couch. It's changed things up. You've got a new piece to work with. I think Wonderful is one of the most exciting AWPers in the game right now. How's it going with him?
Everything's good in that regard, and I've been working with him a lot on like one-on-one with him and just trying to get to his level, like see where he is as a player and as in like just a person.
I think he seems, in terms of his play style, I think he has a really nice calculated balance between aggression and passive play. He seems to understand.
You could say that. I for sure think the same thing. And I also think that like once you're in that spot, you're kind of fighting to become one of the greats, right? In terms of AWPing. Yeah. And we know who the greats are. And they just do the smallest things just like a tiny bit better, right? So I think for him it's just doing the same things he's doing now with confidence on officials and like just doing the small things, like learning from the small things a bit better. And by time he'll be really good.
How's the vibe check? I think a lot of players talk about the culture of the team and like having good friends around you. Do you feel like you feel at home within this Cloud9 roster?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. It was a really great time on bootcamp, and I feel like it's already a family for me. So
good stuff.
Yeah.
For you, Alexi, I'd say like the vibe check over the last few months looked like it maybe wasn't the best vibe in the team. Like how are things coming into this tournament?
I think we're headed into a way better place, and we already found. We were having like a lot of fun on the server these past 2 weeks. But I mean, officials and tournaments are always different. But I'm glad we have the performance coach still in this tournament with us. And I mean, just I feel like the vibe is a bit different. Always when you get a new player, it's always more relaxed and whatnot. But I feel like, at the end of the year, it's going to be a bigger picture you can tell and see how it really goes. But I'm just excited to play.
Wow. Kumba.
Thank you.
Thank you. And goodbye.
See you. What do we have here, Finn?
I see Blast logo.
You ready to read this one?
Yeah, let's go.
Dear players, welcome to Kronborg.
Right behind us?
This beautiful one right here. Today's first task will take place at this magnificent castle. You will both be challenged in a historical duel that will put your skill set to a test.
Oh no.
You will be doing a 1v1 duel in fencing. Good luck and may the best man win.
That sounds serious, bro.
I know my moves already.
All right, start with the salute. Up, under the chin.
and then out to side. En garde, prêt, allez. En garde, prêt, allez. En garde, prêt, allez. Touche, droit.
Defensive tactic working.
En garde, prêt, allez. Touche droit. En garde, prêt, allez. Touche droit. Come on, Dupree. En garde, prêt, allez.
Nice shot. Good as not best of 10.
En garde, prêt, allez. Touche droit. Now, Dupree, remember, if Kerrigan gets his last point, he wins the whole duel. So clutch your kick, Dupree. En garde, prêt, allez. Touche droit.
That's unfair. Replay.
Oh, sorry, man.
Please go wrong. Let's go, Phil. Sit down, I'm coming for you.
Tradition states that when it's 4-4, you give a small salute to the opponent. But whoever gets the next point wins the round.
You only live once.
En garde, prêt, allez.
One more spot in the semi-finals and one more series to decide who will take it. That will come to the hands of either Complexity or NAVI, the former impressing us with their start in CS2, making it all the way to the grand finals in Sydney and just faltering a little bit versus Vitality yesterday. Whereas on the flip side, it's been a bit more of a complicated situation for NAVI because Jacob, they've lost arguably the biggest piece of their puzzle. Simple taking a bit of a step back. How was Wonderful fit in then in terms of the big shoes he's got to fill?
I mean, individually, he's done tremendously well for himself so far in this tournament. I've been positively surprised with the way he's been conducting himself on the server. I think in terms of impact, there's been a lot. We praised him for being aggressive. We praised him for being for a guy who tried to dictate the game. Obviously, he doesn't have the same closure as Simple. He doesn't have the same high caliber moments. But I think in terms of from an individual point of view so far in this tournament, he's done more than I expected him to do.
I mean, the start has been great. The numbers are here. There's nothing to deny about it. I think what people are expecting from him, we're not going to get in the first few days. We're talking about a young player who's going to have to be able to be proactive, to be assertive, to tell Alexibi what he's got to do, to be given responsibilities. It's not something that develops in 12 hours. Not even a good night of sleep, not even a good breakfast is going to give you that. It's going to be a long-term project. We know they have a very, very active and efficient coaching staff as well with them to get the best out of these players. For now, we are just doing eye test, and the eye test is great. I think he can hold his own already.
So how is it comparing when we're, looking at the Complexity side of the equation? Because Halzerk, as much as, he's been looking okay, it's not like we're looking at him to be kind of the lights out star player for the side of Complexity.
No,
right?
I don't think he's set up to be the star player within Complexity. He has had moments before where he's taken over the show and he has a lot of freedom on the server, but there's a lot of different playmakers when it comes to Complexity, and I will say they feel more as of a unit than NAVI does right now. Again, as Matthew said, it comes down to time as well. NAVI is a new project, international roster. LXCB now without Simple have to create a new identity, so you can't really compare the two teams in that regard, and I think Halzerk fits better into Complexity as of right now.
I do wonder if Halzerk hasn't really been hit too far with the CS2 AWP situation in terms of he's not the most hybrid that comes to mind. If you think about the AWPers at the very top level, he's one of which would heavily rely on having the AWP, on having these moments, and I do feel like he's been feeling the hit a little bit, maybe more compared to other snipers in his position.
Somebody that's actually been putting, stars in my eyes in the side of Complexity has to be JT. Like the impact this in-game leader has been having. I thought it was just going to be a flash in the pan back in Sydney, but the series versus Astralis, that was where he was really impressive.
Yeah, he keeps on having this series, and I'm almost just waiting for the moment it's going to stop, and it's just not stopping, right? I think there's a massive difference to be made CT side versus T side, but somehow in the T side, he's having so much impact. He's having moments of brilliance, and this is why the rating in itself is not stratospheric, because it's mostly on the T side. He remains at times a little bit weak on the CT side, and I think we might see Navi trying to abuse that as well. But when it comes to entering and finding some of these kills and really giving his life and the space for complexity, I didn't see it coming. I still believe it's going to stop. I'm just not... It's incredible.
If he can continue the form he's in right now, that'll be tremendously for him as well. His average rating on LAN in CS2 so far, 1.07. That's for JT, who used to be 0.80 on average. So he's really put on another level from an individual output. And I would argue, as you alert to it as well, right there, Fred, that the individual JT is doing well. As a caller, the way Complexity is playing, even better. It feels like he's fitting into that role right now. Elise and him have a great relationship. They're helping out each other with the calling, and the Complexity train right now is going definitely in the right direction.
Okay, so, you know, stylistically, pound for pound, how does LXCB then compare to how we've seen JT calling so far?
I mean, the problem that we have in this comparison is that I don't believe Navi is anywhere near as ready as Complexity is. It feels like the work that's been put in the depth with Alicia as well is coming into fruition. You can see some of these protocols coming to life. You can see the map pool getting wider and wider. We have the veto that's happening right there. It's been a great situation for Complexity. Can you imagine how good this is if you're Complexity and people pick Anubis against you?
It's great.
They give you the Anubis. Like, where's the lottery ticket? Like, what about the scratch? They have such an advantage. This is very tactical for them as well. And I didn't really see any other scenario possible because Complexity's work has been reflected in the map pool.
Yeah, it's something that you were kind of picking out, Jacob, saying that actually that's a real benefit and a real win condition for Complexity, right? It's the maps they're going to have the ability to pick into because immediately banning out Mirage.
It's just a project that's been together now for quite some time. They know each other well. They've been gluing together, and I think the performances coming out of Complexity right now are better than we ever seen them be. So yes, when it comes to the map pool, when it comes to the ability to pick different routes in a video like this, then of course they're going to have the upper hand. Navi are still a couple of months away from what most likely will be their full potential, where I feel like Complexity right here, right now, this is peak performance. This is the best we ever seen from them. So they're putting themselves into a great spot, and especially the guy on screen right here, Elise, he's just elevated this team. One of the signings of the year when you look at the impact he's had.
No, I agree with you. I just wanted to bounce back quickly on the graphic. We saw Mirage being removed. That's obviously a huge problem for Navi.
Yes.
Because something you got to understand is that when you lose Simple, yes, of course, maybe the atmosphere gets better, blah, blah, blah. We've been through all of this. But you also lose a player who had the ability to create something out of nothing and kind of furniture some of these rounds with crazy moves. And we don't think Navi is quite there yet. We know JL is trying to do it a little bit more. We know Ima is doing it more. It's been said in interviews. But when you come onto these technical maps, I don't think they have the work in the background ready to compensate for that. I think it's just a little bit light, and that's the reality of the nature currently.
Okay, so why Anubis then? Do you think Navi were particularly looking at that game versus Vitality yesterday,
That's
where
so
Vitality, to put it politely, absolutely trounced them? Do you think that's logic, or is there some semblance of, you know, strength there for Navi?
I'm not going to assume their logic, but I will tell you, I hope it isn't the case. I've seen so many teams at so many events do this mistake of watching their opponents struggle on the map, thinking, oh my god, look at this, they're completely lost, let's pick this map, and then just missing the point that this was just circumstances coming together. Vitality had a great game, you mentioned it, so hopefully this isn't the thought process.
I think it's a strength for Navi as well. We have seen them play a bit of Anubis with this lineup. A couple of close games, a couple of losses as well, but I think it's one of those maps where they feel comfortable on. And again, we speak about it. The map pool, the strength of Navi, the whole new iteration of this lineup, it takes time before it's glued together. So if anything you're going to do right now, it's picking into something you know, and then you better pray and better hope that you're better than your opponent.
Well, you guys are on a team for predictions. Was there any, you know, back and forth, a tussle of who to pick over this one, or was it quite clearly
No,
really?
We disagreed a little bit on the Cloud9 Heroic.
Okay,
I went Cloud9, he went Heroic. I gave him the lead on that one. But for this, we agreed on Complexity.
Wrong decision. Complexity.
Yeah, we went on Complexity on this, we knew you.
How confident are you feeling percentage-wise, Jacob?
I'd give it a 60-40. I still think Navi have played a decent tournament so far, but Complexity, the way they're playing right now, it's the best ever. So
70-30.
70-30, giving an X.
I always have to disagree.
Hella confident.
Well, yeah, it is Complexity taking on Navi. We're going to be diving into Navi's pick of Anubis as the first round of this quarterfinal. I know those predictions, they'll be music to our casters' ears, because Scrawny, Launders, I'm predicting that you predicted Complexity as well, right?
Yeah, maybe Freya.
Bold
maybe
assumption,
we did.
bold assumption.
Bold
because
assumption.
actually, we did.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I
am surprised that Navi went ahead and went with the Anubis pick. Now, I understand that just yesterday we get this, whooping from Vitality, the 13-2 loss, but just this month alone, we're talking about a team, Complexity, who first of all have been picking Anubis since the start of 2023. It was the first map they picked at fall or spring groups to start the year, okay? They've been trying to make this work, and again, just within this month, win over top of Liquid, win over top of Monty, win over top of Cloud9, BetBoom, G2. These are big teams that Complexity have bested on Anubis, and Navi think they have what it takes.
Well, yeah,
ambitious, and I like it.
It's a great veto. There aren't like many other options for Navi though. They've got a lot of common with the veto of Complexity, so that's going to create the best possible series. We've got 2 maps both teams love to play, good at, excited and confident. It's going to be probably a very high-level game of Anubis.
Fingers crossed. I think that Complexity yesterday are just more so a victim of this weird curse that's on them where they are just losing blowout maps. I don't know if it's because they have a fundamental issue with Anubis that Navi want to punish. Just hot and cold, Complexity. But here we go. Alexi B out in middle on his own, 3 players pushing into A, and Floppy has conceded control of the site in basically an instant. Already just tucked back in storage with a teammate. He's got Alexi alongside the wall, but Bit gives cover for the first of the round. It's an Elige double kill coming out of, well, make it a third. Halzerk, whoa, he gets taken out by Wonderful. Clean pistol work. And now Floppy, 13 health versus Ime, who's got the pillar of water behind him. Just tuck. Oh, the headshots are sick.
Wow.
And you gotta love that. It's Wonderful with a beautiful couple of kills. Emac closing out, and Complexity can't get that retake in.
It's a crazy round from Elige, then Floppy, then Emma right there at the end. Bit awkward between JT and Alexi inside of middle. We'll get to go back and watch this. It looked awkward with Alexi floating where he was, but he had a teammate up there with him, and wow. Wonderful as well with the 2 P250 headshots. Elige did a tier list with Anubis and put it in S tier for his favorite maps in the pool right now.
It's a good shout.
Yeah.
It's okay to be wrong.
Where is it on your tier list?
I actually love Anubis.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to pander to the crowd.
Yeah.
I know there's some haters out there, but open your minds. Try something new. I mean, this map is one of the most community-tested maps prior to coming into the pool, right? This
one
is
of the only community maps to make it into the pool.
Exactly, yeah. So I think Valve buying it for $100,000 is well worth it.
Yep.
Definitely well worth it.
Could have bought a shed in Toronto, but they decided to get Anubis.
Yeah.
An entire map.
You paid the same amount for Tuscan. Imagine that. They haven't even put that in the pool yet.
They bought Tuscan?
Yep. They bought Tuscan and Anubis at the same time for $100,000.
Wow.
It's going to keep it clean.
So does that mean if I make a map, I could just sell it to them easily for that much money?
No, you'd have to make a map worth buying.
Okay, so it's like basically a done deal?
Yeah.
If I did it.
Yeah, a little flat fee.
Terrorists win.
I think it should be more than $100,000, me personally, but
yeah,
better than nothing.
Yes.
$100,000 is life-changing money.
Well, yeah. If you move, depending on where you're at.
That's everything. Sure.
If you play your cards right. You could buy a boat.
Yeah.
That would change your life.
Mm-hmm. That you could.
Put yourself through college.
Yeah, that's free in a lot of places.
Get you a plane ticket to a place that'll put you through college.
No op in the first round for Halzerk, none for Wonderful either. Wonderful coming into this match as the highest rated player in the server.
Yeah, he's been nice. And he's been, the criticism for Wonderful is that he's okay, he's like, don't compare me to Simple. He has Simple sensitivity.
Yeah.
He's opping on Navi. Like, he's literally replaced Simple on the team that he played on. Like, it's gonna happen, but he isn't the same opper. He's a lot more passive. So Blade talked about it a lot. That's something that they need to change out of him. But his stats have been fantastic.
Speaking about highest rated players, JL, only 0.02 rating behind Wonderful with a 1.22 at the event thus far. 5 maps in, by the way. So JL has definitely taken some of that space that Simple left and made the most of it.
Yeah, that would be the simple and electronic at home sort of thing.
True. It ain't half bad. Looking to get into the arena. JT bested by JL. And Ime comes wide on long with the instant headshot that takes off any kind of a hold for the bomb site. We've got Halzerk still just leaning back on long, but he got 0 contact in all of that. You know, JT's single kill into E-Box is just not enough to keep Navi at bay. So the first gun round coming out of Complexity, and it means nothing.
Yeah. Ime, where's Ime at? Do you have Ime stats memorized?
Yep, Ime is sitting at 1.13, which would be the 3rd highest rated Navi player. Followed by Bit and followed by Alexi.
There's been some comments about Bit too, saying Alexi's seen a new Bit. I saw on the Navi YouTube channel Bit actually passed an English exam.
Let's go. Wait, did he die?
No. Oh,
somebody was climbing. Yeah, somebody was climbing up on rugs. I need to know.
Maybe he did.
We'll see at the end. It's supposed to be 2 saved, but yeah, he died. So Complexity we're saving with 2, but one of the guns taken away at the last second. Only Halzerk gets to keep it.
That's a gun they'd have now.
Elige buys regardless.
Halzerk, I don't think, was feeling too well yesterday, and yet had a great couple of maps.
Yeah. A little slow on Anubis, but the other couple maps, yes.
That's when the sickness was at its height.
Yeah. Kind of acclimatizing to the server. And unfortunately for Complexity, not a part of the success on Anubis. There was really little to talk about Complexity's Anubis yesterday. Really did feel like FaZe could just get, really felt like that A site from Complexity just kept crumbling time and time again.
Is that like a Freudian slip?
Yeah.
FaZe.
Double nades out mid. Triple stack for Complexity, awaiting Navi on the other side of these smokes.
This is a good stack for Complexity. I mean, they're in a good position for the split. And it looks like they might actually catch, they're going to hear Alexi doing this as well.
Okay. Surprised he gets away with one, but catches him off. Fountain player, nothing. The 5-7 out of Floppy.
With that kill, maybe. They're actually a little scared, it seems like.
They don't follow through.
I wonder. Yeah. Well, it looks like they're fine. They got an open site completely. CT's running back over, but they missed the timing. They're going to be a little bit slower.
Grim's not going to get here in time. Halzerk's not too far away, but these rifles, quite a bit of value still to lose if you're Complexity. With no kit, with no util, and a man disadvantage, they're going to call it quits. That's the 4-0 Navi. Or? Okay.
No kit, yeah.
Why don't people call this cave? People call dark room or E-Box room cave, but they don't call the cave the cave.
Yeah.
What is that? It's a cave.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I know. I mean, I'm with you. I'm trying to.
Just saying.
Trying to explain, but I don't know. I think cave will always get prioritized to one of the most popular spots because it's just so common.
Call. It's a good title. It's a good title. It's true.
I remember when we tried to do callouts for Ancient to try to intercept what people would naturally gravitate to. Yeah. It's always going to be the lowest common denominator call because it's the most easy to remember. You know, most people are going to use it.
I really thought Ramses was going to stick.
Ramses was peak. I got to say that was one of my highest moments.
You were high, all right. Thinking that would, I feel like I was never hated as much as that week.
That's true, yeah. Except the Ziwu week.
Yeah, that too. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one too. Elige on the fallback, but low health. So JL, he smells blood in the water on the chase from Wonderful. Clean little boost, wasting no time behind the smoke, and then just really looking to run with the pressure, but into Floppy's M4 and Halzerk on camera with AWP. So they thought that man advantage was just going to be able to be flexed and followed through into potentially the A hit. Instead, we've got Navi back down 3v4 and setting sights on B, which Ime,
what a clip off,
opens up nicely. Smoke towards the temple that JT tries to press alongside.
There's no more site players now.
But he takes 50 damage on the fallback.
But they can plant with Cave.
Long gets chucked over. Bit punches in the digits. Ime hangs on to the long control. And we're going to have Floppy and Halzerk, the two that brought this round back for at least a moment to try and get the retake rolling. Odds skewed to the favor of Navi in the post. CTs, 2 smokes. That could definitely put things into question, as now their angles have been blocked off and they've isolated Bit within the bomb site versus 3. A frag grenade to pop it open, sees nothing. Ime, oh, he catches the temple peek, and Bit does the other double. Just like that, Complexity thought a retake was possible, but no, sir. Big round from Ime.
Big round from Ime. Actually, a few big rounds from him. He's only got, well, he's got the 5 kills now, or the 4 kills, but each and every one of them has been a really important round-changing frag. That clip off, right? This is the only site player. Grim is so close to cover. You know, that's a desk slam moment, because it's the difference between like the bomb going down with site control and no one else dying or anything, and all the rotators from the CT side coming in to help out Grim. Oh, tough. Now they're just getting shut down on every front.
Yeah, man, Elige kind of getting battered. Goes from aggressive mid last round. Well, actually not even that aggressive. He got caught by the boost over smoke. This time it's just a straight up swing and stuffed. You know, if Bit gets off to a hot start, very hard player to contain. Electronic-esque in that regard. Halzerk posted up. There's disjointedness between Alexi and his teammate. The no trade comes out, and that's a comfortable 4v4 right back with utility holding the A push at bay. JL almost caught out by the Fountain Peak. Can Ime do it twice? Can he catch something at the B site? Floppy arguably should have won that duel. JL getting the better of him as Halzerk looks to press out. This time it's JT with the response. He gets his revenge from the last round and puts us back into the even keel.
Yeah, that was maybe a situation where they didn't need another lurk kill. They probably could have just organized to split B. And now they have to go back into a 3v3. But with Ime playing the way he is, like, you kind of want to give him freedom too, because that's when he's at his best. The aggressive lurks for sure. But we can see now that JT's kill swings back the composure to Complexity. Halzerk on a great angle.
A push is coming in quick enough as well. Utility from Long's gonna have Halzerk preoccupied, gets the peek to Wonderful, plays behind Pillar, but can't manage Bit. Fast flank comes through. Bit's gotta go grab bomb off Long. His hands are gonna be busy. JL, doesn't cover Dark. He gets the trade.
He can get him.
Comes down to the kill. He swings. Floppy set it up for JT to close. Floppy was dead 40 seconds ago, but I don't know why he's on my mind.
What, Floppy?
That was JT in the clutch.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Damn.
You think about Floppy a lot.
I do. I can't help it. Can't stop the flop.
That was a nice round from Halzerk positionally. And, well, it doesn't end in tragedy here for Complexity, even though it comes close. I think Navi had a pretty good chance in that round, but, I mean, they didn't need it. Complexity were the ones who needed it. 2 Famuses even after winning.
At least an early round win. Say early, it's actually halfway through the first 12, and Bits pressing through the smoke.
And there's just, they're getting killed too early in the round, man.
Yeah.
Their opening duels are getting lost by their anchors over and over again.
So committed to these reaggressions.
We're down to 0 utility here for Complexity. So, yeah, they're going to try to push things when the time becomes right, and Navi want to just stay passive. No, you just needed one bullet.
Wow.
Alexi sat there with 19 HP.
Missed 3, 4, 5 shots, and just like that, we're going to get the express lane Navi into the B hit. Grim cleared out nothing.
Dude.
Not one kill coming out of Complexity in this round. I mean, getting smothered on Anubis. Flashbacks of Vitality's match yesterday.
I speak for everyone when I say we hate to see this.
Everybody?
I think even the most staunch Complexity haters, they want to root for Complexity to be good competition at least. Their last 2 Anubis games have been 2-13 and 3-13.
Yeah.
Why is it happening again?
I'm not sure.
If you ask me based on what I'm looking at, they just can't frag. Like,
yes,
their anchors are taking duels. Like, if you're as an anchor early in the round taking a duel, it should be like you're feeling good. You got a really strong odds play going on. You go for it. But in these, we're seeing like, okay, you took a swing, but you had no chance of winning. Your spray's not great. Alicia isn't fragging like crazy. I mean, I
can't believe Alicia. I mean, Alicia didn't hit.
I've never
Alexi
seen that
once.
before. Yeah. Yeah.
Back into the pistols. So Navi laying it on thick. But, you know, again, these blowout maps, it's kind of been a component of Complexity as of late. Even despite the matches they've won and the deep Sydney run, it's are very clearly cracks in the armor. And that armor looking more like a tunic tonight. EMAC close on the approach. JT, 5-7 headshot. That'll get something to hold on to, but he loses his closest support. We've got Grim down and Dark. Smoke makes things uncomfortable. I think yesterday versus Vitality, Complexity did a good job of picking up round wins with buys like these. More often than some of the other matches we've had here in Copenhagen. Damn, Grim still just finds Sanctuary. In the smoke, zoned by JL, but still capable of holding off. Passes the AK to the fully health teammate. You've got a Liege on a rifle, and you've got all the remains of Navi here on long. Grim takes the peek first, the second pistol swings, and they're just trying to claw them in, draw them towards the Liege, and that rifle, JT burning to a crisp. They still haven't seen the AK, and that should serve up a warning for Navi. Now it reveals itself, and Floppy gets in from the other side of the map on only 8 HP. Navi have enough time to leave if they want to, but they still just keep fighting.
I mean, they could run, but then they would only have one option, and now behind a smoke, what are they gonna do? Walk back? 25 seconds? I mean, they gotta be going...
Mid to A.
Yeah, well, no, they can't get to A. There's no way.
Yeah, do it.
Oh, sorry, mid to A. Right, yeah. I was like, they can't go all the way around.
Yeah, sure.
But I was like, yeah, they're going to go bridge. Okay.
But Alicia's timing's better. Oh, and even then, down to 1 extra second. So, Elige, basically, when he walked off that site, I feel like Elige is just exuding confidence.
Oh, it's nice to have that smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And the 5-7 kills.
These little pop-off rounds with the half-buys. Again, that's been one thing that Complexity have been able to pull off. Still think it's whack that a 5-7 can get a 1-bullet headshot kill, but the M4s can't. You know?
Yeah.
It's just a weird...
I've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a...
It's hard to explain that to new players. Like...
Yeah. Every time my mom's watched me play and I die to a 5-7 and 1 bullet, I just have no recourse. What am I supposed to... It's supposed to be this way, Mom.
It's supposed to be... Just don't ask questions, Mom. Well, that's an interesting way for Complexity to not only get their only second round of the half, but boosts the money right before the buyout. We get the AUG on Grim. Chance for Cole to start racking up rounds. Don't want to see these anchors die early. If you're cheering for NA, see if they lean back. They take a Liege and Floppy out of the A site to start and put Halzerk's AWP there instead. Damn, a Molotov and a smoke and camera could cause Floppy's rotation to get a little muddied. This is looking like an A hit, which means it's gonna demand something out of Halzer. He's gotta bring somebody down. Sure enough, first bullet catches Alexi. Not able to dive back behind Cake. Floppy relegated to heaven. We've seen him concede sight before, but for now he's holding on to heaven at the very least. JL's gonna play this passive, holding off on flank, but now getting magnetized towards sight, still head on a swivel. Well done from him, gets Navi back to the 4v3. Oh, but a missed shot from Wonderful. Floppy could have already been dead, and still, even then, it's not enough for Cole to be convinced to go for this retake. They call it quits, 7 rounds to 2.
Oh, man, Grim's getting bodied. Halzerk had a good spot, but not the correct support. You know, like, why did he have to fall back after taking a shot with no utility? There was no flash for him to get back. There was no molly that landed to separate the next players who were approaching. That was just too easy. Like, we've seen again, this is not actually a situation where there's a solo guy like Floppy on the site. They have an AWPer and a support player waiting for a hit to come in this direction. And then, why? Why is it possible that he could just get killed after getting 1 frag when they were rushing the whole time? 'Twas the plan.
Yep.
So that would, I mean, that's basically just such a thin layer of resistance.
Nice! Good comms, guys. That's how we play Anubis. We're playing so fucking good. That's how we fucking play Anubis, boys.
No, it's that Complexity are playing badly. It's not because you guys are awesome.
I think everyone's doing great, because they're trying their best.
Almost good enough isn't. That's what Alex Honnold's mom said to him, and then he climbed a mountain without a rope.
Just amazing.
We need that from a liege on Complexity, okay? Keep the comms up.
Variation with Halzerk not being forward on Fountain, but instead up in heaven. He's gonna try to peek it out. Elige will win a duel. And Halzerk continues to press, but a missed shot. Bit. Oh,
dude,
the
they
double.
can't buy a trade, man.
Thing of beauty from Bit. 15 kills now. Hardest hitting player in the server tonight. Elige, also his 3rd victim, as Bit just churns through that A site like butter. Spread thin is Complexity as Emek comes out with a sharp headshot too. This isn't even close.
That's disgusting. Yeah. Bit's on a steamer, man. Okay, fine. They are playing pretty well, but still, get a trade.
All right, you're in the 2nd stage of grief.
I'm bargaining now. I'm past anger. Sadness up next.
Just Bit on another level at the moment. Headshots galore. And again, 4th highest rated player. Only a 1.05 coming into this match, so I think he's had some quiet maps. He's had some stellar ones as well.
Terrorists win.
But this, straight back to it. Floppy gets blasted. Elige gets bested. I mean, he's like 6-7 bullets into that spray, dealing with the bricks angle.
Yeah, well. Yeah, are you going to chalk this up to more than just kills? Wow, that's nasty. 16-4. But so many of these rounds can be chalked up to like, you took a trade you weren't ready for. Of your own volition, you took a trade you weren't ready for. So that's when it's the most, that's when the demons come out.
Oh,
Jesus.
You stink. Grim just can't, I mean, they can't win a duel. Straight up. Headshots coming out of the long players. Navi have been in the DMs. everybody
Complexity
hitting
love
headshots.
Anubis. They love Anubis.
Yeah, I don't think they do anymore.
They proved it at Sydney. They won 4 out of 5 times they played.
Yeah, well, we ain't down under, bud.
Their opponents never even got 10 rounds once, except for the one game they lost to G2. How can you be so hot and cold? This roster is so much. That's just their problem.
Yes.
They can be such a threat, but they can just be so cold sometimes. At least they might still win the series. They literally could, because that's kind of team that they are right now.
I mean, they showed it yesterday versus Vitality.
Vitality, yeah.
They just have, for whatever reason, been the result of total blowouts as of late. Floppy gets a headshot, his 3rd frag of the map, but I mean, Navi are just playing with their food.
Now what? They gotta be scared of Anubis and a Vito? The hell? Maybe they thought they perfected it, right? So then they just stopped playing.
Could be. Could be. And again, they've been choosing it all of 2023.
Yeah.
And when they first started playing it, even though they were picking it, they were losing constantly before going on like a 7-win streak in the middle of the year. Seeing like 2 losses out of 15 matches in the last 3 months or so, but now I mean, a landslide of results in the last 3 maps. 13-3 versus Spirit, 13-2 versus Vitality. Now sitting on a measly 2 rounds now. Emek catches Grim, who
every round
again just tries to get frantic, peeking out from the smoke on B. Tried the exact same thing outside of Dark Room just last round. Got killed there. No matter who he duels with, he gets nothing. Molotov on Floppy, still takes 1 down, and Elige will get the trade. Elige may not win those opening fights in a few of these rounds this half, but that trade's at least something. Puts us to the 3 versus 3. Halzerk hunting Alexi. Camera peek, a possibility.
But the 2 in mid, they got some resources tied up. I don't know if Alexi, let's see if he... Ooh, he gets a kill, and Halzerk's still here waiting for a fight, but that means one site's open, and Imma starting to walk in. JT will look for it. Nice one.
Yep.
But we've got one coming in.
Just got into Temple.
Oh, no repeat coming out. 25 seconds. They're going to forfeit the site, basically. Oh!
Wow. Missed shot. He can miss. Ladies and gentlemen.
Don't compare me to Simple.
Yeah, he can miss. And JT is going to be the guy to stand up in this round. 3 frags solo on that B site. You know, we saw Ima peek in once, kill Grim on back plat, and that whole site crumbled. JT decides to go in big. So it's a little bit more for Complexity, but it's still dire straits ahead.
Hey guys, it's JT, and today I'm going to be playing Counter-Sketch, and I'll be drawing for Elige. I'm not a very good drawer. I was really bad at that kind of stuff in school. I think Elige will be able to guess. I think he got the same mind. He'll guess. I'm drawing a case. Okay. Don't know what else to put on this. I don't even know what a case looks like in here. It's my case. I have to draw a zoo skill. I guess a dead man. Another guy with a Zeus. I mean, how does he know it's a Zeus? You want to see? I mean, this one's good. I think you'll guess this one. Rage quit. Yeah. Okay, well, I got an idea. I don't know if you can read that. Oh, I'm done. If you can see it's F10, you'll know he's rage quitting, because people use that to quit. Well, some people do. I don't use it, but I think I did terribly. I don't think he's gonna. He probably won't guess any of them. If he guesses one, I think that's an achievement if he guesses one.
I'll just ask you questions and you just respond to me.
So here we got a director's board where you do like the next take. Surely. I actually have no idea what this could even be. There's a lock, and a boomerang. I mean, I would just guess a bomb.
Yeah.
Just a bomb. Is that what it is?
It is not. It's a case.
Oh, it's a case. Oh, that makes sense. I probably could have got that last one, honestly. I probably could have got that one. All right, so we got a guy that's shooting another guy, and he's dead. Aw. I don't know. I'm just gonna say like P250.
It's a Zeus kill.
Zeus kill. Zeus kill. Oh, when he dies, he makes the sound. Ah, yeah. I could have got that one. That could have been possible. I could have got that one. All right. So guy is not happy. F-I-O. F10. Oh, F10. Okay, so he's pressing F10. I don't know what F10 does. I actually have no idea. I would say that he's just rage quitting. Is that it?
Yeah, it is.
Yes! I should have been able to get the other ones, honestly. Like the case, the lock. Oh, I should have got that one, and the Zeus. I should have got that one too. I mean, he got the point across. Like, you could tell what he was going for. So I'd give it a 6. That's JT. That's JT for sure.
How do you know?
Well, I know that he went in for an interview, and then when he was done with it and I was waiting, he just said only, "I'm sorry."
They say Anubis is T-sided, and it seems even more so when you got the likes of Navi ripping heads off a 16 frag half coming out of Bit, and only 3 CT round wins for Complexity. It is the Navi map pick, despite Complexity's familiarity with Anubis and their solid win rate in this year. I don't know. It feels like the landslide's slipping, and their performance is on Anubis right there with it.
Just, let's try not to have 3 blowouts in a row. Looking like Pauly D over here with these scorelines.
I want to be Snooki.
You want to be a grenade?
Deep peek out on B and nothing. So already, Navi playing with some information. Smoke's going to go down. Does Alexi challenge? Nope. Storage player pulls back. JT now holding on to Heaven. They could set across. Do they peek? Because there's more than one CT back here.
Yo.
Oh man, they're gonna face this. No. Another player in the corner. They've got 4 ahead of him. When do you expect 4 CTs coming out of spawn?
Back streets back.
All right. Heaven wrap looking likely. Elige with the late mid play. That could actually end up being the thorn in their side. If Elige can win his duel versus Temple, then maybe he comes and helps. Floppy needs assistance. Diving behind the pillar, losing his teammate, and he just can't hit a shot. After the 9-round half, we've got Navi picking up pistol, and it's looking like a quick one, map 1. Oh?
Ooh, that was close.
I forgot there was a bomb.
Yeah, they had to defuse it, but they were there on time. I mean, Complexity were making lots of noise here. That's good. They had a good spot to fight with. Honestly, some of the shots that got hit right here are pretty crazy. Like Vit's first kill. Yeah, that's tough. It looks like even if Floppy got 1, they might not have been able to defuse. But maybe not. Maybe they could have just defused and had 1 player cover.
Halzerk swearing in Norwegian. They're down by 7 rounds. It's going to be 3 blowout results on Anubis in a row. Unless they can pull off a force buy win here now.
Right now, the only team that don't really need pistol rounds are FaZe. No one else has really, you know, proved they can live without it. So, we'll see. They have to force here. But they got the plant down, so of course, makes sense.
Yeah, FaZe do be winning. That land streak continues. No mid-hold whatsoever out of Navi this round. Got Wonderful back in Heaven. Floating around, he decides not to fall back through storage, so just kernel defense on the bomb site. To read an open Temple could serve up a solution here to Complexity early on this T side. They'll at the very least leave Elige.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad looking map for Navi, right? They cracked open middle. Navi don't know that they're here. The only thing that counts against them is time, but they're still moving in the right direction. But the bomb's coming back to clear out the outside of main first, or This leaves a timing open for the push. Are they going to get there at an opportune moment?
Alexi playing back pillar. He's dumping his grenades, burning off dark room, smoking off long. Volley comes over the top. He's stuck on the other side, but he's going through. Alexi clears out jail. And just like that, a couple kills come out of Navi. 10 seconds to the clock. Wonderful. Along the smoke, but it's a flat position from Elige and Floppy with him. The force buy. Oh, the bomb's lost.
Are you serious?
No way.
Come on, boys.
Oh, no way. And then
two
after
die
time.
after time.
Oh.
There's headaches, there's migraines, and then there's this. Okay?
Where'd the bomb?
James IRL in the cafeteria said, I'm going to hold you to everything negative you say about complexity today.
Yeah.
What you got, man?
What you got, James?
What you got, James? You know, something was definitely going wrong comms-wise when they had Elige that far up in middle, but they weren't ready to split the site. They seemed like they were unsure why they didn't get any fights inside of middle, and then they went to organize. But they still got into position almost on time.
Where did bomb drop?
It was just in the site. Alexi Grim was first, right? Came from
Yeah, he was
main.
on jail.
Came into the site, and then Alexi flashed himself through the smoke.
How did they not pick that back up?
They just got discombobulated.
It fell past the ledge of jail, and then he thought it was on jail, but it was actually down beneath. I don't know.
It was around the bomb plant zone, right?
Yeah, I think it was like somewhere near the CT smoke, the cross smoke.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Well, it was fun while it lasted. It's always overpass.
That's real.
That's so
This
real.
is a great veto for complexity.
Yeah, there's always overpass.
This is a great veto for complexity.
And nuke.
And nuke.
You know?
It's just a great veto between both of them. Good old day of Counter-Strike.
Listen, it never gets old, personally, watching Bit take heads off. It's nice to see Ema getting a high frag count as well. I like that interview with Blade prior to the event where he said, we have to look at all these other teams in history that have managed without Simple. And here we have it. A Navi without Simple, blowing complexity out of the water.
Okay.
Floppy's got an answer. Better late than never.
God damn.
But I mean, this is going to be half of their rounds won with these like awkward half-buy situations. Happened once back in the first half, happened now here as well.
You're not looking at the upsides, man. You're just way too negative these days. I think that one thing that you're not remembering is that this is the most rounds they've got in the last 3 maps.
That's improvement then.
That's improvement. That's right. 1 foot in front of the other.
That's improvement. Round by round.
Maybe it is like that JT pick where it's like everybody gangsta until they play CT side.
We'll see.
We'll see.
A little deep on that. JL takes the fight first. A little bit longer. Maybe Grim gets online. Maybe Bit cools off. Will a busted bide bode well for Navi?
Good nade. Oh, no, not really. Not enough. But he does feel their presence. Big time.
Yep. JT feels it too. Deeg to the chest. There have been some openings for complexity in mid so far throughout this second half of the map.
Yeah, there's lots.
They're working with something.
This round, they don't. Oh, whoa. Alexi doesn't know how close they might be. The shadow gives it away, but Elige wins the trade. But if they split towards the A site, they're running into 3 people. They know JL was over here. They just didn't hear all 3 of them.
Correct.
So this is actually still the best chance for Na'Vi, but considering the guns for Complexity, if they play the angles correctly, this should just be a done deal still. They got lots of utility.
Should be. We get the CTs down with another smoke up towards camera. That delays Alicia's middle push. And nobody's watching.
Oh.
Okay, nobody's watching.
Nice.
Grim just slips through, and because Wonderful's again in the deepest corner, feels like he's expecting one of the other 2 players that were just right there a second to go to have contact. But Complexity tiptoe through the minefield.
I think they were distracted because of mid.
Yes.
So they didn't have that covered. So that's one of the big benefits, obviously, of taking mid control, even if you don't use it. Most people are always going to be worried about a split won't stand in certain spots.
Every time somebody's
Great
hiding
spot.
back here on the beach at this off angle. Hobbit has a nasty one as well, more to the left where he plays behind the boat. Never expecting your enemies to invade from the sea.
Yeah. I never tried to step in water in Counter-Strike.
You don't want to get trench foot.
Is that like when your foot turns green?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when soldiers would be in trenches with water and you just kind of, you know, soak in it. Blah. Fast A versus USPs. This one looks easy. Unless the mid stack comes barreling down through camera, but they're going to hear the rumblings of the A hit. Complexity asking themselves, where you at? But smoke grenade's going to make this one nigh impossible. It's off the flash. That may at least blind one, but then the meat grinder gets the best of it. Grim triple. Starting to get things moving in the anti-eco. Up to 9 frags is Grim. Up to 6 rounds is Complexity.
Even if it might be a loss, a close loss is important. Talked about this a lot. I mean, started off on such a good night versus Astralis where I was like, all right, let's see if they can do a comeback. And it felt like it was possible, and then they made it happen. Like a best comeback in CS2 so far. Like
I think because of the recent comebacks that we were getting out of FaZe, it felt like, oh, damn, Complexity are going to have that energy too. Like, they're going to tap into it as well. Like, it's the comeback Complexity versus comeback FaZe. And, well, not quite. They had a taste of it, but things have changed in the last 48 hours.
It's a fluid situation.
Mm-hmm. We've got our best people on it. Fly back out. Let's go. Navi. It's been 3 round losses in a row since Pistol and the first conversion. Wonderful's got that op now. He'll be anchoring A as JL eats a flash and a close smoke. Cool.
That was awesome.
Did 10 damage, but it looked great. Little orchestrated airstrike. Another mid smoke comes out from JL. Still just Bit floating on camera behind him, so kind of 2 minds between middle and the potential A commit. We get to the minute 10 mark. Nade's looking low for the majority of Na'Vi, but still just enough. It's actually been an incendiary given to Wonderful from Bit as Bit then starts to push. So it looks like they'll leave the op to anchor with Util. Maybe Bit gets frisky soon enough. Meanwhile, JL now, because of Bit's commitment to long A, his closest support is gone. Finds himself alone, dodging flashes. He hears them outside of this, and he knows the fight's coming, but there's nobody here who can help him. He's got to bring something down with him. We reach the 35-second mark.
They think they fell back. They don't think there's anybody up here. They didn't clear this out. No, they can't fake mid presence. They're going to split towards B. JL's listening to all of this.
So defense on high alert, but still some util to get Alexi off the spot. Bit, he will find his kill because he fast activates and flanks Dark. Then bomb gets dropped, thrown up onto the platform, and Wonderful comes through with an additional kill, so only Long coming in, and it's so much damage versus Grim, no chance. They didn't clear close door, and the time is just not there for Grim, nor are the frags. Na'Vi, full comfort in the shutdown.
They thought they did so much right there. I mean, they spent so much time and resources on clearing out mid, faking it, trying to push him back. And Na'Vi weren't playing in mid that much, but JL didn't even see anybody. They didn't turn the corner, even with their smoke and molly inside of camera. And when you do that, right, when you fake over somebody's head and you throw all this utility past them, that's like a huge call out for them. They don't, no one would ever waste that much utility for it to be a fake without ever getting confirmation someone was there. So
they did 90% of the job.
Yeah.
And that's the one spot that he could have been, and they leave it.
Yeah, it's not like chess in that regard. You can make 9 right moves in a row, but if you don't make 10, you can lose. Yeah.
So now they will be playing versus Map 1 point, and Alexi's got the opening here as well. Grim, it's a trade. And Alexi's just looking to buy more time, dives back to cross. Grim killed by the rotator, and JL, who didn't waste a second on the swing. We've got Floppy back towards middle. We've got JT on his own. 2 versus 4 or Complexity have been battered on Anubis 3 maps in a row. Spirit, Vitality, and now Na'Vi chipping away. But JT may be the savior of round 19. Getting one into Temple opens up a peek from Floppy, who's concerned about that double flank that happened last round. Instead, the CTs just wait. One op shot rings out off the fake plant. A left side push could be the end of JT, so Floppy's gonna have his hands full, but he gets the headshot and another and a third. A 2v4 when they need it.
Whew, that could have been the end of the game. Absolutely. What a round out of JT and Floppy. It got a little bit scary when they were coming into the site. They had the opening flash. They lost their first trade. But JT and Floppy did everything. Obviously, the last 2 alive. That's a pretty insane sequence. To buy them one more chance.
Nice, boys. Good job. We're back in it.
We're back in it. He's not wrong. Pistols up for Na'Vi. It's still of a uphill battle, but
that was the reaction after winning that round, though. I mean, that's pretty low. I mean, I get it. I'm not even criticizing it. Like, I totally understand, but that's, you know, that's just to say, like, do they actually believe that they're coming back? Like, would you be more excited if you really believed you're coming back?
True.
At least you're saying the words. I mean, that's a good first step, but it does speak to the actual atmosphere right now. It's probably not a good place. Couple more rounds, though. I bet we tune in.
Yeah, a little bit better.
Yeah.
And again, you've got that recent comeback versus Astralis that sets the tone. You know, a recent reminder that you are always in it. But if you say I love you and you don't mean it, everyone can tell.
It's worse than not saying it at all.
Exactly. So let's hope
makes you an emotional terrorist.
Let's hope there's a little bit in there. A little truth, a little belief from Elige. He's the one that said we're still in it. And, well, he's in it for round 20. 2 kills deep, 3rd player's close. No surprise, Bit catches him off. But luckily, Grim's there to trade and make sure nothing else goes south here for Cole. That is their 8th. Queued up. JT had the most clutches at IEM Sydney. And so as we talk about, you know, Complexity having this new aura about them and his marked improvement as of late, I think that putting JT in a late round, one of the best players you could ask for. Yes, it's Floppy with all 3 of those headshots.
Yeah, those are 2 guys, I think.
2 players that you want the
positionally
clutch.
make great moves, obviously, yeah.
Floppy with the most historic back-to-back 1v5s in CSGO history.
2 1v5s in 2 days.
Yep.
A record that will never be touched, not even by Zywoo.
JT racking them up as well. So see if they have to lean back on them now that we've got Na'Vi with the guns. And 4 more opportunities to close out map 1. Halzerk's still waiting to get back online. Grim has had a total turnaround from the start of this map to now being the highest fragger of Complexity. Nobody poking and prodding out of Navi here for round 21 just yet. JL actually pulls back from middle, so now if that fake set were to come out, there's no confirmation. Ooh, but the timing gets the better of Ime. Caught with a grenade as he gets down into the dark room, leaves Alexi on his own, and we see a quick scramble out of the 3-player A setup. He's trying to figure out which side to swing. Has a tendency to go and attack that jail.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he missed his molly there, but they didn't take over dark, and now they're running it back towards the A site. They have middle again. This has always been a feather in the cap for Complexity, and as long as Elise uses it properly, he's right. They can get escorted over to this wide open A site.
See whether he can cut off a rotate. Ooh, just jumped into camera as the peek comes out of Temple. Instead, Floppy's looking at Heaven with JT. The two of them take it over. Do they go deep again? Last time, 4 players here waiting, and they peek straight to Wonderful.
Wait, what? This round is not over now.
Sprays down with the M4. Clean second kill. That had to have been a nasty shot to JT. We've got Grim at Elige with eyes towards mid, but the CTs don't take their chance.
They don't have a kit?
Nope.
No kit, okay. It was up there, but they'd have to get there first. So Complexity will go ahead, take it to 9. And this round, they use mid, but it's not just a fake. They actually have people there to scour it, and Elige spotting everything. Plus, yeah, the fact is that Navi have been really underplaying it in general. There's only one time they sort of shot themselves in the foot by pretending to take mid and just not literally taking it.
Yep.
The one time that JT played there. So I wonder if that's going to be the adjustment for Navi, to use somebody there to try to lurk or to take a duel with Elige if he comes down mid. Because in the late round situation, Complexity have been doing a good job with it overall. I think everyone's sitting up straight now.
Yes. Those CT side struggles could still come back to haunt them. It's an AK for Wonderful, M4 for JL. We are on the Eiffel Tower. But he doesn't commit to the fight. Grim's got a good anchored position now towards long, just tucked in close corner. 4 members of Navi leaning B. Deep smoke on the A site keeps Floppy out of knowing whether or not the push is over there. And I feel like there has been an affinity for Navi to stack A more so than B. They change it up slightly here in the 22nd round. And they would have loved to have finished off Grim, but he's got his corner to hold on to for now. And what was originally a 4-player stack is now starting to spread back out as we do get Complexity leaning in. Dark push, looking to split. Bomb is on the dark side. If Ime, no, he's not going to take the fight. Sits back instead, so should be no resistance for Complexity as they come out of dark. How does Wonderful pull this one off? Molotov to his teammate. He catches Halzer, but it's through the smoke that Grim gets revenge. Deagle out of Temple, dies at the hands of Floppy. The second rifle, though, still in the mix. Shots out of jail, just off the mark. And with JL on low health, feels like Bit's gonna have to go big. 5-7 and little to lose. They got the T's leaning back. Floppy gets off sight. JL starts to move it forward. More shots landing. Would have heard it. Bit creeping out. Now low HP and dead. So all is good for Complexity as they secure double digits. And this T-side comeback's real.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid anti-eco right there. Protocols look a lot better. We've seen some shaky rounds here on T-side, but since that 2v4, which again could have been the end of the game, they've actually seized the opportunity. So it's getting better. I mean, it's very unforgiving now with MR12. You don't have time to warm up, right? The better team that's better right away will most likely win the game. So Navi will take another timeout. Again, they're looking for a single round here. I think the elements at which that will help them achieve that are playing inside of middle into the late round, as well as not dying early with their anchors. They haven't exactly had a problem with either of those things. They've just decided to, you know, forego middle. They aren't taking aggressive CT pushes anywhere, really. So for Complexity, I would keep trying to fight them in there. Go back to their splits. Either side is fine. They know how to take mid. They do have Navi scared, and they reach a very healthy 10-round mark. winning 7 of the last 8 rounds.
Power of the T side. Deep nades. Oh,
that's amazing.
Immense. JL dropped to a
Now,
quarter HP.
Even if it was game planned for him to be close mid, it's too risky to even play in front of the door.
Right.
One of the main issues they had last time was they didn't even try to shoot the door. They didn't spam the door at all. So, like, sometimes you get the guy on the other side of the door to shoot back. Sometimes you'll get him hurt. They didn't even bother, or to fall back. They didn't bother. But they've got that problem out of the way. Still, minute 15. JL, as that key player, has been hit so low, he's got to play passive. They can send a Liege forward into this. I think they're sort of playing as the better team right now, right? They're saying, I know Navi are probably ready for this, but we're still better than them at it, so let's keep going. And they're right. I think that's the right plan.
Navi in the middle of these rounds as well, just not getting too frisky, not peeking. I mean,
they're not doing anything.
At no point has the B site had any dark control. Nope. It's been behind this pillar or over on plat. JL's been foregoing a lot of mid control ever since that one round he gets away with it.
To be honest, if this ends badly for Navi in this game, this would have been a game where they needed to try more aggressive options instead of the same passive setups over and over again and hope that lightning would strike twice.
But that's an if. 30 seconds in round 23, and we're going to get the split into the B site, so let's see if leaning back pays off. Grim's looking to get around on Jail. Pressure from the utility, and Grim blind catches Alexi, but Imez close enough to throw a wrench in the works with JL. The long hold, 3 kills, and Wonderful catching 1 on the push out. It needs to be a Liege. 1v2, a couple seconds left, and now he has to commit. They're gonna come right at him, pushing up, a Liege squeezed, and Navi with 2 rounds left to close Anubis, get it over the line. Oh, Complexity. The T-side comeback looked real, but just shy of the finish line.
Man, that slow start costing Complexity. I almost thought they were going to be pulling off a comeback for the ages. Another one coming up from Complexity, but man, too little, too late. And it's a real shame. Obviously, we're talking about in the context of this being Navi's map pick, but we know that Anubis has been a real comfort pick for Complexity previously. And it was, I don't know, the beginning, Jacob, kind of symptomatic of what we saw versus Vitality yesterday for Complexity.
Yeah, they seem to be asleep a little bit, to be completely honest. Couldn't quite get it done. I don't want to take anything away from Navi, because I think they played a great first half and they were in control of the game. LXCB had a couple of good calls. Again, you win the pistol, you convert, you win a couple of the buy rounds as well. And at no point in the first half, as you can see, were Complexity able to win 2 rounds in a row. So no streak, no comfort zone, no nothing. And to be honest, as you said, it was just a little bit too late they woke up.
Some of the sequences that Navi had in order to find entry kills in the first half made all the difference in the world. So many times we saw Bit taking duels against Floppy, who at the end of the game had a decent scoreline, but was abused many times in that A main area. And Navi, every time they tried, they got the entry kill. They played a 5v4 behind, and Bit was put finally in some good positions, and I guarantee you he found a bunch of these kills. That was pristine work from him.
It's so ridiculous, isn't it? And I'm so glad that we're getting to see, you know, a bit more of an in-form Bit. So many impactful moments, and yeah, just daring to go in, pushing, time and time again.
And that's what we spoke about coming into this tournament in general for Navi. With no Simple, we need another player to step up to the occasion. We need another player to make the impact on the server, and Bit has done that so far. What we saw in Sydney obviously piqued our interest. He was playing fantastically well, and now coming in this highlight reel you're watching at right now, that's just pure quality from Bit.
It's like a deathmatch on the A side. Honestly, like 3 times in a row we see him just being sent in with a flash, maybe a couple of grenade in front of him to get duels, and that's how you gotta use Bit.
Yeah.
You gotta use him as a heat-seeking missile. Like, he's got the crazy aim, you set him up, you give him a little bit of cover with util, you even use someone if you have to. His trading ability in the opening is insane. Like, he destroyed Complexity in the first half.
I think the beginning, you know, pages of this story was all about Bit, but then we saw Ime having a bit of a resurgence. Took him a little while to kind of get warmed up into it, but it's great to see him stepping up when the team do need him to, Jacob.
Yes, exactly. That's what we spoke about. You know, we want Bit to step up, we want Emma to step up. He was being brought into this Navi lineup after a fantastic showing at the Blast Paris Major, and we haven't really seen the best of Emma at any point in Navi thus far. But for me, I don't know about you, Matthew, but I'm getting the sense that he's slowly but surely getting better. Not to the same extent, not to the same level as he was at Game On Legion, but it's a player that I still think can get better within this Navi roster. And if he can continue the trajectory that's going upwards, then it's going to be interesting when you have both Bit and Imma firing on both cylinders.
I mean, we have to be real. We are still assuming that this roster change is going to make him a better player, or at least have him express better Counter-Strike. It's an assumption. We have no reality, we have no truth to it. But even if it's going to happen, it's going to take a little bit of time. He needs to warm up, he needs to grab confidence, and some of these games help for that.
Should we take a look at a moment where Aimee literally just had to sit back and wait and not do anything in order to win the round? Because this was a fumble from Complexity, and I thought this was it. I thought game over, GG, the scoreline was going to be 13-3.
Yeah, listen, I wanted to have the replay just so I could understand what the hell actually just happened. We see the B execute coming in from Complexity. Trades are going to fall in their direction. Halzok finds one with the scout. Elige cleans up with the Galiva, but this whole time, the bomb is not being planted. The bomb is on someone's shoulder, and it's 3 seconds. They realize, hold on a second, we cannot win this round. And Aimee just has to find Elige. The double kill at the end is just icing on the cake, that little bit of crumble of chocolate over whatever cake you're doing. But this is also symptomatic. Like, we are looking at a scoreline of 10-3, and this is where Complexity very much asleep at the wheel, struggling to find their protocols. We were listening to them. The comms were pretty low. You remember when we had Elige's moment on TeamSpeak, he said, guys, we have to amp up the comms. The other day, I think this was a very similar situation here. And when they started coming back into this, too late, of course, that changed.
It's a little bit worrisome, right? Because I agree with you. We hear Complexity constantly talk about the communication, that a lot of their mistakes, a lot of the rounds they're not winning, a lot of their issues stems from the communication sometimes going missing. It's something they're aware of. It's something Elige has been addressing, and we see it time and time again anyway. So it is worrisome to me that it still be a problem for them, sort of. But again, you know, sometimes you're in a chaotic situation and you just forget about the bomb, I guess.
Yeah, and I kind of want to double down on that they're kind of leaving it quite late in a lot of these situations, right? The fact that we saw literally, I mean, this scenario, but worse, playing out versus Vitality yesterday on Anubis, and we were, you know, me and Mara were standing out here. The comms were basically nothing. Like, they were super quiet. There wasn't that same energy. Obviously, they did come back into the second map, but I don't know. Do you feel like this is a better sign than yesterday versus Vitality? Because at least they had, you know, the balls to maybe bolster some rounds at the end.
Yeah, it's always a tough question, because at the end of the day, it is a map loss, of course, but you have to realize it's Navi's map pick. They come back into it towards the very end. I really think they found the rhythm in the last 4 to 5 rounds, which is the Complexity that we know and love, right? It's, tactically speaking, it's pretty sound. They know what they're doing. I think they were really good at realizing Navi's shortcomings on their defense, a whole lot of mid-take, late rotates, but at the very end, maybe just flirted with the clock a tad, maybe a bit more rhythm, but still, this was very better from Complexity. This is a good T-side that we saw at the end.
I agree. You say rhythm, right? We're gifted with the opportunity that we can stand close to the players and listen into their team talks and the communication. Every time Navi took a timeout, Complexity were on top of what they were doing. They were discussing, okay, what is Navi discussing right now? What are they talking about? What should be our response to it? And every single time they came out of timeout, they did the right thing. The double nade in middle, the double nade towards the A-bomb side as well. There's a couple of instances right there where we could hear background that this is what's going to transpire next round, and Complexity got it right every single time. So I agree with you when you say rhythm, understanding of the first half. It got better, much, much better in the second.
Yeah, and of course, not all hope lost for Complexity just yet, although that was kind of classically their comfort pick of Anubis. It wasn't their pick in this series, that was actually Navi's. It's going to be Overpass, the pick of Complexity, coming up after this.
Ema, I learned that you were being more vocal for the team and just helping out with things in general. What is going on with you and how much are you helping out? What are you involved in now within the team?
I mean, usually all of us are speaking, but mostly, even in Game of Legends, like I was used to speak a lot, like mid-round, phrase time usually whenever, like say I have like notary, like a call, maybe I have something in mind and maybe my IGL will say no, he say yes most of the times, but like I like to talk a lot. Like I cannot stop talking, even though when, for example, I'm speaking someone, for some reason I'm speaking for him, like one day, one shot, just anything, you know? Like, I don't know, I cannot, like, don't say a word, like, I don't like it, that's not me.
And you're saying now though, so you get to be a bit more vocal, you're feeling a bit more confident to be vocal and say what you want to do in the team and give yourself some more space?
I mean, I was before, like, with Sasha as well, I was vocal, like, I wasn't that guy who'd be shy, let's say, to be afraid to speak or something like this. I was always saying something. Yes, that's true, I can shut down sometimes because of a lot of reason. Maybe if I'm not playing good, like, or if I'm, for example, I'm missing a lot of bullets and don't kill a guy from behind or stuff like this, I can shut down, but mostly, no, I'm speaking, like, wow, you will see me every time.
Okay, interesting stuff coming out there from Emir. I'm sure he's been chatting a lot after that performance on the first map of Anubis.
That was a
right?
good Murloc impression. You ever play World of Warcraft? It was pretty much on the money. I appreciate that. Jacob,
I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You never played World of Warcraft?
Nope, not for me.
So the more we hear Emir say that, the better his KD is going to be. That's the comparison I'm taking from that. Directly proportional. Noisy Emir, great
Hear him
Emir.
out there. Pythagoras.
I think he confirms what we already suspected, that he's kind of like a confident player.
Yeah,
once he has confidence, when he feels comfortable, he's going to perform on the server, he's going to perform in the comms. Once he loses that, we had the same scenario with Dupree for the longest time, that once you're losing a couple of duels, once you're not feeling it, maybe you shut down, maybe you're not going into it. So that's a player characteristic and something you got to work on.
And of course, it's easier said than done, but with players like this, who a good performance leads to a good behavior, who leads to a good performance, I would love for them to start at the second step of this diagram. It's like, what if you had that behavior already from scratch and then it helped you had a good performance? Listen, he says he's going to be vocal, that's going to be needed. We can attack this map here. We're moving on to Overpass. Complexity is going to be on the offense, I presume, and I guarantee you, this is where the whole map is going to be decided. It's the first half. Complexity have more than 4 rounds, we can already move to the third. But this is where Navi, on the CT side, have to be able to be a bit aggressive and not let Complexity do whatever they want, because the scenario we just saw on Anubis, with Complexity picking up speed, having these T rounds, they can do it on Overpass. That's a map they really like. They're on the win streak. It's 5 maps in a row now with W's there. So Bit on the spearhead as well. Wonderful with the AWP. They have to be a little bit out there and disrupt Complexity. Otherwise, it might just be too complicated.
I'll buy your argument and I'll throw in Wonderful one more time, because I agree with you. He has to be disruptive. He has to be aggressive with the AWP. And we have seen it so far, especially on the CT side. We don't know the comms within Navi, but by the looks of it on the server, he's taking initiative, he's going for peaks, and sometimes maybe a little bit too aggressive. But I would rather have that. I would rather have a guy who's going for it instead of just sitting back on the A-bomb side and waiting for the Complexity train coming in. Because we spoke about it already. Their protocols, the way they attack the game, the way they approach the game, it's solid enough for them to cause trouble.
Something that Navi does, and I think it remained in the DNA of this team even prior to the international roster, is that Bit takes crazy risks in how offensive he is and how disjointed he is from the rest of the team. You're going to see him sometimes alone towards Fountain, towards Party, because he's got the skill to handle it. But if you're Complexity and you get that guy, that's the fog of war over the entirety of the A side, because the AWP might be far back behind. And this is where you find yourself in Navi not knowing what the hell to do, where to go, where to find information. They were a little bit too immobile on Anubis as well. They struggle on their CT side. So if I'm Complexity right now, I'm targeting Bit. I'm trying to find him, I'm putting him down, and then I can have my rotations, because we know they can do it.
I think something that scares the hell out of me when we're looking at the Complexity camp is that it doesn't matter how many rounds down they are. I'm going to just, throw it back to the series versus Astralis. 12-2 down. Blame F and Co. should have been closing that out every single day of the week. Complexity get 14 in a row. Question is, can they do it again if they start on the back foot?
No, I don't think they'll win again if they go down 12-2, but I don't think they will either. You know, that's
what an assessment, Jacob.
I think Complexity comes into this Overpass feeling relatively comfortable. I agree with you, Matthew. I think there's a couple of things they need to be aware of, Bit being one of them, Wonderful the other. I think the Navi B defense as well at times have looked shaken, and we know the B executes coming in for Complexity, especially back in the CSGO days, was some of the best in the world. So there's a lot of strings to play off if you're Call right now, and I'm not really too worried on their behalf.
Well, another unholy comeback almost pulled off by Complexity on map number 1. So question is, Scrawnders, are they going to be taking us to a third map? Is Overpass in the back pockets of Complexity already?
I've cheered for NA Counter-Strike for far too long, Freya, to fall into your traps, all right? Nothing's guaranteed, and I'll let them speak for themselves. But I will say that the most impressive thing I've seen from Complexity so far at this event has been the variation in their A setups on the CT side of Overpass. That's what's impressed me the most.
Yeah.
Maybe they're able to tap into that for a map 2 win.
That's great. I mean, that's a great point. Like, yeah, them using Long, Alicia's Comfort. Same thing could be said about their Anubis up until, you know, like 3 games ago. So not exactly sure what the hell happened, but just like you can expect Complexity to randomly get stomped on a map they're supposed to win, they also still have a chance in the series, even like they did versus Vitality. But the disappointing finish is also a consistency.
Yes.
So you can't just give up a map and expect to beat a great team.
Nope. It's
just not reasonable, even if you're also great. So Complexity have their work cut out for them, even if it feels like they should be fine on Overpass.
Say it.
I'm excited. I'm excited, but...
Yeah, what's got you so excited, Mohan? What really gets you going? What gets the juices flowing?
Caffeine.
Okay, yeah.
Climbing.
Counter-Strike.
Go climbing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, okay, what else? Connor.
Yeah,
woo!
right. Caffeine, Counter-Strike, and Connor. Live, laugh, love.
That's me. I'm the guy. And these are our guys, as in North America's #1 team at the moment. But Navi, new Navi, no simple Navi, got him 1 map away from elimination. Can Navi?
You should be happy they got a French-Canadian instead.
That's true. Yes, they did. Bit, XQC, Alexi, Ime, and JL on the defensive half of Overpass. Let's see if Complexity's T-side struggles will be here again. Alish tries to chase down Alexi, who gives him the fadeaway up from heaven. Bit's blind. Players on site also dive behind box. Oh, that's... yeah, you don't love that, do ya? A little shot through the smoke to keep the short player down, but it's 2v2 regardless. And the Glock towards heaven confirms Alexi, but check out Bit. Cheese in the smoke. With 1 in water, he presses out ever so slightly, squeezing Floppy like a fresh grapefruit.
Oh, and
from
he
the
knows.
back, he shoots him in the head, and now Halzer's been spotted, can't land a shot, and Bit is king.
Bit is so awesome. That was such an awesome move. He knew that Halzer was rotating around to Monster, not rotating back to A. And he used that time to walk up the bridge, and Floppy wouldn't expect anybody to push up in that situation. They thought they had space, it was disrespected, but it was done so safely.
Clean with it. It's a well-timed mic cut.
Yeah.
Bit with 3 in the pistol. Highest rated player coming off of Anubis as well was Bit. 20 frags, 15 deaths.
And that's 3 pistols in a row for Navi.
Yes, sir. The Glocks and the Tech 9 goes running by. 2 kills. Curiously enough, Alish catching 1 with just the vanilla pistol, but tons of damage coming out of that MP9 of JL. That's money in his pocket, and Complexity shredded for the most part. Halzer down for the count, so 3 up. SMG kept by JL, and Navi not going to be too concerned. It's those damn Glocks.
A lot of dinks coming through. It may definitely got the work there.
It's round 2.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, it was just Glocks. It was just Glocks. And it's T-side, so even if this starts not so great for Complexity, that's not really the point. They're looking for 4 or 5 rounds.
Sure. Yeah. Nice cope.
I'm positive when it's convenient, okay?
That's fair.
I'm just like Complexity.
That's fair. Little run boost for the long. Emac catching a glimpse of Complexity pressuring 3 players outwards, and now they crawl. Emet and Wonderful. You know, if you go back to the Gamer Legion run at Blast's Paris Major, Emet was a monster on Overpass, just individually, up until the grand final. He was a monster on this map specifically. Like this, you know, we talk about players being, you know, specialists at times. Roy on Vertigo, Jabby on Vertigo, Madden on Vertigo. Well, I raise you, Emet.
Don't forget about Modesty on Vertigo.
That's fair. Yep. Floppy catching JL. Just kind of standing out in the open, looking the wrong way. You know, look both ways before you cross the road, or you're going to turn into a bumper sticker. Emet, overwhelmed by the 3 inside the bathrooms, and his support and Wonderful back on site. He's going to have to do it on his own. They'll lose Floppy as he kind of just presses out B, keeping them preoccupied. Wonderful, it's a bit more damage on Elige, but it is indeed Complexity with enough time and the bomb to plant.
Yeah, they got 4 players alive. They got that site, and down to the wire somewhat, but there was only Wonderful there, so it was a good site to take. Good round out of Elige. Floppy lurk looked a little bit weird because he didn't. Maybe they flashed Alexi behind him or something like that, so he got out ahead of it, but that's okay. They could afford for that to happen.
Yep. Still 4 players all tightly packed up on the push to the A site.
Screw those first 2 rounds, man. This is the rifle round, baby.
What's that guy up to? JL just hanging out. I would have liked to have been a fly on the wall in the Complexity locker room in between maps.
Bet Halzerk would have tried to swat you.
That's fair. Floppy would have tried to eat me.
Grim would have put you in his ears.
Okay. Save that one for later. Couple guns, that's it, huh? Couple pistols sprinkled in. Emet wants a grenade. Chucks his Molotov deep towards Playground, but it doesn't slow down Elige one bit. He's already past that bad boy. They'll boost the other rifle down on B. Trying to finagle something out of these 2 rifles, and... Ooh, timing could have been...
Well, he was spotted, though, right? Oh, maybe not. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for Elige.
That's one of the 2 guns down.
He's such an important guy to, like, nut check right now. Like, you need Bit to know how good you are, because he just came off a serious map on Anubis.
Yeah, poke him in the eye.
Yeah, fight dirty. 100%. Take him out.
JT slides out, catches the second rifle. It may fall into the hands of Wonderful, but JT's not falling for your games, your tricks. Sat back by Barrels. No hold whatsoever on this one, so Complexity tie this game up early. And again, with the domination that is the CT side of Complexity on Overpass, they're already par for the course here.
Yeah, that's good. There's no reason, like, on paper to think that, like, Navi's Overpass can stand to Complexities. It's just this weird trend of bad Anubis games that brings Complexity into question in general.
And then you just look back at, like, the last 6-9 months, and it's like Complexity are kind of a tragic story. You know, missing out on big stages, missing out on playoffs, losing the it's like, it's for some reason kind of easy to kick Cole when they're down.
It's because it was cute when they were underdogs, but then they came so close to actually being one of the top 3 teams in CS2. So you should get scrutinized more, right?
That's
like,
fair.
You shouldn't be... I don't think they want the sympathy of an underdog anymore, right? They want to be taken more seriously, so at least that's how I'd feel if I was starting to get close to championships or...
Ooh, that's progress. He's complaining in English.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, that is different.
Oh, no way.
Maybe he can join Liquid too.
We're going to snatch them all. Floppy looking for the nade towards short, but nobody there. They break open smoke. Nobody there. The This will not be a pushover round coming out of Navi with the 2 players up in long bathrooms. Just kind of letting Complexity take a bit of ground. Feels like out of the gate, Grim may have an easier game than the T-side versus Blame F, who loves to throw himself down connector. That was a head-to-head that really didn't bode well for Complexity, but right now, Navi tendency to lean more towards long. Molly down towards short to just keep him back at the moment. 50 seconds and wonderful smoked off front bath. So they're going to push Ime out long.
This is awkward for Cole because it can't necessarily go back to A without long control. This is a very nice spot for Ime.
Bomb on a leash, could get caught.
Yeah, it just depends on this frag right here. Oh, that's big. It's so far away, dude. The round is almost a wash. They have to go back and get it. And here's Ime to do a little bit more, but
it's winnable. They split up. They go 2 players back for bomb, 2 players forward for sight. It's going to come down to the wire if the CTs come swinging out dumpster, which they will. Alexi traded, though. Grim holds on. And Complexity, despite losing that bomb for a moment, recover the round.
I think Ime overplayed it, you know? They have to go get back, get the bomb. They're going to come and clear him right away. If he runs back long, they have all of long control. Plus, he can get to the site that they need to go to with 2 players there, so...
Hell, he
a little extra. That was a little extra.
Could have just given up long and maybe even tried to cut them off at bathrooms because you know they're running back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you go to their next stop, right? It's exactly that. You're trying to intercept because the time is what forces their hand. So
it's a third for Complexity. And pistols out for Navi. CT side starting to slip away early, but at least a deagle, a nade, some Berettas in the mix. And a faster pace out of Complexity here as they look to just flex versus the lesser guns. Wonderful solo A-hold. And no front presence to keep Complexity off bathrooms. They can to gather info, maybe get the rotate ahead of time, and it's looking likely. But I do praise Complexity for always keeping options open when it comes to T-side overpass. Ooh, Navi gonna pull the whole team up towards A site. So 50-50 gamble. We're going to Vegas next week, and this reminds me, don't put it all in on black.
Okay. Well, you know I was going to do that.
Yeah, well, you'll win a little.
Yeah.
And still lose it all. This round, highly unlikely. A couple nades, though. Come on. Save those nades. Throw them next round, boys. Nope. We keep Grim committed to the site.
Oh, that reminded me, I saw in the hallway, we saw Boomich in the hallway, and I was like, motherfucking Boomich! And then Boomich was like, hey.
Hi.
Terrorists win.
That's me. Nice to have him back.
Yeah.
Always smiling, Boomich, when you when you cross paths. It's nice to see. I like seeing players have fun. If you're not having fun,
nice.
What the hell you doing here? Well, making money, actually. So
money.
Yeah.
And if that's not fun, what the hell are you doing? You know? So.
Timeout for Navi, huh? Blade wants in. Eco frags, boring. Give me the guns. Navi coming out with the next buy. Damn, bro, that's a fat tip. What does that mean?
Sorry, what?
The spray paint can says fat tip.
Oh, okay. Like bell end?
Maybe, I don't know. It's got a wide nozzle. That Molotov hasn't really stopped the Liege at all. He's not taking any damage on it, man. Also, make sure to go to Blast TV. We're vetoing for the show match map, and y'all can ban one more. I say, get rid of Overpass. But I'm not the boss. You are. No push out from the CTs this time. You know, the CT side of Navi back on Anubis did not inspire me, Launders. I didn't feel like there was you know, many mid-round pokes and prods, and
they didn't have
we're early days here, but I'm getting the same vibes. You know, vibe check. Little passive.
Yeah, a little passive, absolutely. Yeah, not many, especially like Alexi B loves his tactics. We didn't see too many tactics on CT side. They totally forewent mid control at all.
I mean,
here on CT, if we're going to see Complexity when they go over to CT side, they're going to be pushing every single thing. So, yeah. And then they've also got Wonderful. He's probably happy about this, loves to just chill.
But haven't seen a single CT inside of Connector so far this half.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because they want them to come through bathrooms and step into the sight lines of Wonderful and Emet. A kill apiece. A bounce back nade that keeps Halzerk off Wonderful and could allow the bank player to come help, but Wonderful's going to get squeezed between Floppy and the site. He knows he's in a tough spot, but they can't really come get him. They will come deep after clearing Alexi off of the bank push, so all seems to have gone well, and Bit's going to go for the save instead. So Navi giving it up. You know, again, a lot of real estate given over to Complexity. They can't be shocked that there's 3 players barreling through the bomb site when all you have is Emet Long and Wonderful on the corner.
Yeah, I think I got, unfortunately, a take that goes against this a little bit. I actually think that this runs a lot closer than it looks, and their setup is, it's definitely still not bad because they have at least long control.
Okay.
Like you see where Wonderful fighting from is a great spot, and Ima holding on the long control as well is a great spot. Like this first kill is easy for Wonderful, then he falls back, but right here, I think that's what really messes this all up. If Ima kills Floppy, they keep Wonderful in an op that they can't approach, and then Ima can come through the bottom of bathrooms. Then they can take the stairs retake plus CT and have an op on long and have all 3 choke points. So maybe too much rested on that 1 kill, which is, you know, Complexity getting close and everything. But I think that round is actually a little closer than it appears.
All right, well. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And they don't have enough hand grenades on this buy to do much. So Navi, 2 more smokes to lean on. This time we do get players in connector inside short water. For the first time since JL get caught on this railing, there are CTs in these positions. But it's because they're looking to just swing with pistols when the time comes. Nobody prying down short pipe. Grim could be doomed soon. But he hears that dismantling of the boost, and off the timing, Emet catches him blindsided. Nice flash from Alexi. Fantastic flash from Alexi. It's a double kill off JL's Deagle. And Liege, a little uncomfortable, but at least enough space to plant. Falls into the 5-7. And now it's going to have to be a Floppy 1v3. But again, one of the players who can clutch. They've got their hands on guns, and they could all just swing at a moment's notice. But Floppy's sectioning them off wonderfully. Just makes sure this one isn't the one that Navi can break through with.
There's an animal inside this man. You can't even tell who won the clutch. Look at him. Heart 40 BPM right now. Floppy, what a guy. You know that he can win a round like that. He's actually such a good player in the clutch, but when he displays it like that, that's when you remember.
Dude, Alexi's B-site flashbangs in the last 24, 48 hours have been fantastic.
He's got some of the best utility, period. He's got that utility.
Got them Finnish nades.
Yeah.
They hit different.
But as a team, in general, they still need to be using more of the map, absolutely.
You know, nice to see them up in connector. Short side, like, again, you're just working with pistols, but a little map control helps you out if the monster push comes through.
Rolls aside, they have a good balance of fast and slow.
Good job. I don't even see where you're clutch.
It was a good clutch.
I'm good, actually.
I'm good. Don't worry, it was crazy clutch.
I wish I saw it. This is sick.
Crazy clutch indeed. Puts Floppy 10 kills deep on the map. And again, it just feels like some of the individual levels are a little sharper in map 2 than map 1. How many duels did those anchors lose on Anubis? It's one of the criticisms we had in their matchup versus Vitality. What was looking